Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Enoy. Everyone has a different dream life, and Enoy offers a variety of creative tools to help you build yours. First, let's look at creating characters, known as Zois. You can create realistic appearances with detailed controls over facial and body features. You can also customize hair and outfits to create a unique look. What about the space where your Zoe will live? You can combine architectural elements like walls, roofs, stairs, pillars, fences, gates, and ladders to build the structure you want. You can also customize various appliances and furniture to decorate your home in your own style. Worried you might not have the skills to do all this? Don't be. We have various AI functions that make creation easy for everyone. You can create your own textures to make unique artwork, or turn real-world objects into 3D models to include in Enoy. It's time to showcase your limitless creativity. Once you've created your character and house, shall we step outside? Can you edit the city too? Absolutely. You can edit street elements like animals, plants, billboards, and weather to create the scenarios you want. You can also adjust the city's cleanliness, safety, and relationship indices to simulate specific lifestyles. Create a world where everyone is in love or an apocalyptic scenario. Edit the city as you wish. Why keep your dream creations to yourself? Share them on Enoy's creative platform, Canvas. Upload and download creations, interact with other players, and enrich each other's Enoy experience. Remember, Enoy is a life simulation game. If everything happened as expected, it wouldn't be life or a simulation. While you can create your dream characters, homes, and simulations, the nature of the simulation genre means you'll face unexpected situations. Just like real life, you'll experience unplanned, given lives. To provide a more realistic life experience, Enoy has implemented a complete community simulation where every person in the city lives with their own will, facing various events and accidents, just like in reality, such as colds, trends, and rumors. Enoy allows you to view the world from a distance. Endless stories take place to the Zois you create within your modified city, all operated under the complete simulation. Experience your most desired life and the life that's given to create your unique story.
Suamba. Randy Norby.
Enoy gives you the opportunity to experience not just one life, but the collective shared stories, events, accidents, joys, and sorrows of everyone in your city that make up the human experience. In Enoy, you can create the reality you desire, and in the process, maybe even find that the true gift of life is the journey we all share. We hope these realistic experiences in Enoy can enhance your enjoyment of life in the real world. Enjoy your life with Enoy. Thank you.
So, you two noobs on my team?
Aren't you new yourself?
It's just a phone game. It'll be a breeze.
We do need a tank, though.
Alright. This booze is getting me all pumped up! Watch me get the bag. Just follow my lead.
Why not let him follow my lead?
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
This is the best I can do! Something useful! So, this is your plan all along?
Yes, ma'am!
And this too? What Oh my god, move!
Now we're talking.
Woo! Next round's on me!
Oh, yeah.
Well, look who's here.
Time to crank up the beat. I told you to trust me, huh? Are you two deaf? I'm talking.
Looks like someone's late to the party.
How many potions you got?
Like, one for me?
That's plenty.
A knock, another grenade from Fluky. All of a sudden, Kickstart comes in and saves the day for the United States. One more player, Lyrics. Oh, Kick. Kick just barely wins that. Norway somehow still kicking in this. Imas, good for one, good for two.
Fantastic from Vietnam. Really not giving them any space to reset at all, and that was perfectly executed from Vietnam. It was... In the end, Argentina will chase him down. Himas has been spotted out as well. Argentina, once again, go back to pole position for this game. It's a 3-on-2 now as they finished off Himas.
Run's gonna go around, Kane down. Surely this is over.
I mean, the production team thought it was over. There was some lights going spinning. They thought it was done, but now it's time.
That looks about right to me. Some big knocks, and it's so close. Just needs one more tick up.
Well, it might not come down to the mortars, or may it? Oh! Sparky! Maybe Sok can find Seoul if he tries to cross here, if he gets a little bit greedy. The shots just do not connect, nor even onto Heaven, and then Finn comes running around the corner. The comms from Canada, just not it. So that'll leave Sok alone, and he is a fish in a barrel. And, well, Korea have an unorthodox way of fishing, but it works. And they get themselves a third win.
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project Phalanx was humanity's home. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes, that's why Tego fell.
Tego needs help.
No. Escape. Tego.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a scoop on what's new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Rules. Smash 'em all!
Howdy. Big fan. I'm your fan.
자, 챔피언 나가십니다잉. 챔피언 나가십니다잉. 네. Hello. Good to see you. 니하오. 니하오.
Hi.
Hello.
What's up, big dog?
안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 19년도부터 해서 지금까지 총 4번의 PNC가 열렸는데 저는 4번 다 왔는데 혹시 여러분들은 몇 번째 참여이신지 좀 궁금하네요.
2次吧. This is my 3rd Nations Cup.
My first time here. Can you guys give me any tips and tricks how to win this PNC?
Well, I mean, I haven't won a PNC, so I'm not really sure what to tell you, to be honest. But, you know. 저要看性别.
아. 근데 저도 갑부이 선수랑 똑같은 의견입니다. 약한 팀을 공략을 해서 포인트를 좀 미리 얻어가는 게 좋은 방법이라고 생각합니다.
I thought he was going to say you need a Korean citizenship.
So, what do you guys think about Rondo?
Rondo's pretty chill. I like the vehicles and how open it is. It feels like you can be a little creative with the emergency cover flares and stuff. So.
我说我也很喜欢荣多，但我喜欢荣多的原因是因为他把那个维汉迪替代了。
I think the JS9 is the best gun on Rondo. I always pick it up and I just go. Push. Oh, left.
No, I think the JS9 is for noobs.
What?
Easy gun.
Best gun in the game.
Too easy to use.
Best gun in the game.
I guess I'm going to drop safe. If we're not allowed to use anything but the JS9, it's important that I find the JS9 before I find another player, so land safe and loot up.
加油就好了。
Let's go, guys.
가자.
Go. 유리.
이거 없으면 어떻게 쳐? Oh no.
자, one team.
One team.
이거 JS9. I have.
Nice.
One more.
Hi-yo.
Let's go pushing. Go. Push.
Okay, let's go.
가자. Running.
Go. Two guys.
Knock.
Oh, left. Left. Oh, left.
Okay.
Oh,
Nice team.
easy.
Nice team. 치킨 먹겠는데?
Let's go Lamborghini. Trust, I have the best Lamborghini. Okay, yeah, yellow. Let's go.
Okay.
Close. Knock one more. Knock three.
Last one.
Right. On the orange ping.
Follow me. Outside.
Oh!
Outside.
What? No! Grenade!
Wait.
따고. Tigoten killed in Onyx.
Oh! What? No! Grenade!
grenade. 우리 둘이 세 잡았는데 두 명이 하나를 못 잡네.
매배.
형님 그렇게 말하면.
Let's go, James. There's no pressure.
No pressure. Go, shawty. His DBS under me. It's so FF. yo.
Bro, you guys.
It's so hard.
So many. 1킬 이상. 짐주 선수보다 잘했어. Let's go, Enoy. Let's go. Okay. Oh no! No! Yeah! I mean,
Yeah.
yes. Let's go 10.
Okay, let's fuck. Let's go.
10. 야, 시작이 좋은데?
What the?
AFK.
Where are they hiding? Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh.
이 봇 아니야? How much you pay them?
Tigoton is so lucky.
So lucky.
So lucky.
Okay, now get in the car and go.
Missed one. Sorry. Jayo.
자요 따거.
Okay.
Stadium.
Hey, we all got a stadium plane.
오, 이겼노.
Yobi.
킬다 뺏겼어.
Yeah, that was tough. Absolutely, nobody knows the game like I do.
Easy win.
Easy.
Easy win.
Easy, everyone's easy.
코리아, 자오틴. 저 어딘데 저거?
Oh my god.
Norway, Longho. 나 진짜 안 하는 거래. I think there's a lot of open fields, which makes the map very different to play from other maps.
그래서 저는 실질적으로는 대나무밖에 안 떠오르는데 엄청 촘촘하게 있어가지고 시야가 굉장히 많이 가려서 총알도 피할 수 있고.
You can like drive through all the bamboo and mow it all down, and then you can see everything. Oh yeah.
이름을 모르겠네. 지역 이름이 생각이 안 나.
Australia, east of Fongtun.
그래
Okay. Yeah, when you see players parachute onto the top of the rock, if you go into your settings and increase your textures, you can like see through the grass a little bit easier. So if there's any rats prone up there, you can.
코리아 유린 동쪽에서 북쪽 찍은 거예요. 맞잖아요.
네, 맞습니다.
맞죠. 유린은 맞춰야지.
就是去高山的话，最好是要把盾牌带上。
비상호출을 하나 더 챙겨야 돼요. 올라갔을 때 끝까지 자기장에 걸칠 확률이 되게 적기 때문에 내려올 때 많이 봤거든요. 그래서 이제 비상호출을 하나 더 챙기고 올라가면 안전하게 내려올 수 있을 겁니다.
WWCB. Yeah. It's been great shooting with these guys. Obviously, I actually looked up to a lot of them. You know, I was still in high school when I was still watching these guys play pro PUBG, so it's awesome to be here, awesome to meet Godv especially, and hopefully you guys enjoyed it.
还不错，大家相处得很开心。
We are underdogs this tournament, and we have never played together before. And there's a lot of teams here who have played Nations Cup before, so we will just try our best and see what happens.
우승해본 놈이 또 해본다고 올해도 우승할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Stop that. I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man's so tough, but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls let it tell me I'm awesome. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget about peace. You take the west side, take on the east. I'ma put him in the cage, never let out the. I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man's so tough, but man's keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls, let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution. Stop that. Stop that.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to PNC 2024 here at the Gyeonggi Grand Peace Hall in Seoul, South Korea. It's the last day of PNC to find out who is going to be lifting that trophy this year. I'm Paper Thin, this is Elfish Guy. We're going to be bringing you through all of the action today to see which country is going to take home this fourth PNC. And so far, it's been pretty interesting, and it seems like maybe we've got 4 teams-ish that we're feeling have a real shot at this.
That's what I was going to say. Speaking of 4s, right? Fourth PNC, we feel like we've maybe got 4 teams in the mix. We'll see if that potentially could change after game 1. If maybe one of those teams sitting around 70+ points could get a win on the board for game 1, they might be able to jump up into the conversation. But realistically speaking, it's Korea, USA, Thailand, Vietnam that we're talking about today. That may change potentially if Korea and USA maybe fall off the wagon a little bit. Someone else can look to catch back up, but at least especially in the case of Korea, it doesn't feel like that consistency is really going to be broken by anyone but themselves. USA were a bit more up and down yesterday as well. We saw that, I think, from both the top 2 teams, but generally speaking, yeah, they have felt like the teams to beat. And then obviously Thailand and Vietnam having decent days yesterday got themselves as part of that conversation, but obviously still one more big day to go. Anyone's guess as to where we end?
Yeah, it was a huge day for Thailand yesterday. I mean, a complete change up in their style. Really started to find these great fights, started to find their timings for third parties. It all started from that first Erangel where they were hot, got that 19-kill chicken dinner, and just continued their destructive pace throughout the rest of that day. So really interested to see how they're going to perform through the rest of today, how some of the other teams are going to adjust that have a chance. But Jordan, we've got our format to look at. Take a look at PNC, see what's going on. Defending champions, Korea. How do we feel about that? Indonesia, some new teams, Norway as well. So really fun to have them at this event. Norway in particular has looked really, really good at times.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've definitely been the standout surprise, really, of the event. Although I think coming from yesterday, maybe you could throw Argentina into the mix there. They had a back-to-back win yesterday, so that was nice from Argentina to kind of get their tournament back on track. And they will be, yeah, again, one of those teams that if they can start well today, maybe we have a little bit more to say about them. We're back to the day 1 roster. It's going to be Miramar to start things off. We'll end on Erangel and, of course, Tego and Rondo in the middle there. No real surprises, obviously, as far as that is concerned. But, yeah, I mean, Norway, to touch on them, don't know if they necessarily had as good of a day 2 as they did day 1. Obviously, missing out on the win that they were able to get on day 1. It felt like maybe it slowed down a little bit for Norway, but definitely wasn't a bad performance across the board, especially considering, as you say, first run at Nations Cup for that country. So hopefully bigger and better things maybe going forward into the future. And I definitely think that they have done enough to sort of justify the position that's been given to them. They haven't come in here and just sort of, you know, taking it for granted or anything like that. They've actually been a serious competitor, so I'd like to see them back next year.
Yeah, me too. I'm really impressed with this Norwegian team. The way they're playing has been really effective for the most part. Yeah, again, yesterday maybe didn't go as great, but still, they really look like they're confident. That's for sure. Particularly on Erangel, where we will end. So keep our eyes on them. Argentina as well yesterday with 2 big wins to get themselves up at the top of the leaderboard as well. Match predictions, you can win some prizes at esports.op.gg and use that QR code to get on in there and predict which teams will you place in the top 5. So far, we haven't ourselves seen much overall fan kind of change of ideas and who they think is going to be top 5. Seems like we have a pretty solidified choice for our fans, but you and I are going to disagree with them.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, obviously on day one there was a lot of UK voters going into that match prediction, but now it seems like that has kind of fallen off and they were somewhat replaced by Australia yesterday. I would be a little bit surprised if maybe they don't themselves get replaced by a Thailand coming into today, for example. I think if we're looking at teams that have really looked like they're the serious business teams, unfortunately, I don't think UK and Australia really can be part of that conversation at the moment. UK had a marginally better day 2 than they did day 1, but it certainly wasn't enough to get anyone excited. And Australia really struggled yesterday as well until that very last game. It feels like that last game has kind of saved them from real despair yesterday, to be quite honest. And I was just watching that, and again, as an Australian fan, kind of seeing Australia slip down lower and lower. I mean, at one point they were sort of like around 5th or 6th in the standings, and they went all the way down to 10th, even with the second place win that they had, second place that they had alongside the Brazil win at the end of last night. It wasn't really enough to get them back up inside the top 8, which is easily where we would be expecting to see that team. And this is what we're talking about. Yeah, it's kind of gotten pretty interesting towards the middle of the pack. There's a lot of teams that can do some positional jostling. You talk about probably Argentina all the way down to Japan. There's only an 11-point gap there. And that feels like it's the main bulk of the chase when it comes to maybe someone looking to potentially crack their way into the top 3 if they have a really, really good day. Anyone down to Japan feels like maybe that's going to be possible. That would obviously depend on whether or not maybe Thailand or Vietnam slow things down a little bit. But as far as teams that can actually win this event, well, it's hard to make an argument beyond anyone but Korea, USA, Thailand, and Vietnam at this point. I would love to be singing a different song coming out of game 1.
Yes.
Let's just say Argentina goes on to win this first game, 25-point win, right? They're straight up to 100+ points, and that's actually in striking distance of Korea, of USA, overtaking Thailand, Vietnam, depending on how that game plays out. So I would really love to see one of these middle-of-the-pack teams actually get that win for the first game of the day and give us something a little bit more to talk about.
I agree. I mean, I'm really hoping that somebody from 8th on up that isn't like in the top 4 spots can make a splash here on Miramar to start. Speaking of, though, most of our players that have been making splashes are in our top 3 teams, as you would kind of expect, but Himas actually overtaking the kill lead ahead of Kickstart and Jeems. Jeems and Kickstart were our day 1 leaders, but Himas went absolutely nuclear yesterday for Vietnam. Had some huge games for them.
Yeah, he just kind of came out of nowhere, didn't he? Like when we were looking at this graphic on day 1 and day 2, it was, Kickstart, Seoul, we had Jeems in there, and you would think, oh, it's going to be Korean and US players, and maybe even Thai players. Like yesterday, Thailand had a lot of kills, but I think a bit more of a spread approach from them, whereas it seems like for Vietnam, Himas kind of just picked up almost all the kills that they got, because he's just rocketed up out of absolutely nowhere. And that's something that Vietnam are going to have to continue today and maybe even improve on today as well, because I don't know about you, I didn't really feel like we got a huge amount from Vietnam yesterday that was like out of this world, right? We need to see something a little better from them today if they want to be a serious contender for the top spot. As far as damage is concerned, Ruin from Turkey is leading the pack there, which again would probably be a bit of a surprising name to pull out of the hat for most people. Turkey's not having a bad time of it, but Ruin, for whatever reason, is just farming damage.
Yeah, he's been really good this event. Was really instrumental in their win that they got yesterday. So Turkey having, a solid performance here. Maybe not to the level that they were hoping for, but still nice to see them come alive. I mean, yesterday we saw a few teams come alive that were kind of absent on the first day. So definitely good to see here on day number 3 who's going to really be able to pick it up, who's going to be able to get those points that they need to maybe make a run towards the top of the leaderboard. Things like that is what we're looking for, but it's really hard to catch up on the final day with the gap that those top 4 teams have created. It just almost never happens. Again, almost never, not never, almost never happens. So we're hoping, though, that someone will be able to find their form today. So just have to wait and see. Got a lot of great players that have performed amazingly throughout this tournament that weren't even on that top 3 leaderboard. But, you know, Korea, yes, we should look at them. They're the top team currently. 66 points on day 1, 45 on day 2. They're basically close to being on a pace to win this no matter what.
Yeah.
They just need to keep it up.
They did drop off a little bit, though. At one point, we were talking about Korea and saying they might actually have a 200-point tournament. You remember on day 1. And they're well short of that at the moment, 111 after the first 2 days. So a little bit of a drop yesterday. In particular, I think round 9, 10, and 11, it seemed like things kind of went pretty drastically wrong for Korea. I don't know if they maybe changed something up or had a degree of hubris where they felt like they were just so far ahead that they could take some early fights, play a little bit more aggressive, see what they can get away with, right? Maybe some limit testing. And that kind of blew up in their face in a sense. They got into a couple of early game fights, some of which they won, to be fair. But in a lot of cases, they ended up getting third-partied quite early on in the game. So really, it did felt like yesterday they were kind of carried by their second game and their final game, round 8 and round 12. They did manage to win game 8, and that is where a lot of their points yesterday came from. This was the win. Canada not really being too threatening in that final 3-on-3. I mean, Korea looked really good, actually, in this small engagement. But yeah, yesterday it felt a little bit more off from Korea. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to sort of have a bit of a chat over the last night and figure things out and come into today looking even stronger. Well, at least part of me is hoping that. Part of me is kind of hoping they just completely drop like a rock for the first 3 games. And that'll really spice things up. But yeah, I think as far as Korea is concerned, they'll definitely be looking to bring more of that day 1 form rather than that day 2 form. Because day 2, I mean, this is one of those fights, right? It was a bit choppy. It was a bit up and down. And while they did get the better of Australia right there, they instantly got third-partied by Vietnam and then wiped out as well. So
exactly. And so that's the thing is, what we saw after they got that win on Erangel was a very different play style from them. That only, you know, it netted them points, but it didn't give them some of those bigger games that we kind of gotten used to seeing them accumulate, you know, from the first couple days, from the first day. So over to USA, also a very strong day 1, not as good of a day 2, but still good enough to keep themselves into second place. I'd say a pretty smart team, a well-balanced team so far throughout this event. Their macro has been generally pretty good, but yesterday, a little bit quieter for them. You know, I heard them talking backstage a little bit during the matches, and it seemed like they just couldn't take the fights that they wanted to. And so, like, I think their focus became team fight, team fight, team fight, and they did a little bit better there towards the end of the day, maybe. But overall, I think they need to just find that confidence and that form that they had on day 1.
yeah, I would say it was average to good yesterday for USA rather than great. If you look at day 1, they had a first, second, and a third in there. Best case scenario for day 2 was a 4th place with 5 kills. So yeah, it wasn't quite up to scratch necessarily, but they did afford themselves a little bit of breathing room by virtue of what they were able to do on day 1. I'm not sure though that a 35-point day is going to be enough for them today to win this competition. They're going to have to step up and do a much better job, maybe leaning a little more towards that day 1 form, which, as you say, they looked pretty supreme, very, very confident on day 1. Day 2, yeah, a couple more sort of awkward situations that they found themselves in, very similar to kind of what Korea was kind of getting up to. There was some more difficult fights earlier on in the game, so try and take things a little bit easier on, and I think focusing on keeping all 4 players alive into the mid and late game is what is really going to benefit USA, because they do seem like a team that when they keep 4 players alive, they really are very strong at closing. It's just getting to that point was a bit difficult yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. They just kind of seemed a little bit indecisive compared to some of the previous days. This fight here, though, on Taego, I thought was really good. They kind of did the best they could, given a pretty bad situation, frankly. Shrimsy there, if he hadn't run out of bullets, might have been able to win that fight. Some of the United States, I'm not sure if it's parents or what, but they've got a flag supporting the USA squad today. And again, the support from the fans has been amazing here at PNC. Fans from all over the world have been here. We got to meet the Norwegian Viking helmet guy today. Very nice dude. Took some pictures with us. But Thailand what a day yesterday. 67 points, close to our best point performance that we've had throughout this event so far. And now they're right in the thick of things.
Yeah, 70 points for USA on day one, 67 for Thailand yesterday. They were just fragging out, bro. Like, they had one massive win, a 19-kill win, still the best of the event thus far, but just felt like every single game they were really getting stuck in. They were in the thick of things. They had another 10-kill game, an 8-kill game in there as well. So lots and lots and lots of frags coming through for Thailand. In fact, they are the kill leaders of any team in this event at the moment. Across the board, 70 kills total for them. The next closest was USA with 66. But what's been kind of letting Thailand down has been their placements. So, you know, they had that one big game where they were able to convert it and obviously get the win. But by and large, they're actually kind of getting knocked out in like 6th, 7th, 8th, 14th. Like, they had a 14th, but they had 5 kills in that game. So, yeah, they're fragging well, but in terms of their ability to actually convert that into big games and convert that into late games as well, it's not really quite coming together in the same way for Thailand as it maybe was for a Korea or a USA, who have been a little bit more of a consistent force. So that'll be something that Thailand are looking to work to today, but certainly the fragging department is not a problem.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these guys are out for blood early and often. Has been kind of the motto for them, and they have been extremely successful at accumulating those kill points. So if they can convert another one into a win here today, and they can maintain some of that same sort of form with the fragging, they're gonna be right at the top of the leaderboard. It feels like it's just a matter of getting there. But just tremendous, especially like individual, like the way that they have the confidence to send players out on their own, to make flanks, to make counter moves, stuff like that really impressed me. You know, a lot of times it was like Nurin's going out there and making a counter move right here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. That moment right there against South Korea was brilliant. Completely hamstrung South Korea in that fight. So those kind of individual decisions and then the effectiveness that they've been able to put behind those decisions has been amazing. All right, well, guys, we have an interview coming at you. It's actually going to be Jacob from Thailand. So let's go over to Bella and see what he has to say.
Hello guys, I'm joined with Team Thailand's rising star Jacob. 팀 태국의 제이콥 선수 먼저 만나보겠습니다. 이제 태국이 정말 올해 역대급 성적을 내면서 어제 리더보드 3위로 마무리했는데 일단 소감부터 한번 들어보고 싶어요. You guys finished off as number 3 on the leaderboard, so how was yesterday for you?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่ได้อันดับ3อะค่ะ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับผมแล้วหวังว่าวันนี้มันจะดีขึ้นอีกครับ
네, 너무 기쁩니다. 그리고 오늘은 또 더 좋은 결과가 나오기를 생각하고 있습니다.
오늘도 네. I'm really happy about yesterday's results, so hopefully that will seep through today's game as well. And your first PNC, but I feel like you weren't nervous at all. So how is it, you know, playing at your first PNC? 이제 PNC가 첫 출전인데도 뭔가 긴장한 모습이 안 보였던 것 같아요. 좀 어떠세요?
เรารู้สึกยังไงคะทั้งที่เราเป็นแบบว่าเข้าร่วม PNC ครั้งแรกอะค่ะรู้สึกเก่งไหมคะ
ก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกเก่งครับผมเพราะว่าคิดว่าเตรียมตัวมาดีเรียบร้อยแล้วครับ
네, 긴장은 하나도 안 됩니다. 네, 왜냐면 준비를 잘 해왔기 때문에 긴장이 안 된 것 같습니다.
I wasn't nervous at all because, you know, we've prepped so well. So, yeah, I don't really get nervous. Is what Jacob said. Oh my God, that's so cool. And what's the secret behind Thailand's incredible game? 이제 태국이 워낙 잘하는데 좀 비결이 올해 유독 뭔지 좀 궁금해요.
เขาบอกว่าประเทศไทยเล่นเก่งมากเลยใช่ไหมคะฝั่งเนี้ยค่ะปีเนี้ยเราเคล็ดลับอะไรคะที่ทำให้ประเทศไทยเล่นเก่งขนาดนี้ค่ะ
คิดว่าเป็นการสื่อสารที่ดีครับผมแล้วก็ทุกคนเสียสละเพื่อทีมอยู่เสมอครับผม
네, 저희가 소통이 잘 된 것 같고 그리고 서로 희생하면서 서로 도우는 게 많이 큰 장점이라고 생각합니다.
I think it mainly has to do with our communication and, you know, taking one for the team when we need to. So sacrifices, communication, I think that would be our secret. All right, so maybe we could get a message to the Thailand fans watching too. 팬분들께도 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
คำกล่าวของแฟนๆชาวไทยอะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกเราทีมชาติไทยด้วยครับผมจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับขอบคุณครับ
네, 저희 태국 대표팀도 많이 응원해 주시고요. 최선을 다하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
So guys, we'll keep up the support and we'll do our best to give you the best game. Thank you so much. And that was Team Thailand's Jacob. Jacob 선수 만나봤습니다. 코쿤카.
감사합니다.
Yeah, and you can see there, you know, a lot of just kind of straightforwardness there from Jacob, saying, hey, you know, we're just communicating well, we're playing our game. We were just comfortable and they look like it in the server.
Yeah, most definitely. On the other side of the coin, if we talk Vietnam, they've been actually a little bit more of a consistent force, right? We've seen big day and then a little bit more of an average day from Korea and USA, somewhat more of an average day into a big day from Thailand, whereas Vietnam, yeah, 42 points day one, 48 points day two. In large credit, obviously, thanks to Himas for a lot of those points on day number 2 especially. Sitting in 4th overall, I feel like they haven't really had their explosive day, but maybe saving the best for last. Vietnam are definitely a team that can really drop something like a 60-plus point day if things are going their way. And at the moment, I feel like they've been kind of doing it tough. They haven't found themselves a win just yet. They've been fighting a lot. They've been having some sort of awkward battles where they're losing players early, but generally speaking, they're still one of the more threatening outfits coming into PNC, and maybe over the course of sort of 1-2 days, now they kind of have an understanding of what they want to be doing going into day 3, and we see the fireworks here to take them to the top of the leaderboard at the end of today. I would love to see it because I think Vietnam are one of those really exciting teams to watch when they get going, especially Taikon. Saw some crazy stuff from him yesterday.
I really like the way this team plays. There's a ton of confidence. There's a lot of decisiveness in Vietnam style. The only concern I have is that they take a ton of damage along the way. So like, if they can somehow find a small tweak where they can mitigate the insane amount of damage they take in these fights. I mean, this was amazing from Flory's. Himas's grenades also just absolutely incredible in this fight. But if they can find ways to take those good fights and just take a little bit less damage, I mean, there's going to be a really good opportunity for them to shoot up the leaderboard today.
Yeah, most definitely. We see Vietnam at their best. Definitely a team that could still win this event, but coming in at a 21-point deficit on Korea, it does kind of require you to start really, really well, and it kind of requires Korea to start pretty slowly if Vietnam are to get a win here today. But look, I don't think it's impossible. I think there's still an opportunity available for Vietnam, so be looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to pull out on the server today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we want to take a break and get an interview with Himas, see what he has to say. It's our kill leader, so let's go over to Bella, talk to Himas.
Hi guys, I'm joined with Team Vietnam's GOAT 히마스. 베트남의 히마스 선수 만나보겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Can you say that again?
No.
Alright, it's the last day of PNC 2024. How are you feeling today? 오늘 PNC 2024 마지막 날인데 기분이 좀 어떠실까요?
Hôm nay là ngày cuối cùng của giải đấu VNC 2024 rồi thì tâm trạng của bạn hiện tại như thế nào?
Đây là ngày cuối thì cảm xúc của mình rất là bình thường ạ. Vì bọn mình đang đứng top 4 và bọn mình đang đua chứ không phải là bọn mình đang cố giữ tốt, nên là tâm lý của mình rất thoải mái.
저희 팀이 현재 4등이고요. 그래서 기분을 탁기 긴장 없고 그래서 1등으로 이렇게 가고 있습니다.
You know, our current score is number 4 on the leaderboard, so I think we're pretty close to ending the day as number 1. Speaking of which, I wanted to ask you, like, what do you think about your performance over the past 2 days? 이제 오늘 1위를 이렇게 앞두고 있다라고 말씀을 하셨는데 지난 이틀간 본인 히마스 선수의 경기력에 대해서는 좀 어떻게 평가하세요?
Em nghĩ thế nào về màn trình diễn của mình trong 2 ngày thi đấu vừa rồi?
2 ngày đấu vừa rồi mình đã có phong độ rất là tốt và mình sẽ cố gắng giữ phong độ đó cho hết ngày hôm nay.
저 이틀 동안 퍼포먼스는 꽤 괜찮다고 생각합니다. 그리고 마지막 경기까지 꼭 그 좋은 퍼포먼스 유지하도록 하겠습니다.
I would say my overall performance over the 2 days was pretty alright, but you know, I hope to bring my best game for today. And you're so close to scoring number 1, like you could make it happen. So what's your mindset going into the last day of PNC 2024? 이제 1위 정말 코앞이거든요. 반전이 있을 수 있습니다. 오늘 좀 어떤 식으로 경기를 풀어가고 싶은지 궁금합니다.
Hiện tại là với điểm số của đội mình thì mình đang rất gần với chức vô địch rồi. Thì hiện tại là không biết là với những trận đấu sắp tới thì mình sẽ mang cái mindset nào để thi đấu trong những trận còn lại.
6 game còn lại thì bọn mình gặp ai bọn mình trụng thôi, là không sợ gì hết.
저희 앞으로 남은 6세트는 되게 적극적으로 만약에 이렇게 싸워야 되는 상황이 되었으면 그냥 싸울 거예요.
So So, we only have 6 matches left, and those 6 matches, we're gonna play it our way, the aggressive style. We're gonna fight when we have to fight. All right, thank you, Himas, for the interview. 감사합니다. And that was the Go Teamas.
Bye-bye.
Not surprised at all to hear him say that. They're going to fight. That does not shock me in the least.
Yeah, that very much is the style of Vietnam, isn't it? They just tend to sort of W key in a lot of cases. They've got the players to facilitate that, though.
Yeah.
So when you have the guys like Taekon, like Himas, I mean, Haisaki as well, certainly no pushover in there either. I think this is a team that definitely can do it. They're a team that can have a really, really explosive day today. And, well, what would they need? Probably something like a 60, 70-point day to sit atop the bunch because of that deficit that they're sitting in at the moment. But not impossible for them, which is obviously going to be a nice motivating factor going into these final 6 games for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I really think this team has a really good shot. If they can, again, just tweak a few things, they're going to be right there. Maybe Corey's picks it up a little bit.
Need to convert those games. Like, they're having big kill games. They're having decent placings. They've had a second, a third as well. So they are getting into the end games on a reasonable basis, but it's just not quite turning into the wins, unfortunately, at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. We know they're capable of it. We've seen it already this year at PGS3 that the players on this team, or most of the players that are on this team, are capable of taking home a trophy. Your fantasy top 16 players. Himas now on top of Seoul. Seoul was our leader yesterday. So my captain has fallen just a little bit compared to Himas, but still both players having tremendous performances. Kickstart and Salute right there behind those 2 players.
It is changing up a little bit. You're seeing Silzen in there, obviously, for Argentina. Had a great day yesterday. Sparking just rounding out the top 16 as well. That win at the back end really helping out, I imagine. Also, that 3K mortar strike from him onto USA. Probably my moment of the tournament so far. I enjoyed that one quite a lot. Ruin, 8th place. He's the top damage dealer at the moment, so he's farming some points coming through from there. But yeah, nice spread of names across the board, and wonder how that's going to change up going through the rest of today. I mean, the fact that we've got the vast majority of the USA squad and a couple of the Koreans right up the top there as well, I think paints a picture of its own. But all 4 of the Thailand members as well, you're really starting to get a bit of an idea of which of the teams are doing the best job of bullying this lobby.
And look, my boy Silzen's there, all right? My boomer gamer Silzen has joined the top 16 club. You know what's weird to me? I have 3 of the 4 top 16 players on my team. I'm in like 3,000 something place. What is going on?
And you captained the second.
Yeah, I captained the second best player. What the heck is going on?
I guess that's just a lot of people.
Yeah, you can only pick 1 player from each team too. It's not like you can just like pick all of Team Thailand or something. I don't know. So which team is going to take over the top spot? USA leading the charts there. Which one is going to be able to take down Korea? I think they have a damn good shot.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, they are realistically, they're the only team right now that's kind of in a stone's throw distance. It would kind of come down to Thailand and Vietnam having a good start to the day. But for the moment, it really has felt like it's just going to be USA. And it's kind of felt like it really has been the battle between Korea and USA from day dot. And everybody else is sort of playing catch up. We didn't do the photo booth.
Oh, you're right. We did.
Got to do the photo booth.
Oh, we really messed up. That's embarrassingly messed. Oof.
I wonder if we can do it on the way out. Anyway, tell you what, there's lots else going on. You guys can get yourselves some drops over there at home. And, of course, you can get involved with fantasy leagues. Probably a little bit late now, day 3, but something to consider going into, PGS 5, PGS 6.
At least check it out if you haven't before. Just see what it's all about. It's a lot of fun.
It is fun, especially when you're doing well, which I'm not doing very well.
I don't even know who's doing well. I can't even imagine what teams people were able to put together. Like, a bunch of people have teams.
It must just be like you've got a Korea player, a US player, a Thai player, and a Viet player.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know how you made that work. I guess Purdy's having a pretty decent performance actually. So if you took him as your cheaper option, maybe.
Right.
Dang, man, I was close. I was looking at it and I was like, oh, I'm 3,000. I dropped a lot because first day I was 440th, and then I was like, oh man. But then I looked at that top 16. I'm like, how is this even possible? Oh well. A lot of our awesome streamers that are supporting us this event, we thank you much. You are amazing heroes who make PUBG Esports go round.
Yeah.
And we are very much thankful that there's so many of you out there who continue to support PUBG Esports, continue to make this more enjoyable for the fans.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of the fans, obviously you got to give a shout out to them as well. Big thanks to everyone at home watching along. And now that I'm looking at it, everyone sort of starting to clamber their way into the theater. I guess it's fair to call this a theater, really. It is a theater.
I think it had to be its original intention.
Yeah.
Based on its layout.
It's like a 3-tiered theater. Mate, I tell you what, I've been inside of the Sydney Opera House. People would consider that to be one of the wonders of the world.
Oh, wow. Just, you know.
Weird flex, I guess.
Yeah.
But this is pretty nice. Like, this is pretty nice. So,
it is really nice.
Kind of giving me that vibe, you know what I mean? It feels almost like an opera theater. Like, it's a very grand, very tall roof building.
It looks like it's got a pit for like an orchestra and everything.
Yeah.
So this is really, really good. All right, well, we are ready to get things kicked off. PNC 2024 final day starts right now.
생존을 향한 새로운 경험 PUBG 네이션스 컵 2024 어느덧 새로운 챔피언이 탄생하는 마지막 날이 찾아왔습니다. 특히 PNC 2024는 서울특별시와 크래프톤이 공동 개최했기에 더 의미가 큰 대회라고 할 수 있는데요. 상황리에 펼쳐지고 있는 PNC 2024 현장에 PUBG 팬분들과 국가대표 64명의 선수들을 만나기 위해 아주 특별한 손님이 찾아와 주셨다고 합니다. 바로 1000만 시민의 안전과 미래를 책임지는 서울특별시 오세훈 시장님입니다. 무대에 오르기에 앞서 영상 먼저 만나보시죠.
너 서울에서 뭐해?
무건 수행 중. 디제잉 파티 하면서.
열일하는 중. 숲속에서.
건강 챙기는 중. 돈 벌면서. 서울 투어 중. 카드 한 장 들고.
퇴근하는 중. 배 타고. 야경 감상 중. 하늘 위에서. 특별함이 일상이 되는 도시. 매력 특별시. 서울 마이 소울.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 네, 여러분 반갑습니다. 서울시장 오세훈입니다. 여기 오니까 정말 우리 e스포츠를 사랑하는 여러분들의 열기가 정말 뜨거운 게 피부로 실감이 됩니다. 배틀그라운드 국가대항전 PUBG 네이션스 컵에 오신 여러분들 정말 진심으로 환영합니다. 지난 금요일부터 전 세계 16개국 64명의 선수들이 출전해서 우승을 향한 뜨거운 경쟁을 펼쳐왔습니다. 이제 마지막 대결만 남겨놓은 만큼 선수 여러분 끝까지 최선을 다해 주실 것을 기대하겠습니다. 지금 이곳 경희대학교 평화의 전당과 야외 광장에서는 서울을 아시아 최고의 게임 e스포츠 페어로 도약시키기 위한 첫걸음으로 게임 e스포츠 서울 2024 행사가 열리고 있습니다. 전 세계로부터 큰 인기를 얻고 있는 PNC 2024와 함께해서 더 빛나는 것 같습니다. PNC뿐 아니라 게임 관련 컨퍼런스와 다양한 체험 이벤트까지 서울 게임 산업의 매력을 총망라한 축제가 열리고 있으니까 많은 분들의 관심과 참여 부탁드리겠습니다. 2022년 항저우 아시안 게임에서 e스포츠가 정식 종목으로 채택된 것을 계기로 해서 이제 게임은 전문적인 사고와 팀워크, 그리고 신속한 의사결정, 그리고 체력까지 모든 능력을 요구하는 지적 활동 스포츠로 인정받고 있습니다. 그리고 2022년 기준 전 세계 37억 명이 즐기는 대표적인 대중 여가 문화로 자리 잡았습니다. 그래서 서울시는 게임과 e스포츠 산업을 서울의 미래 먹거리로 집중 육성하고 있습니다. 앞으로 서울시는 국제 e스포츠 대회를 적극적으로 유치하고 다양한 아마추어 대회를 꾸준히 개최할 생각입니다. 뿐만 아니라 게임 산업과 문화가 동반 성장할 수 있도록 아낌없이 지원해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 경기 관람을 위해서 이곳에 오신 모든 분들, 그리고 온라인을 통해서 방송을 보고 계신 분들 모두 즐기시는 하루 되시길 바라고요. 잠시 후에 펼쳐질 게임 출전하는 선수 여러분, 오늘 꼭 치킨 드시기 바랍니다. 고맙습니다.
El tiempo pasó volando y ya llegamos al último día del torneo. El primer día nos fue muy mal, estuvimos muy bajoneados, pero pudimos dar un reset y venir con todo.
Argentina are going to be the big bullies in this final circle.
Bastante contento, estamos necesitando el bus de la win, lo conseguimos y bueno, ahora hay que mantener el ritmo que es lo más difícil.
The Argentina fans have to be thrilled.
Ayer hicimos 60 puntos y hoy nos quedan 6 partidas. Tenemos bastante tiempo.
ก็เริ่มเปิดมาวันแรกนะครับเราเล่นค่อนข้างไม่ได้ดีมากแล้วก็ไม่ได้แย่เกินไปครับแล้วเรารู้สึกว่าเรายังมีข้อผิดพลาดเราก็กลับไปทำการบ้านครับผมรู้สึกได้เลยครับว่าทีมของผมเพื่อนๆนะครับมีความมั่นใจมากขึ้นครับจากเมื่อวาน
They're able to make some great decisions, some great positioning as well.
That's the biggest win.
เรารู้ว่าพวกเราเก่งกันอยู่แล้วครับวันนี้นะครับเราจะเล่นกันแบบสนุกคลายความกดดันเลยครับ
We are here. It is our last day in Seoul, South Korea.
사실 이 정도로 잘 나올 거라고는 예상을 못했던 것 같아요. 그냥 개개인의 실력도 있고 아무래도 같이 작년에 했던 선수들이 좀 많이 있다 보니까 조금 삐걱거려도 다 그 정도 케어해줄 수 있는 능력이 돼서 그래서 성적이 좀 잘 나오는 게 아닌가 싶습니다. 자잘자잘한 실수들이 있지만 그냥 그런 것들을 되게 복귀하면서 오늘 게임을 풀어 나갈 것 같습니다. 지금 사실 지키는 경기를 할 때는 아니라고 생각이 들어요. 좀 더 격차를 벌려서 압도적인 우승을 하고 싶습니다.
เป้าหมายของเรานะครับคิดว่าจะเป็นแชมป์ยังไม่เปลี่ยนครับวันนี้จะแสดงให้เห็นถึงทุกอย่างที่พวกเราเตรียมมาครับ
Después de hoy el que juegue mejor va a ser el campeón, pero si diste todo tu máximo, eso es lo que cuenta. Así que para que podamos darlo todo, no dejen de hinchar por nosotros.
TNC라는 축제를 마무리할 시간이 다 됐네요. 저희가 트로피를 들어올릴 때 그 어느 때보다 크게 환호해 주세요.
All right, and we are getting close to the start here of the final day of PNC 2024. Going to be a real exciting one. 6 more maps to play to find out who will be our champion. We've already got 3 different nations that have hoisted the trophy. However, could be a new one today. There's a real good opportunity. And not only that, also something to point out here is if Thailand can make the run today, that's going to be their first international trophy lift in PUBG history. They've never done it.
That's a very cool storyline, but also could we get our first 2-time winner at Nations Cup, which would be Korea. I mean, that would also be another first, and to do it back-to-back would also be a little bit of a conversation point for Korea, I'm sure, in a home ground territory, which, by the way, is filling up nicely. I think this is the day which has definitely got the most fans, and I'm sure more and more will be filtering in as we get deeper into the night, as we get closer to the combination, particularly if Korea is going to be doing well, which I imagine that they will be. There's a lot on the line, obviously, for Korea. Lots of, legendary players in that roster. I'm sure they'll be liking to put another tick in the book for themselves. And you can see there from Seoul saying in the interview, when we win again, cheer for us even louder. And so that's a bold statement, but I think they deserve to be bold, right?
Man's got confidence. That is for sure. And he should. He's one of the best players in the world, hands down. Of course, once again, just another shout out to our friends out there who are co-streaming. Tip of the cap. We really, really appreciate it. Some great former players out there, a lot of great personalities as well. that are joining us for these co-streams. And it should be some great games. I think no matter what, I mean, I think with 4 teams in the hunt, I hope that like it just kind of stays close throughout the day.
Yep.
We get into that final game, and that one
spicy
really matters. That would be ideal. We'd love to see it. You don't want to see anyone just come out this final day and run away with it.
No.
But sometimes PUBG be like that. It's a race. I mean, that's the thing I like about PUBG though. Is like it's a race. It's an overtime, commitment or show of commitment. How well you prepared for the event.
Bit of a change up here. No more Australia in the match prediction from the fans.
You were right.
Yeah, Thailand overtaking Australia as that 5th option, which makes a lot of sense. But again, China, maybe not sure about them in terms of their chances. It's not been a very good tournament for China. Seeing them picked up in 4th as the prediction maybe doesn't necessarily ring true with my thoughts as well. I want to know though, outside of Korea, USA, Thailand, Vietnam, if you had to name one, right? We're talking about those teams in the middle of the pack. Who's a team that rises up today? Argentina did very well yesterday. Germany dropped off a little bit. Brazil kind of had their moments. Norway maybe a bit of a better 1 than 2. Turkey was decent on both days. Australia definitely slipped down a little bit yesterday, and Japan had a better day 1 than a better day 2. So of those teams, is there anyone that's worth a shout as to maybe jumping into a top 3 position, or is that really just a battle for top 5?
I mean, it's going to be really hard. I mean, it's going to have to be one of the most explosive days we've seen in PUBG Esports, but I would say for me, it's Brazil. I think the talent on that team in terms of raw fragging power is really high, so they're a team that can put it together on a day like today and absolutely just frag out of their minds and make a run at a title. So definitely, for me, they're the team that I'm considering as, like, I guess the final day dark horse, if you will. Like a team that could make that rise, and there's our boy. There he is.
Yep.
The GOAT, the legend. I don't know his name, but he's got the sweet hat. That's all that matters.
He's actually screamed there, by the way. That wasn't just an imitation. I could hear him from across the arena. I'll say Australia. You want to know why?
Because you're biased?
That may be part of it, but I think they're due for a good day. They've had 2 sort of semi-average days. I think they're due for a good day. I think they're due for a win. Haven't had one yet. They're saving it for the final day. They're saving the best for last. I reckon they're going to be the team to make it into the top 5. That's my prediction.
I agree.
That's the trophy.
Oh my goodness.
Very nice looking trophy.
That is gorgeous. And the lighting on it,
looks kind of heavy.
Amazing. It is a bit heavy. It is actually pretty heavy.
Have you lifted it?
I have. Yeah. Don't tell anybody.
Well, to be fair, you do have a USA jersey. So
look, they were my prediction from the start. I'm sticking with it. I'm thinking Team USA. As hard as it is for me to kind of accept that, I've always been a Korea guy through and through.
Right.
Since the beginning of PUBG. They've been my region. They've been my home. They've been my boys. But I had this feeling coming into this event, looking at that roster, having Gunnar as the coach, I thought this could be the moment for this USA squad. You can see Purdy getting ready there, how much it means to him. As a guy who's never lifted an international trophy, this is certainly
now's the time.
A lot of weight on his shoulders.
Yeah.
As an IGL especially. It's Jonathan, one of the...
you were telling me about him earlier.
Yes. He is a local variety streamer / content creator here in Korea. Speaks fluent Korean.
There you go.
Very nice guy. I don't know him that well.
He got quite a bit of a cheer actually from the crowd.
He's very popular in Korea because he speaks insanely good Korean.
Chinese contingent here, of course, as you can see, big fans of Mingming. And of course the rest of China as well. Hasn't really been their tournament, unfortunately, but it could still be a good day today for China, and they might be able to get themselves into the top 8. I think that's probably got to be the goal. Godvi right there. I love the collar coordination between the mouse and the mouse pad.
That is true.
Talking about the mouse pad diff yesterday, and he's definitely winning there.
I also saw Lil Ghost in the audience here today from 17 Gaming. I was taking some pictures with some fans earlier, so a little bit of extra support there from one of the best players on the planet. So really, really cool to see a lot of our players. I'm sure there's more. I bet there's a ton of the Korean pros out here today as well. Haven't seen any myself because we were a bit busy, getting ready before this one started, but certainly some tremendous players that are here in Korea that would love to come out and watch another victory for the hometown team.
Yeah, we have just been told that it may be a little bit before we jump into this first game. So raise the suspense. That's all good.
Yeah. That's why we do it. Gotta make everybody get on the edge of their seat. Pins and needles. Oh, of course, Tycon's got the sunglasses on.
I think this is the vibe.
I should have brought mine.
Yeah.
Got them in my backpack.
Could have been lounging.
Actually, I have my backpack here.
Those are pretty
I do have my sunglasses. I don't know how well I could cast with sunglasses on because they turn the lights off on us.
Yeah.
So we can see the monitors better.
That is actually a blessing, to be honest. In Vietnam's got some support as well.
Also, I got to point this out. I saw this, that there's a fan out there. I think Snakers tweeted this.
Right.
There's a fan who literally hauled his entire PC.
What?
To get it signed by players.
Wow.
He has,
Up
like,
the
he's
hill.
carrying around the whole desktop.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, up a hill as well. I can't even stress how difficult that is because the hill to get up to this venue is steep.
It's a pretty intense hill. I don't know how many degrees. 30 degrees maybe. Is that? Pretty sure that's like a wild number, 30 degrees. If it's a 30-degree hill.
Oh, it's. I think it's more than 30 degrees. At some points.
If it's more than 30 degrees, you can't.
It's like not possible to go up it.
Yeah, once it's like 45 degrees, it's like.
I have no idea.
Got no chance.
I'm trying to think, because like 45 degrees is like that. Yeah, I guess it can't be.
Someone's
Yeah.
probably a mountaineer in the chat, and they're gonna be like, "This guy has no idea what he's talking about," and you would be right. I've got no idea.
I actually have no idea. I haven't thought about it before until now. This is like the first time it's crossed my brain. Hey, that's the go signal. It's time for the Dusty Dunes of Miramar to kick off the final day here at PNC 2024. Which team is going to come out and claim the trophy and be the pride of their nation? Miramar is where we begin.
Yeah, it's where we begun the entire event, and it's also where USA got off to a great start on day one. They took first in the very first game, 15-kill win, and then a second in the second game. So if they could do that today, they might just be able to leapfrog Korea and play from the front.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Korea's been playing a little bit weird, and if they keep that up, you know, they're going to give opportunities to these other countries, that's for sure. Plain path, where will you take us for our first match? Oh, just down the center.
I think that's good.
Okay.
Don't you think it's good? It's the final day.
I mean, I am a pure chaos bias.
Well, if we're going to bring pure chaos, why not just save it for a little bit later?
Oh, like the last couple games on Erangel or something? But Miramar has so much opportunity for just absolute insanity.
Yeah, that's true.
For circles. Like, there could be some really bizarre ones. But this is okay, too. This is fine. This is what the players want. This will give us an exciting, you know, fair and square game. And I'm just kind of looking to see if there's going to be... The one that I always think about on this map so far for this event is, like, what does Turkey do? Because they're the ones who always seem to kind of be trying to sneak out an extra vehicle or something underneath the nose of another team, and it has almost cost them a couple times.
Yeah, they have quite a big spread above Los Leones, don't they? They tend to sort of take up quite a bit of space. We've seen them fighting early-ish a couple of times here on Miramar, when I think more so when the plane path has been a little bit more difficult for everyone to get where they want to. Teams are kind of dropping in around Turkey a little bit more so, but when it's a plane path like this, we're not really expecting to see too many shenanigans for Turkey, and again, as you can see, that really big spread around Cantera.
Bing Bing, that is outrageously long shots. It's a west circle, though. Haven't really gotten to see one somewhere around like the Brickyard or something like that, or in the Monte Nuevo vicinity.
We almost had one yesterday, but that was the game that got reset, so I guess Karma comes back. And
you were due this circle.
Yeah, exactly, and it's good news for Thailand, for Indonesia. I mean, look, Indonesia need all the help they can get, so I'll give them that helping hand. It did draw a bit of a response from the Korean commentators and obviously the audience here as well, looking pretty pleased with how that initial circle pool has gone, because it's not too bad for Korea. They'll be one of the first moving teams, and we know that when they're one of the teams that does get to move first, they take generally very good positions. That's, I think, where they've done their best work at this event so far. It has felt like when Korea has had to come in late, they have come in very late. That's not necessarily going to have to be a concern for at least game one of the day. So let's just hold our horses here and maybe, I don't know, are we hoping or hoping not to see Korea start well? Because at least as far as I'm concerned, I'd like to see Korea maybe slow down a little bit for the first 3 games.
Yeah, I don't want to see them blow the doors off this thing.
Yeah,
but I'll be completely honest.
This is the kind of game they could do that in.
Yeah, it is a potential. I mean, I think, though, a lot of teams struggle with these early center circles these days because they'll take something and it'll either get just hard crashed early by somebody else who wants it, or they won't be able to rack up enough kill points that it really matters. Like maybe they'll get like a third or a fourth with like 3 kills or something. And it's like, okay, well, you got 6 points, 7 points. You know, okay, that's an okay game, but I feel like you should maybe get more out of that. So I'm curious how Korea wants to play it. Now, my guess is for Korea, it's like a 2-2 split somewhere around Brickyard, because that's like center of the circle. It's a middle mountain. It gives you some pivot positions, things like that. You know, China is another team we're taking a look at here. I would really like to see this team pop off today. I think it's deserved, you know, for the fans, for the quality of the players that just really did not show up on day one. You know, again, I was talking to Aix Left the other day, and he was not happy, to put it mildly, with how they performed on the first day.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to be happy with this performance. We know how strong Chinese teams typically are in the world of PUBG, and it's definitely not 14th best in the world.
No, not even close.
It's a little bit of an underperformance from China, no doubt about that. For Japan, I think they've been doing okay. You know, they've sort of reached expectations, maybe just dropped off the pace a little bit yesterday. Good couple of games today would probably get them into the top 8, and that was always really the goal for Japan. We never talked about them as being a team that could potentially win this event, but if they can manage top 8, which is definitely still achievable, I think they'll take that and be happy with it.
Yeah, spirits have been high on that team.
Yeah, they seem always quite happy when I talk to them.
Yeah, really, really happy. I mean, they're really like focused. They want to do well. They're having some decent games, better than last year. And so I'm looking forward to that. Kraken goes to Tiggleton.
Don't tell me this is going to happen again. For some reason, Australia, their scouting has not been great, but Tig just turns on a dime and gets rid of Kraken. Almost goes down himself, but it took a long time for Tig to even spot him. I don't know if maybe he didn't hear him. But yeah, it feels like a lot of times Australia have just been caught off guard by teams kind of creeping up on them, and there's nearly another example of it.
Well, this has been kind of their problem, is they get crashed early, up and over the hill. Thailand still good, fluky, easy money.
Yeah, good start for Thailand. What we want to be seeing, right? They're one of those teams that's in the hunt. So Thailand, a very kill-hungry team, kill-heavy team, getting off on the right foot today. Looks like Brazil going to be able to get the revive there. So no point for Australia, but more importantly, Tig surviving is kind of a big deal, because Australia have also struggled to get 4 players into the end games quite substantially. So,
and especially when it's Tig.
Yeah, happy to see that. I mean, that's kind of his role as well, though, is that he's like been out on his own in a lot of cases. He seems to be sort of taking that scouting sort of point man role in some cases, and yeah, getting picked off a little bit here and there, but at least not to start the day off today. Total kill leaders, Seoul still up there. In fact, actually has overtaken Vard this event. Vard was #1 coming in, and that was over the course of every Nations Cup.
Now, Vard's such a good player for so long for Team UK. Has a win underneath his belt, has a 2nd place. This year, though, definitely not what they were hoping for based on the last couple of years. A lot of teams still circling the wagons near Australia's position. Brazil there, Indonesia had already kind of set up shop, even though they lost a player early there to Fluky. Canada is way out there. China starting to make their way in. A lot of congestion here towards the center of this circle, towards Monte Nuevo, south of Monte Nuevo in particular. Canada's way out there. Not exactly sure what we were looking at, because they are miles outside of the circle. Looks like they're grabbing vehicles or something. USA, is this
set up?
Is this a trap? This looks like a trap.
I agree. I'm thinking they've done some information gathering, some research, and they're waiting for someone to rotate along this southern highway. It would be Chinese Taipei. They do have Purdy sort of set up a little bit further down, more to sort of the east of the position that we just saw. So he'll be able to get the early information if anyone's headed in that direction. It's not a bad setup for USA. It actually should net them 1 or 2 kill points if they pull it off correctly. And it looks like it's going to work, because Team Chinese Taipei are on their way through there.
Yeah, this might pop off. This is a 2-2 split for Australia. Watching a lot of teams go by, trying to thwart them from getting into their territory, and at least able to keep Argentina from getting on through.
This is happening, by the way. This is definitely happening.
I think Taipei is going to drive right through this.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to expect this at all.
Now, the question is going to be, as USA, are you going to take shots onto Savior, or are you going to wait and pretend like there's nothing happening here. I mean, surely he would spot those 2 cars.
Yeah, you have to shoot at Savior because of those cars.
Yeah. Well, they are indeed going to shoot at Savior, and the shots are not great, but he's gone for a little bit of a slip and slide. Luckily, it's downhill. Savior, how are you still alive? I don't know. But eventually, the dream comes to an end. Well, if nothing else, at least he's gained the information for his team. That is his job in that situation, but unfortunate.
They might have to go down by the prison on the other island. Now they're getting shot at long range by Purdy, so, you know, trying to drive through that trap again, probably not something you really want to attempt. I love how the bottom of that car just protected Savior for quite a slide.
I just wondered, like, can he just keep sliding? Slide to safety.
He just gets around the corner. That would have been amazing.
Yeah.
Like, that's almost like, certainly he might have, like, planned that out at some point when he realized it was close. But a good start there for America. They need points. They know it. Trying something a little bit different, going for a little bit of early aggression. Not something we've seen much from the United States in this event.
A little bit of a change-up, definitely, but both Thailand and USA getting a point on the board. It's going to have Korea thinking.
And in case you're wondering why some of the teams on the leaderboard on the left are in blue, because they're in the blue. They're in the blue zone. So some teams making some very late rotations. A lot of edge teams in this lobby. UK, Japan, Canada this time around, Norway, USA is going to be playing a little bit further out this go-around. But we're seeing a couple of emergency pickups being thought about. Many of those come to fruition, sparking. Making it rain with some 5.56, and Miko wants to try to keep this vehicle a little bit more intact. Rex, the IDL for Germany, doing his best. Try to keep his other players safe. It's Chris has Kraken right behind him, sparking, and he got close, doesn't like it. He's gonna back off.
2 emergency pickups happening at the same time. Norway and Vietnam, you can see here, as the zone's going to pop. Korea, indisputably the #1 team on Miramar at the moment. Circle shift. I don't think it's going to be a particularly crazy one there. On fairly central. Japan not having too much luck with their road camp. So Canada gets by unscathed, keep holding on to a nade. It's Brazil and Australia that seem to keep running into one another.
Oh, Kraken got a knock on a TIG. This is a good opportunity for Monty, almost converts.
Where's the rest of Australia? Luke 12 and Flood a little bit too far away. Monty has to try to hold the fort on his own. LFP1. This doesn't look good for Australia at all. I think Monty and Tig are donezo unless Monty comes up in a big way, but they unlikely to connect onto too much. And Brazil just getting away with that cheeky knock onto Tig and deciding to push the issue. As a result, it will be far to the detriment of Australia. And that 2-2 split just not working out at all.
Oh, just that knock, and then Brazil had the confidence to follow up off the back of it, recognized it was a 2-2 split, and punished. You know, if you don't get that first knock, you probably just drive by as Brazil. Just say, okay, fair play. But that one knock was all they really needed to get involved. USA, by the way, now camping the other angle that Chinese Taipei wanted to go through, and guess what? Chinese Taipei is driving back the other direction. They're going to try a different bridge. So the prison bridge gate kept.
Well, it gets worse for Australia as Germany are now going to decide to move in next to Flood and Luke 12. And Flood tries his best, but it's down to just Luke. And it looks like Australia might be making a swift exit in game 1 of the day, which is certainly not what they wanted. Luke somehow has gotten the reload off. Rex, oh, he's cooking a nade. He's going to be pushed. Luke 12, can he save the day? Can he find all 4? Well, he can get some points at least, closing the door. Has no idea where Pains is coming from, but Luke, that's a 1v4.
Unreal stuff. Vex is weak there too. Luke, 26 HP to Dream. Vex, 20 HP, goes for the grenade in the right-hand side window. Is going to be close enough. It does damage to Luke, but he got in the first aid off. Another grenade coming through. Able to hop up over the shelf. Keep himself a little bit safer. More grenades. Luke still alive, still kicking, but surely this is the end. Surely he can't pull off another miracle. One. That's all he's going to get. A great stand here, though, for Luke, all things considered.
Yeah, UK just moves in like, sorry, little bro. That's not fair, though, man.
The Australia coaches are right by us, and we get popping off.
He pulls off one of the best plays of the tournament, and then it's like, well, you don't really get to do much after that. But, you know, 4 points, I guess, is better than 0. Given the circumstances, that probably should have been a 0-point game for Australia. So.
Or good math from Elfish Guy.
You'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am a bit of a mathematician.
You've got some great ones. 2 + 2 = 4. 4 is better than 0. Very impressed.
Yeah. I worked hard on those, all right?
I could tell. Definitely not being sarcastic at all. All right, Kickstart USA. Now actually have a decent spot. They're ahead of Norway. They're in a sandstorm, but you know, the circle kind of hard to predict exactly where it's going to go at this point. The land ratio, you know, eventually it's going to go a little bit east, you would think. Just kind of depends when and how. Effects in the UK have started to take a little bit more territory, try to get a little bit more information, but Argentina already up on the hill ahead of them, so gonna have to wait this out, find out what phase 3 wants to do. We're going northeast towards Monte Nuevo, towards the Brickyard.
Yep.
And South Korea with this 1-3 split. I think they should group up as 4, but it's been kind of their thing to just leave an Onyx on his own to kind of do whatever he's got to do, but he's been getting punished a lot for it.
Korea keeping their heads down. Like to see that, honestly. They are a team that really explodes in the mid-late game when they have 4 players alive. A bit of a struggle yesterday in that department. They were losing Inox a lot early. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case today, at least so far. Someone going to try and breach their position. Vietnam definitely headed in that direction, but there are a couple of other compounds they can set up in. Scouting is going to be a little difficult here for Vietnam. They may just drive straight into Korea. If they
This
go up
is,
the hill.
yeah, if you're Korea, this is not the team you want anywhere near you. Like, this team has no fear. They'll third party you if some other team just happens to crash this position as well. The good news is if you can keep them underneath this hill, they'll kind of act as a guard for you towards any teams from the east. In this case, Canada, Chinese Taipei, kind of flirting with that direction.
What is going on here? Argentina are going to try to breach Thailand in one car. That surely does not work out. Jacobs cooking a grenade right now. He might have been better off with the rifle in hand. In fact, it ends up being a 2-for-1. Now 3-for-1. Argentina. Yeah, look, it was wishful thinking. Noruns actually will fall for Thailand. But for 4 points, I think they'll take it. If they can finish off Pippa here, it'll be another, again, really explosive start to the day for Thailand.
Yeah, should be pretty easy for Thailand to finish this fight out. They know exactly where Pippa is. And Jacob has a feeling he's in that building. Now, DraftKing knocked. Pippa thinking about the res. However, there's another team showing up to this party because the circle hard shifted in the opposite direction. And that's going to be UK. He's going to go T-Bone that mini, trying to find a target. But everybody's gotten inside the houses. Sees a brief glimpse of Jacob there in the second story. Rez has come through for Argentina, so they've got 2 players up, but Fluky, oh, he sees UK. He's got T-Bone out in the open.
Yeah, Zone's pushing in the back of UK as well. They kind of have to make this breach. James has knocked Unlun, and that's going to be a free point for Canada, probably, because stuck inside of the shack is Leo. Nowhere to go right now. Blue Zone name cooking him. Maybe Canada weren't aware of that, but the trade is good. And so Canada will escape unscathed. Norway on the way in, though. Thinking about that third party, looking for it. They had sightlines on it, of course, because James got that initial knock, so he knows what's going on. But might have bitten off more than he could chew. Just W-keying right at them, and Canada says, no thank you.
Yeah, Canada has to carry their player back. I want to see a little bit more util, but a good grenade. Up and over. And intense?
Vietnam are thinking about it too. They are not
should.
a team that's going to shy away from a fight. They hear some nades, some shots, and they're going to go in that direction. They know they need to get some points on the board early today.
This has been their MO, whole event. And they've got, players out in the open. Jeep's a bit red, but now he's down. That's 2 for Taikon, looking for the third, and he's got it. Taikon, the absolute master of destruction. Finn, though, going to claim the last Norway player in Canada. You know, okay, well, you dealt with one threat. Now you've got another coming right behind him.
That was very clean from Taikon. As I said, one of the more exciting players to watch, and when he gets going, well, you know you're going to get moments like that one. So, good start for Vietnam as well. But the issue is Thailand have actually already picked up 5 points, 5 of those kill points. So, Vietnam's still falling slightly further behind than they were at the start of the day. But I guess you could make the argument closing the gap on Korea and USA, and that's the big discussion point right now.
Seoul way out there watching that fight. Salute on the other side trying to keep track of their southern flank. Seoul's just getting driven by. Clory down and dusted. Too easy for Seoul. Salute now peeling off. Knows that they're getting pressured at another angle. Doesn't feel like he can hold that as safely. Won't have any reinforcements available to him if a fight did kick off with Turkey. So back he goes to that compound. Seoul as well. He's going to claim Clory's life.
Yeah, I'm getting worried, man. This is looking like it could be another one of those big finishes from Korea. Bit of pressure down on that southern side of the map, but everyone is kind of fighting one another, and Korea's kind of staying out of it. It's UK up against Turkey, and once they've dealt with Turkey, they're probably going to have to go up against USA as well. Korea, like, high on their perch, more than happy to sort of see this chaos around them. There goes Fex. As I said, Turkey and USA and UK kind of getting into the thick of things with one another. Inonic's even going to steal a point away. That is perfect for Korea. Everyone else finish one another off, and Korea just take 1 or 2 points here and there and keep themselves just treading above water, above the rest of the pack.
China actually got involved in that fight a little bit. Gave Turkey a little bit of breathing room. They were shooting America in the back. Oh, Code Marco, one more hit, and he's knocked. Has he gotten away enough? Might have to drive through the sightlines of China a little bit there. Michael out in the open. 1v1 versus Godby. Godby shoot the ground a little bit, trying to show a little bit of extra force.
Oh, is Michael burning right now? He is?
He is.
Yeah, it was a gas can, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that's what he shot.
That was what he was shooting.
Yeah, he shot the gas on the floor, you're right.
Yep.
I thought that was just like...
Michael just ran straight into it.
Didn't expect it. Oh, Purdy, though, taking smash down. The Mad able to return the favor on the Kickstart. Purdy down here. The Mad is found two. He's the only one alive. He's going to sneak a point out. Gonna make it another. Takes down the two players of America. Shrimsy, Stakers, well, they're going to finish the job. Shrimsy swoops in, gets another kill. So 5 so far for the United States.
4 big points for the United States. It is the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. Look at this. Korea, USA, Thailand, Vietnam, all getting in the mix. And they're just about all into the placement points for Game 1 as well. It's a disaster for anyone trying to catch up, with the exception maybe being Brazil if they could pop off and finish this game nicely. Indonesia doing a public service, getting rid of a couple of the Thai members, but they have managed to make it into the top 8. So placement points on offer, with United Kingdom being knocked out in none. Seoul having a little bit of a struggle on that rotation, but he's still alive.
And that car is going to blow up real soon. Yep, there it goes. Fires split and a headshot from Himas.
Shot.
Right underneath the vehicle. And it moves the cover. Seoul able to just find enough space that he doesn't get flushed. Lost his helmet at the very least. And Vietnam, just not much to work with in terms of positioning. Korea's going to make another run. You can see the smoke grenade launchers already in hand to try to cover this move, to try to cover this res. If they can get there in time. Salute takes a ton of damage. Heaven trying to do what he can to keep Vietnam at bay. Japan as well, looking to see if they can get involved in this fight at all. Korea scrambling to save their star player.
Somehow he might actually get through this. I can't believe it. Himas has been knocked as well by Imax, so Japan getting involved in the shenanigans, and they're actually helping Korea out. Of all the teams that need help, I don't think it's Korea right now. But that res is going to be confirmed inside of the smoke. So Korea will maintain 4 players alive for now. USA down to just a duo, have made their way a little further forward, but they've got some more driving to do. Brazil onto the kill feed though. That's what we want to be seeing in Heaven. Nice shots, catches Snaker. Point stolen by Mingming.
Yeah, those DMRs have been electric for Korea. They continue to be extremely accurate. Blue zone grenade from XK. Does find the knock on to Hisaki. Seoul has a blue zone of his own. He knows he's got him pinned in the shack. Where is that bouncing?
Boy.
What an unfortunate bounce off that rock.
Throwing a tennis ball at him.
It does feel like that. I thought he had him dead. Oh, he's got 4 frags, so he is, I think, close enough to get a frag close. It's just going to be tough to get it in the window, so that's why you'd rather use the blue zone in that scenario. Shrimsy, last player alive for the USA, I believe. In trouble here. Full force of China.
Not a bad nade.
Yeah, but he's going to need about 6 more good ones.
Well, he's got a couple coming back. This might be doomed for Mr. Shrimsy. Go over the top there from Akelef, does a little bit of chip damage, but China very well aware of his position, and he's got this tiny little defilade to work with where he's just trying to dance around and see if maybe they're going to make a mistake, give him a 1v1 somewhere. It's going to happen. Korea are on the way. Korea are hunting, man. This is a Korea game like I've never seen it. This is exactly what they were doing on day one, and it worked out so perfectly for them. I mean, Shrimsy goes down before they do arrive, but either way, they're able to start putting some of that pressure back onto China. Ooh! Maybe even deal with their rotate. That, of course, a fantastic grenade. And speaking of tennis balls, that was a bounce and a half.
That was a prediction there from Korea. They knew they were going to be falling to the back of that hill, and they went for the long-distance grenade and almost got Akelef for it. Godby has been res for China. Korea with a 2-2 split, harassing both sides of the circle. They need to create some space to find an entrance. And again, they're getting a little bit of help. Japan combining on the crossfire. Salute's going to find the knock onto Taikon. Smokes are out here, try to cut off the vision of Vietnam. Korea now maybe swinging a little bit more weight in this direction. Is that going to actually bounce in? No. I was like, I don't think there's a way that that can get into a window from there.
Isaki, he's going to actually try and use that smoke to help himself out. Not sure it's really going to be too fantastic though, because Seoul's just going to chuck a nade straight on in. Man, Vietnam are really struggling. This is just PTSD. Round after round, they are getting collapsed upon by the nades. There is a response at the very least. Seoul's actually been finished off with Korea. Now getting a little bit too aggressive. Maybe the hubris coming into play there.
Still though, 3 kills for Seoul before he goes down. 5 total for Korea. China now trying to get a little bit of revenge onto Korea after what they did earlier, and Akelef is going to kick it off. He's got Heaven down. Salute still contending with Vietnam on the other side. So Korea sandwiched between 2 different teams. Heaven going to be finished off by Himas, actually. So point goes over towards Vietnam. That's not the team out of these 2 that you want to be giving these points over towards.
Yeah.
Korea may just turn their attention to China. Realize that giving any more points to Vietnam, definitely not ideal unless they can somehow, sneak a nade in one of those windows or something.
Korea definitely biting off a little bit more than they could chew in this game. And China, they need some points. They are desperate for them. Akelef is going to get the first knock there onto Salute, which just leaves Enoy standing. This is too much to ask for, even for a GOAT. 7th place elimination for Korea, and everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Honestly, because that was looking like a game where Korea could put some big points on the board and just run away with things. Thailand also getting knocked off a peg. And who is quietly flying under the radar right now but Brazil? One of those teams that we thought, if they have a big first game, could they maybe get into the conversation? Well, they've got 4 alive right now, so it's not going to favor them.
And Japan's got a really good opportunity if they can play some good defense. Brazil continuing to rack up more points. Quizera going to find himself another for the Brazilian team. LFP1 letting loose with a grenade. It's in the window. Going to find any members of Indonesia. Second grenade bounces outside. Just rims out. Quizera aware that there's going to be another team up on there. China trying to get into position to barricade the rest of these squads out of this final circle. Japan trying to figure out what the heck's going on. They're just going to keep claiming space, setting up with a 2-2 split. Trying to watch the flank, trying to see if maybe they can do some damage to China while China's distracted by all these other teams.
A couple of pot shots back and forth between Japan and China. But yeah, look at the zone control that Japan has at the moment. This is surely looking like their game right now.
Oh, it's the old Ibiza smoke screen there. Just the line of smokes across the road. I love it. Love it from Brazil.
Where are they going to end up, though? They're just going to hide behind their smokes for the moment. Portable shield goes up as well. It's not really giving you a lot to play with. They really need to get on a move. Get into some of that defilade, some of that cover before China turns their attention back over there and those smokes do start to fade. At the moment, they're a little bit more worried about Indonesia, and that will be Indonesia out in 4th. In saying that, though, that's their best game of the event so far. So a minor improvement going into day number 3. But Brazil pulled the trigger, tried to make the push, and doesn't look like it's working out for them.
Well, China, like you said, hungry for points. Good grenade from Akelef. Gets the confirm onto XK's knock. LFP1, now Quizera trying to throw it away. Kraken steps up, takes a crack, but not going to do anything. Akelef having none of it. Having a monumental game. XK spots him out in the open, takes him down. Ming Ming taking some damage. Quizera right out of some firing into the blue zone Run AX stepping up. Some great back and forth here from Japan. Stepping up over the hill at the right time. Take some Chinese players down. However, it's going to be Brazil claiming some of those points. And here we go. Kane takes down Guizera. And now you've got a 4v1v1.
Sparking, just going to try and hang on for that extra placement point that can make all the difference. He does. But in the end, of course, it was always going to be Japan. That is their second win for the event. Quietly putting together a pretty decent one. They aimed to beat their best performance, which was a 7th place back in 2019, and they're on their way to doing that.
They've got a real good opportunity. That was a solid game. Certainly, at the end of there, they were given a little bit of love with the circle, but they took advantage of it really nicely, like third-partying those fights, never overcommitting to anything, finding great angles to harass those final couple teams that were in that circle. So really, really impressive win for Japan, and they wanted to have their best finish ever, and they are definitely setting the pace today.
Yeah, very good to see. I didn't really have them pegged as a super competitive outfit coming in, but they've really showed up in the absence of a couple of teams. But also we do have to talk about Brazil. Taking themselves a 2nd place there, going up into, I think, the top 5. They did manage to overtake Argentina and Germany, certainly. Still not quite catching up to Vietnam. Was it enough points to really edge their way into a discussion for a top spot today? Well, certainly not for Chinese Taipei. Unfortunately, the game started quite poorly for them, and that was a nice setup from USA. Good recognition of the rotation path of Chinese Taipei. Again, unfortunate for Australia. If Luke 12 doesn't get knocked there, it's a completely different story. But, sorry, not Luke 12. If Tiggleton doesn't get knocked there, it's a different story. But that 2-2 split did not work out. Some heroics from Luke. Getting, in the end, it was actually 3 points on board for Australia there. But, yeah, not a good start to the day at all.
Well, you know what? Got a highlight play in there for Luke. But really, I think for Brazil, I'm very, very impressed with the way that they handled themselves throughout that entire game. Like, the decision-making was really crisp. They get that knock onto Australia. They understand the way that Australia is set up. They punished that. And they basically were kind of fighting from the start to the end of that game. And yeah, they don't get the win, but they played a really, really smart, steady map of PUBG all the way throughout.
Yeah. Not a bad shout either from USA in the end. A couple of members being able to make it into the top 8, so getting some placement points out of that one. Shrimpsy trying his best. That was unfortunate for him, but equally as unfortunate for Vietnam. Once they got into this shack, it just felt like hell on earth really for them. Nowhere to go. But importantly, Korea biting off a little bit more than they could chew. Ends up denying them some points in the end. I think Korea really could have picked up another 5 to 10 points out of that game. They were in a position where it looked like they might be able to win it, but overstretched their imagination. And in the end, they were punished for that by China and by Vietnam, both at the same time, and it sort of fell apart from there. Opens the door up for Japan, and they're very happy with that one.
Yeah, I mean, again, the vibes on this team have been really good from the get-go, and they are really showcasing that, look, if they can get into those end games with, their full squad up, they make good decisions. They play the end games pretty well.
Yep.
It's just they're generally a pretty edge-heavy team, and they're super passive when they play edge, so they're not really able to rack up those kill points along the way to kind of really bolster these good placement finish positions that they get as well.
Right, yeah. I mean, they're a solid enough team. It's just getting to those positions. Obviously, as well, on the way to getting to those late-game positions, you don't really feel like you get much from Japan.
No.
Like, they're not getting too many points in the early mid-game. They're not fighting too much in the same vein as maybe a Thailand or a Vietnam is doing. I don't feel that they control the circle quite as well as someone like, say, for example, Korea do either. They don't seem to be quite as decisive or maybe quite as confident, but when things are going right for Japan, they are able to execute on that, which is obviously good to see. And yeah, jumping their way up the standings. We'll see that in just a second here as we do get into all the stats from that last game. 7-kill win. It's definitely not the biggest, but it is one that you will take. I'm more interested, though, in Brazil, taking 3rd place in the end. And 4 kills coming through for them there. It's going to jump them up pretty substantially.
Yeah, a solid performance. China, Aches left really showcasing why he's such a phenomenal player, always up there generally at events as the top fragger. XK is going to be your man of the match. 4 kills, 496 damage, 5 knocks. Really effective stuff there, especially at the end of the game. Had some big knocks stepping up over that hill to keep the other teams away from that end zone circle where Japan was really controlling the space. Yeah, it helped that there was some mutually assured destruction on their southern flank, but overall, you take those. 17 points in total for them, 14 for China, 9 for Brazil, a couple 7s, lucky 7s.
Yep.
Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, Southeast Asia, showing up in this game. But, that only gets you 1 point closer to Korea and USA.
Yeah, I mean, the top 4 for the event, being Vietnam, Thailand, Korea, USA, are still in the top 8 for this match leaderboard as well, which generally means that they're still going to be putting distance between themselves and the rest. Just no one seems to be able to topple these 4 at the moment. In a second, we'll get a look at the overall leaderboard and see what that gap is looking like, but Vietnam not really doing enough to quite catch the leaders of Korea just yet. Still the 20 points behind. USA 6 points behind Korea. But therefore, Thailand to play with as well. But Japan and Brazil coming into their own once again.
I mean, I will say this is good for, us, what we wanted, right?
Right.
Leaderboard has changed.
No.
At all.
Hasn't blown out.
Yeah, look at where Japan is. Oh my gosh, they're in 5th.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if they make a run?
I could, actually. I could imagine them making a run. But based on what we've seen, eye test-wise, I could definitely imagine them putting together a decent enough day here to hang on to 5th. I'm not sure that I'm going to stretch them any further than that. But they've shown that they can put together good games when the games are looking favorable for them. So I have some faith. Looking forward to what Brazil can do as well. You sort of paint them as your team that could potentially pop off at the start of the day. Well, it's a decent start, but need a little bit more.
Absolutely.
Argentina, nothing really from them. Germany continue to kind of slide down the scoreboard. It's very reminiscent of what was happening to Australia yesterday. Now it's kind of happening to Germany. They were slowly sliding down a bit yesterday as well, but now that is picking up a bit of pace, and we might see them on that second half of the scoreboard after the game. It's definitely in that danger zone.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can. I know they can. I don't just think. I know that team is capable of doing that. It's just a matter of getting there. It's a real thing. And, it's tough because this is such an edge-heavy lobby in a lot of ways. I mean, that circle right there, you're going to see a lot of fighting over the center because that part of the map has a lot of really bad stuff in it because there's these huge canyons out there. So if you get stuck in those, you're just dead. You just can't win the game. The players are just too good. It just isn't possible. So you have to prioritize some of those center circle compounds a little bit earlier than maybe normal. Right. So playing edge there, you only have a couple angles where it's there's those long, thin mountains. You have to come from the top of one of those to really get there. But yeah, still really interested to see how that's going to happen. But again, nobody blew the door off things, so this is still kind of wide open, honestly, with 5 more games to go. Somebody gets 50, 60 points in those 5 games. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, kind of in that holding pattern at the moment, it feels like, right? We're kind of just waiting to see when is the thing going to happen. What is the thing? We don't know. Is it going to be a team catching up, or is it going to be someone running away with it? But we're just in the holding pattern, in the eye of the storm. Probably get through the first sort of 3-4 games of today, and then in those last couple, that's where we've really got the understanding of where things are going to be headed, and hopefully it'll pop off to sort of finish things off. But yeah, I like that it's kind of kept things pretty open. Only thing is, I will say, there are a couple of teams that I'd like to see maybe pick the pace up a little bit. Norway,
yeah,
they had a really good day 1, and it's been a bit sort of slow from there. So they're about due for one. Again, I've been talking about Australia a lot, no doubt about that, but they're kind of due for a good game. They haven't really had any great standout game at this point, so I'd like to see it for them. Germany definitely sliding down a little bit as well. Turkey have been a little bit more of a consistent force, actually. They've had a couple of decent results here and there, but these are the kinds of teams right now that are sitting just below the top 8 that if they do sort of continue to fall off the wagon, unfortunately it's going to be too late to catch up. And even at the moment, China's kind of slowly starting to catch some of those names, like Australia, like Turkey. They're only 16 points behind those 2 teams. So the way that China's been going from day 2 into day 3, it seems again that their improvement from day 1 to day 2 might actually be mirrored here for day 2 into day 3. And I'm not going to say they're going to be a threat to go super far in this event. There's no way really that they're going to make it into the top spots, but they could definitely sneak in a top 8, which based on their day 1 performance would be incredible, really, because they were 16.
They were dead last. They didn't have any placement points on day 1. They had 9 kills. That was it. I mean, that is shocking for that squad. So yeah, Esports, I thought in particular in that last game kind of went back to his old self. You know, he just starts finding his timings, hitting his shots, and he starts kicking doors open for you where you're able to get further into games than maybe you normally would because he's just that good. And this is kind of one thing I thought coming into this event, like, I think in some ways if you're Team China, you just put your eggs in the Esports basket and just just follow him around the map in some ways. Like maybe one player like Godvy's out there getting some recon, doing some spotting in the early to mid game. But then after that, you just kind of let the game come to Esports and let him take over, and he can do some really special stuff. So our match prediction looks familiar. USA, Korea up there at the top as usual. Thailand has made its way into the top 5. Speaking of a team that's been making their way into top 5s, it's Brazil, and they're almost in the overall top 5 for this event. 82 points, 49.5 kills. I really like this team, man. I think they can do something big today. I don't think they can win. Probably not. It's pretty unlikely, but it's in the cards potentially, and I think a top 3 finish could happen again.
Yeah,
Brazil.
I would like to see it. I love to see those sort of underdog storylines playing out on day 3, right? A bit of a run from behind. I think that's always the most exciting option when it comes to the final day of PUBG. Argentina, got some fans in the crowd. No surprises that is the case after yesterday. Back-to-back wins. The only other team to do that in the event so far was Korea on day 1.
Those are 2023 Argentina jerseys. So they've been like...
They're legit fans.
They're more than just the, riding the hot hand of yesterday with the 2 chicken dinners. They've been fans for a while.
Yep. They're not fake fans.
That's right. No fake fans there. I'm still just so happy for this Japanese team. I mean, I really am. Some great guys there who have been playing their hearts out. Their region has really struggled throughout the years in PUBG Esports. 2019, they had a few glimpses of maybe there was some hope, maybe there was a future. Since then, it's been a downward trajectory, just to be completely honest. And I don't like saying it, but it is the truth. And I hope that maybe this event kind of starts to turn things around a little bit. I really do.
Well, moments away from getting into game number 2 by the looks of things. Everybody on stage pretty ready. Trophy is sitting out the front there as well. A tantalizing prospect for all teams. I'm sure they've all got a pretty good sight line onto it. But it's Korea's at the moment. Back-to-back wins for Korea. They were to do it today. First team to do that in Nations Cup history. First team to get 2 wins as well.
Yep. Be a lot of firsts.
And it would be a very, very good average from Korea as a nation in Nations Cup. Some Canada fans. They were here yesterday, were they?
Yeah.
It was different signs.
Remember we talked about, well, I don't know if those are the same signs or not, but...
They're different signs.
Yeah. Just got the word that hopefully it's only a couple more minutes, guys, before we get the game started. So thanks again for sticking with us. We're just having a little bit of a tech issue.
Honestly, you know what it is? Paper Thin, he just wants to keep talking, man. Like,
that's true.
This guy.
I do. I talk a lot. Have you noticed that? Like,
man.
Yeah.
Thank God I'm going home tomorrow. What am I going to say? Just can't deal with this anymore.
Yeah.
Man, imagine if this was a 4-day event.
Imagine how Bella feels.
I would probably lose it.
Yeah. It's rough going for her, for sure.
Yeah.
She has to put up with me all the time.
All the time?
Yeah.
Unreal.
Actually, I just stay at my house a lot. I don't go out much. Well, actually, I take that back. I work a lot, so I actually do talk a lot.
When you do get out of the house, it's like, oh, I've got to dump all my week's worth of talking that I've missed out on.
Exactly. And this, unfortunately for you, this week, you're the victim.
I am.
Yeah. I spent the last week just at home watching PUBG matches, getting prepared for this, and I showed up and I just unloaded on you.
Honestly, it sounds like kind of a vibe. Just chilling.
It was nice.
At home, watching some PUBG.
I enjoyed it. I'm not gonna lie, I really enjoyed it. I kind of watched everything. The weird thing was I have to get a VPN to watch EWC.
Okay.
Because the English broadcast doesn't come through to Korea.
Oh.
And so I have to get a VPN to watch the EWC one. So that one finally got to take a listen to the English version. Because I was watching it live, but in Korean.
Right. Who do you like better, English casters or Korean?
Well...
Don't play favorites here, man.
No comment. Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Trying to play both sides.
That's right. I'm playing both sides of that coin. I mean, let's pick it apart piece by piece, maybe. you know, for the hosts, Korean.
Okay.
So I'm throwing Kalaris under the bus.
Yeah, I mean,
He gotta.
Yeah,
he deserves it.
Never heard of him.
But analysts, English. Casters, English.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess in total, English.
All right. English wins 2-1. I can't say I've really ever listened to the Korean commentators, so for me, I just have to choose.
They're hype as heck, that's for sure.
That's true. Tycon's back.
Tycon, my man. I feel you. Give us the heart. Atta boy. All right, we are ready for another Miramar, guys. Thank you again for sticking with us. We go into game number 2 here on the final day of PNC 2024. Plane is up. Dusty Dunes are arriving very shortly.
Yeah, and for the last time as well at Nations Cup.
Oh, man. Why do you have to be like that?
Because after this, it's all green, baby.
You're just speaking truth, I guess. All right.
Tego, Rondo, Arangle.
Yeah, so okay, so you're happy because we're going to the green maps.
Green is good.
Okay.
Green is money.
That's true. It is. You're not wrong. Big round of applause here.
I'm not sure what the cheer is for.
I think the fans are getting something for showing up. I think they're giving them the announcement about the skins and stuff. So if you came to this event, if you had tickets, you were able to get some extra in-game stuff as part of your package, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Definitely an island circle. Calling it now. Calling my shot. Pointing to center field.
Man, I'm here for it. You know, like I am here for it.
Yeah.
I feel like we could do with a bit of spice here. On
Why not? You know what? Things are close. Let's just throw, you know, all caution to the wind. Probably won't be. Maybe we get a Northwestern circle. Actually, we haven't seen that yet.
True.
Nothing. Well, I think we had one that was up there, maybe. But no, we haven't, have we?
We haven't.
We haven't had anything close to like
It's
been
northeast or like sort of anywhere south, really.
Sick.
Lakob. Is that the most Australian you've ever heard anyone say that?
Lakob. Yeah. Dude, that's the only way I've ever heard it said like that. So I'm just going to assume that's the Australian way. Yeah.
Well, not long to find out. Bit of a stretch for Indonesia, but beyond that, everybody looking pretty happy. Korea going to be going up to Oasis.
Yeah, okay. Well, Adam, our team that just won, under a little bit of pressure here. If those bullets hit, I would be very, very impressed. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Okay,
so you shall receive.
There we go. All right, El Pozo. We haven't had a circle over here yet.
Maybe not as north as we would have liked.
Good way to end it. Yeah. But still, you know what? It's a little bit different.
Something a little bit different is always good. Giggles.
Kalaris is angry at me.
I'm sure he is.
But that makes me happy, so it's okay. Alcantara being highlighted by observers here. Okay. Are they thinking that? Yeah, do they know?
They've got the script.
Is that where Indonesia's going?
They're saying that's where the zones are going to end.
That'd be sick. I don't know if I've ever casted a game that's ended like that close to Alcantara. I've seen them end like west of El Pozo.
I don't think I have either.
And those are fun as heck. I think that's the one last year where Korea had their 20-kill game was west of El Pozo, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, I don't think anyone's going Alcantara yet. I mean, look, if you get a quick rotate up to Alcantara and maybe you cut loot to get there so you can get a little bit better position in the circle sooner, not a bad idea. Maybe that's where the observers are assuming Korea is going, actually, now that I look at the map.
Yeah, a big wrap from the northern side of Korea. They're doing something different, that's for sure. I suppose it is a bit of a different zone. We will see. But early days, you're not really expecting too much to be happening here, especially with a zone like this. It's a lot of room for people to move into. You're not necessarily going to have too many people kind of cutting into each other on rotations, especially with the space out there for like Korea, for example. Just sort of opening up the map a little bit. And teams like Australia coming through from Power Grid and Brazil from San Martin, they're going to just move early. The teams behind them will backfill in. I mean, if you're Brazil, moving early seems to be a bit of a problem right now.
Oh, no. Oh, no. The torque is really not good on this thing.
Not sure where they got their driver's license.
It's really hard to get the Murado out of spots like this because the torque isn't very effective on this terrain.
Gonna have to give it up.
Oh, man. Oh, well. It's San Martin. I think they can be okay. I would assume there's going to be other options. Try it again. You could just go hit it with another car, to be honest. That'll get it out of there.
Oh, yeah, there is another car coming over. Don't you worry about that. LFP1, he's coming to save the day.
Yeah. This is the right way to do it. Another way is a grenade if you're really desperate. But that's like, you shouldn't do that unless you absolutely have to. There we go. Very nicely done. But again, those little has 2 dogs named Spark and King.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's okay. All right, Sparking, I see you. I mean, it's not clever, but it's cute.
Well, you don't have to do him like that on the stream,
Yes,
bro.
I do. I love Sparking.
Why have you had to do that?
No.
Poor fella. First Kalaris and now Sparking. You're just trying to make enemies. Is that what it is?
He knows I love him.
When is it my turn? I'm wondering.
Oh,
or are you just not going to
I was dunking on your mask skills earlier.
You're not trying to banter with me because I'm here and I can defend myself. You just go for the little guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Guys that are at home and can't defend themselves.
I'm an absolute coward.
I see.
Yeah.
That's truly bullying.
Well, this is dangerous now for potentially Thailand. Germany as well, who knows? I don't know if they have any idea. I mean, okay, Mika suspects there's a spray on a Jacob, down to 18 HP, trying to escape the safety to get inside the warehouse, get some heals off, but Mika not quite ready for Nurens, has a barrel, makes short work of him. He's crawling away, trying to get somewhere safe. Nurens, though, gonna think about a grenade. Jacob taking grenade in the back line. Lyrics out in Narnia. Not really close enough to this battle just yet to help out, but the grenade is going to get the finish. So first point of this last Miramar is going over to Thailand.
This is a really big deal for Thailand, though. If they lose Nurens and Jacob early in this game, their chances at the title here in Nations Cup 2024 might be in significant danger. They've still got to negotiate a 3-on-2. It does look like the other couple of Thailand members are coming across. And Brazil even firing some shots on in here. But as Lyrics and Fluky, you don't want to go charging into this position without any information. You can just run around the wrong corner. And there goes 2 Thailand players, which is just disaster, really. So they have to be very careful about working their way in here. And Brex with a shotty, he could just do it to him. Bap, bap, you know?
Absolutely. I like what you're putting down because I think Thailand might be walking right into that trap. This is a great angle for Brex to hide himself. Only a level 1 helmet there, though. That's a little bit concerning going up against a 7.6 gun if that first shot isn't absolutely immaculate.
Spider Sense is tingling, though, for Thailand. They are not overcommitting to this at all. And I guess the reason for that probably is that Nurens and Jacob are also feeling somewhat comfortable in their position. So there's no real reason right now for Thailand to overcommit to anything. At some point, they're going to have to clear Germany out.
They must have saw him come in here.
Maybe.
Because the way that they're maneuvering and the way they just threw that grenade, absolutely they know that something was up. So I'm not sure if they saw or heard Brex. Now they're going to try to make a push off that blue zone grenade. He tries to hold an angle, but Fluky finds a tight one of his own.
Yeah, I
Takes
think you're
down
right.
Brex.
They must have known. That was too good. That was too good from Thailand. So Germany just getting unsettled a little bit, but more importantly, Thailand keeping 4 players alive and getting a couple of points on the board again early this game. It looks like the danger has more or less passed, and Thailand seem to be aware of that as well. So honestly, that's best case scenario for Thailand.
No, they played this pretty darn well, and this is concerning for the other 4 teams, or the other 3 teams that are at the top 4 with them, that they're just kind of racking up points for free there. You know that, but that's great for Thailand. That is really nice. Quizera, a little bit of tap with the Mini 14, but not much doing. Just gonna do a little mountain climbing. Get up there. Can you actually vault that? He's trying. He is trying. There he goes. Man, that is so steep. That's steeper than the hill that we have to climb up to get to this venue.
This guy's been hitting the bouldering gym.
Got that chalk on the hands already. Mm-hmm. That's what they put on their hands, right? It's chalk?
That's right, yeah.
Oh, sick. I know a lot about bouldering, I swear.
Yeah.
No. No. I went maybe like twice when I was in my early 20s.
Yeah.
It was fun, though. I enjoyed it. Japan, way out. Our previous game winners in the blue. USA, edge of the southern side. We do have Chinese Taipei again, angling towards the USA, but right now Purdy's on the move, and it looks like the majority of the rest of USA is in vehicles, beginning a bit of a pre-rotation, getting ready for phase 2. Typically, these circles like to go south of El Pozo,
But we'll see. They don't have to. So that's why if you look at the map, which you should be looking at the map always in PUBG Esports, it is a very great way.
If you're not watching the map stream, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. You're just failing. You're failing the PUBG Esports test. But if you look at the map, that's why everybody's actually on the southern half of the current circle, is because everybody has heat maps. They kind of understand what the circles like to do because there's certain rules that affect how circles maneuver. There's a great breakdown of that by Avenger at EWC. You should go check that out. But yeah, so everybody understands that that's the most likely thing to happen. And therefore, they play to that. They play statistics in this. You have to.
Play the percentages.
Yes.
All right, well, we'll get to find out in 20 seconds. Korea will be hoping for something a little bit unorthodox, because they're a little bit more out to the west than most. China set up in a good pivot position. They can kind of go north or south if they need to. Got a bit of a split. GodV trying to lock down his position. Here comes the zone shift. Oh, and that is not what we were expecting.
But that's what I want.
Brazil wants that too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Brazil, they've called for the emergency pickup.
Yeah, now they don't need it.
They definitely do not need it.
Unless maybe you want to move, like, another player up on top of one of those rocks. That's
Back up to Guizera.
Yeah, near him. Like, there's a couple of them up there. So you could maybe split out, like, 1-1 on top of those rocks, something like that. Argentina, not too far away there from Brazil as well. And everybody's going to be on the move. There's going to be some chaos here. See if Vard can find anything out of it. Clories avoids disaster for now. Tires safe. Health intact. He's able to, I think, get on by safely.
Yeah, it's an early move for Vietnam, but they're going to go hard south. And they might even actually run into Chinese Taipei. We'll see how that goes in a second. China also moving. Korea have somehow just sort of swindled their way into a very nice rotation onto the church.
They actually had a really good opportunity on this circle because they were west of El Pozo, and they were able to get ahead of everybody else that was south of the city. Everybody, you know, there's traffic. There's a traffic jam. You know, it's a big city, and it's going to be the Mad who's paying the price. And again, it's Thailand finding points. This is massive for them. 3 kills already. They're on the edge of this city as well. On the edge that other teams have to go through to likely get into the next circle. Ruin's just done. There's just nothing you can do. And it's another point. That's 4. 4 for Thailand.
Thailand's making me feel some kind of way right now, but then again, so is Brazil. It's been a good day so far. Just bounces up and over. Perfect, really. Brazil are right there on the receiving end of a bit of a firing squad, to be fair. They seem to be okay for now. Certainly not the case for their brethren from South America in Argentina. Mimics surviving for the moment. Does have Silson there. It's important that Silson doesn't get knocked here. Brazil are looking for it though. Zera could make the difference with a couple of good pot shots right here. 22 damage initially. Nade over. No, it was just a flash. And through the smoke. It's not connecting. Not so far. How Pippa has been knocked as well for Argentina, so they are really in trouble right now. But I actually get the feeling that they might be able to make this res happen. Just a bit too much pressure on Brazil right now.
Is there an angle here for Guizera once that smoke drops? But he's got an Onyx to contend with over on one of those. This is one of those other rocks I'm talking about that's up on this edge of the craters. And an Onyx is using this to get as much info as he can. I think that's Loki. The GOAT. In my book, the GOAT.
Made it to PNC somehow.
He did make it eventually. But the champion of PNC, the champion of PGC, will be showing up once again. Not in the lobby, but in person to support Korea. Australia trying to contend with the UK over on this western flank, as well as harassing China. Eggs left, you okay? Yeah, you're fine. No problems.
Just doing some aerial ballet. Next zone shift, this could be another big one.
Next Olympic sport there, aerial ballet. PUBG car driving.
It's going to keep going in the same direction. Going up over the northern side of El Pozo. Japan might not be in a bad spot to get themselves another big game right here. I'm watching Australia in close proximity to China, and that is piquing my interest because that seems to constantly be a battle between these two teams. Nade's being cooked by Xlift and by Monty. First one tossed out by Australia, but Xlift looks a little better, went maybe a little too deep. Tiggleton knocked by Markland meanwhile, so that'll be a problem for Australia again. Looks like Tig's just going to be taken down. I don't see anyone getting in there for the rest. Monty's so isolated away from the rest of his team.
Oh, no. This is unfortunate.
Might get 1 point out of it if they're lucky there on Deshawu Didi if that finish can come through, but the sandstorm popping may well actually help China out here.
Oh, Michael? Hello? From downtown. That's a solid 400 meters away, maybe more, that he's able to find some of those shots to land. That's a long, long ways away. But yeah, Australia, these 2-2 splits on Miramar have been getting punished, Elfish, and you know, they're just trying to kind of hold their back lines, and it's getting kind of torn apart on these drive-bys that other teams are doing. Oh, there's a knock from DraftKings. Argentina still has some fight in them. It looked like it might fall apart, but still kicking. They're causing damage. This is going to be wild because there's a lot of teams stuck in Pozo right now. It is going to be bloody getting out of there. Oh, what a grenade for Fex.
Another one to follow it up as well. Right in the bowl there is Smash, and it doesn't matter. The nade's not required. Jacob, hands of Faust. What kind of shenanigans is he going to go? He wants to clean out Germany, and he does. There goes Chris. Lukey's still hiding in the corner, knocked. Need to clear out Germany pretty quickly here, Thailand, because they have UK to worry about afterwards.
Smokes down for Germany, trying to get its Chris alive. Pains! Oh my goodness, Pains! Doing some more work. He has been tremendous this event, and he is punishing Thailand. They are down to 1 player alive, 1 knocked. Back over to Japan, who suffered a couple knocks of their own. Smokes are down. I think actually that's Red Bull. They wiped out Canada, it looks like, and they're going to be good to go. And Onyx, high ground, paying dividends. Finds Savior out in the blue now.
Yeah, Korea starting to flex their muscles on this lobby once again. Once we get into the mid-game, that's where you do start to see the goods coming through. Another very aggressive split from Korea. Really a 1-1-1-1 split, if anything. Kevin's going to come down from the north as that zone starts to shift in. China all in one vehicle, coming in quite close by USA and Vietnam. Zone shift goes central enough. It's great news for USA. They're going to have to move again.
Yeah, this one, again, I was starting to think this. Didn't really get a chance because there was so much fighting to mention it, but this was going to likely start heading south. Could have gone north, like northwest, but because of the terrain in the craters, sometimes it's unplayable. Goodbye, Thailand. Right into the waiting arms of our Argentina. Indonesia on the move, trying to cut through the center of the circle, trying to find some open space. And Onyx again, it gets 2 knocks. He got Savior. That's a re-knock. Zen on as well. Way out there towards the blue. I think in the blue, in fact. Yeah, they're both. They're done. There's no getting up from that.
It's really just Onyx against the world. If you look at where his position is compared to the rest of his squad, there's nobody even nearby. He's just cyberbullying Team Chinese Taipei. But he'll have to get a bit of a wriggle on. He's going to get picked up by Seoul. China all 4 to 1 vehicle. You don't love to see it. And they're going to make a big rotate. They've just come from this direction. Now they're going to go back again. They've lost a tire. They're going up the hill. Somehow they're alive. The car's not. Here we go. Points on offer for the USA. The shots are connecting, but everyone's surviving for the moment still. Xleft down to the blue. God, B's going to go down as well. There's no doubt about that one. China are getting decimated by the USA.
What an angle there that the USA is able to hold. Ming Ming again out in the blue. How many first aids can he find this time? Because he's going to need quite a few. Again, he's going to make some kind of run in this one. Leo in trouble. Chinese Taipei along with him on their last sliver of hell. Dilson, though, catches Vex out in the open. Pippa getting involved there, too. Finds the knock. Chinese Taipei out, but at what price here for the UK? They are starting to take some serious damage. Argentina has all 4 players up. Incredible stuff. Flores, well, that didn't feel so good, but above Japan is a grenade and just Run AX. It bounces inside of the vehicle. Run AX hears it, gets out of the way.
That's pretty fortunate. He's gonna get another. Goes for the flush, has it. Run AX 4 HP into the smoke.
Bro,
he's still kicking.
He's in an action movie. There's cars trying to run him over as well. Somehow he's alive. It's like a Michael Bay film. He's going to get the revive, maybe even. China eliminated in the meanwhile. Korea on their way in. Still a 2-2 split from those guys. They could actually pick up some points here as well, as Taikon will be spotted out by Salute. Chinese fans worried about things at the moment. Korean fans very happy. Australian fans certainly distraught. How about Indonesian fans? Well, I'm not sure they're going to be liking seeing Orca and Noctetti. But right now, Korea are rising up once again.
Oh, what a play from Run AX, though. Is going to be knocked, and Japan is looking on the outside of this lobby. Korea on the move already, going to be clearing this space, going to be claiming another point, stealing it away from Norway. And now, looks like XK, only one left. Salute guessing that he might be in the shack, but in fact, XK says, well, look, even though it doesn't have the best in terms of tires left, I can at least maybe escape Korea, and maybe they'll have to post up on top of the hill up here, and I can survive for a little while longer. Heaven, hitting some shots. Oh, that was close.
Haynes is somehow still surviving here for Germany. He's got 4 first aid kits. As long as he doesn't get spotted out by Argentina, he can persist here inside of the blue for quite a while. Maybe there's even more that he can pick up in that next death box. Could actually be a real problem for Argentina if he pops up behind them at an inopportune moment.
Oh, James, that landed right on Teddy. That volley was beautiful, but Indonesia getting cut apart between Norway and Korea. Korea trying to get whatever points they can out of it, but it's actually the USA kickstarting Snakers from afar, also finding angles into this fight. Stealing points, Sparking gets knocked by Anonix. Korea can't find any points out of that.
Well, it's important for the USA to stay toe-to-toe with Korea at the moment, but Norway also looking to rise up the standings a little bit there. James continues to impress, gets that knock onto Pippa. Korea are definitely looking in that direction, but yeah, 5 points out of this game for both Korea and the USA, and here comes Pains for Germany. As we said, causing a problem for Argentina. And it feels like Argentina are really just a punching bag of the circle right now. How many teams they've got looking at them? Norway, Korea, Germany, probably Brazil maybe as well. USA.
I think just about everybody could see Argentina. I think you're absolutely right. 80 is going to go down. That's going to be Heaven who finds that. Couple points going over to Argentina, and Pippa as well, though, off the back of some previous knocks. And Onyx will be lifting his teammate. Salute is there. Got 2 kills apiece for Heaven and Onyx and Salute. 6 in total now for both the USA and Korea. So they're neck and neck throughout this match. I mean, just imagine it comes down to those two. 4v4 in the final circle. Ooh.
I mean, I'm just hoping it comes down to Korea, really, because the vibes are at an all-time high. Whenever Korea's on the screen right now, everyone's making some noise. Unfortunately for Pains, his dream run is going to end, but I have to say, nice job. Good effort. Down to the final 4. Argentina have a duo, but Brazil, they're making a run in for things today, man. If they could put together another good game, just one good shift.
Yeah,
send it out to the west.
They need just one more big game, and it goes north. And it's going to be Korea on top of this hill, trying to keep anybody else from climbing in their direction, both literally and figuratively on the scoreboard. Salute, Heaven, going to be tasked with watching the flanks potentially. See how Korea wants to organize themselves. Strimzy already trying to make a bit of a climb, and an Onyx trying to reposition there to cut off some of these angles from the road. Salute kept at bay by Kickstart and the USA. Purdy gonna grab some level 3 gear and a Groza. Get to that late game. That gun, absolutely the best in the business in those situations. Maybe the P90's better, but Groza really, really good too.
Definitely not a bad shout. The main point of contention at the moment is Argentina and Brazil. Both teams not inside of the next zone. Looks like USA have a relatively straightforward rotate. Strimzy and Purdy kind of figuring that one out for the moment, but Brazil really has to deal with Argentina. And Argentina don't have many ways forward but to go through Brazil. Here comes USA. Korea not firing any shots on them, so no really substantial angles there, and you can see that there is some degree of safety afforded by the deflates here for USA. At least for now. Sparking gets knocked by MX.
How is Argentina still fighting in this game?
I don't know.
They have been outrageously tenacious. Keep it going. Heaven sees a bit of an angle, but not really clean with the shots there. And USA alerted to that presence. LFP1 looking for the two-piece, but only Silzen found, and actually it's just going to be Emick going down to the blue with some help from some damage. And Brazil has to load up and make a crazy run of their own. Trimsy has a Groza. P90 for kickstart. I mean, the level 3 gear is flowing for the United States. Here they go. Everybody is on vehicle. Seoul gets knocked out. LFP1 stuck behind as an anchor, and he found a huge knock.
All right, well, maybe it's game on for Brazil, trying to make a run in for that top 5. Doing a real number onto the USA right now. Kickstart has to duck his head down. Wazera, okay for the moment, but here comes the nades from Korea. The artillery barrage not quite going to connect. But if it ends up being Brazil and the USA fighting, I mean, this will be Korea to sort of walk to a victory, really.
Whoa. And the USA is trying to do their best to keep Brazil off their backs while trying to bully Korea a little bit. Rez now going to be attempted. It's maybe the opportunity that Brazil needs. Timing push, kickstart there with that P90. Snakers positioning to try to back him up with the M4. Grenade out for kick. Not really finding much damage there. Wizera trying to watch the feet of the United States players underneath those vehicles, and still a little bit of time to work with. Just kind of jockeying for position and damage. Oh, the USA gets in a vehicle. Trimsy pays the price, and it's going to be the point going over to Korea. The vehicle's on fire. Purdy trying to get out to safety is going to do so, but at what cost?
It's an absolute disaster for the USA. They've been collapsed upon by multiple teams. They are the meat in the sandwich, and while they have, you could argue, maybe a bit of a better position inside of the zone than what Brazil does, it sucks when you're getting pushed from both sides. And have a look at Korea coming out on the left side right here. Heaven gonna get stuck into one, Ionix another, and that should surely be the end of the day for the USA. Purdy gonna try and find that revive inside of the smoke.
Korea there finding a phenomenal angle. USA eventually feeling like their position was going to collapse and trying to get ahead of it, but shut down quickly by the other squad. A grenade from Purdy. They want to deny the points. They know it's USA ahead of them, or excuse me, Korea ahead of them. They don't want to give them anything if they can, and that is a really smart play by the United States.
Desperation for them at that point. But it leaves Korea up against Brazil, and there is everything to play for right now for Brazil. There is no reason to be denying points for them. They actually have to take this fight to Korea, and again, you could make the argument that Korea has a slightly better position than what Brazil does, but it's definitely tenable for Brazil right now. A win right here, that would actually see them leapfrog Vietnam, get into the top 4, and join the chase for first.
Well, if you're a USA fan, you are now a very big Brazil fan, but they are lacking in utility. They have 0 smoke grenades left. They have 0 frag grenades left. Yeah, they've got a lot of mollies and a stun, but that's not really as much as you'd like to have, especially in a final circle, especially when you're going to likely need to push into Korea's positions. Don't know for sure yet. Still have another circle to go. Still going to be some patience shown by both teams as we await this. You do have 2 players from Brazil trying to find an angle from the south, but that is really dangerous. As we saw earlier with the USA, Korea has a really good angle down into that, so you have to be extremely cautious.
Yeah, you make one false step here as those 2 guys down south, and it is done so. Even if one of them goes down, it could be very difficult to find the res. In the meanwhile, Zera and LFP1 are trying to explore the northern route. Does feel as though at the moment, Brazil are being a little bit more active in this zone than what Korea are. Zone shift, again, favorable enough for Korea. They had really most of that zone control, and it's going to center up over Seoul.
Another thing to consider is Korea's armor is pretty beat up. Salute's helmet on a sliver of health. I saw earlier Seoul had lost his, so unless he's picked up another one somewhere along the way, there is opportunity. Some good headshots from Brazil could open the door towards a win here today. And then Salute's in trouble. Heaven's trying to get there to back him up, and he will. He has one, tries to go for the flush. The angle's not great. The jump shot, that is extremely difficult to do. The guns in PUBG don't do so good when you're jumping.
No. I don't know if this is going to be a res angle, though, for Brazil. I think that one's probably a little bit too far gone. Trying to toss a couple of pieces of util up there. Nothing connecting thus far.
It's a tremendous bait and switch.
All of the players starting to congregate on this position, though. So the ants on the hill are starting to come together. Brazil might just get this revive if they can get Quazera back up, bring it back to the 4-on-4. But Seoul, look at this position. This is a dominating position. Sparking will have to keep his head ducked down. But Brazil have been afforded enough time to find the revive now.
Got cover at least momentarily for Brazil, but you're gonna have to get some shots to land.
Sparking feels like he might be the X factor here, but having been spotted out makes it really difficult for him to activate. So kind of just has to play the anchor role and allow the rest of Brazil to work their way up and over the top. There's another spot. Oh, LFP1. He's found that knock onto Seoul, and now it turns in the favor of Brazil.
Yeah, they found a really nice angle there. Korea kind of unaccounting for the potential that somebody could be there. Now Anonix is watching the back, making sure no one's coming through the blue. Could be a possibility. Seoul is going to be flushed. Brazil now with the man advantage, trying to see if they can finish this off. But the angle coverage for Korea, very, very good in this situation. The real question is did Brazil take enough of the space in this circle that they now control that center point?
Even then, a 4-on-3, difficult to negotiate. There's just so many nooks and crannies on this hillside that if you go around the wrong corner at the wrong time, you're a dead man. Everybody knows that. They don't really want to be moving, quite honestly. Sparking is the closest player to the center dot. Whether or not that's going to come into play, we'll have to wait and see. But it kind of puts the pressure onto Korea to start to get on the move. Heaven now spotted out, as well as Inox. Brazil starting to put the pieces of the together, but Heaven from absolutely nowhere. And Inox another. Brazil, they're falling apart. Kraken will save the day. Sparking as well. It's down to Inox. 1-on-2, and he can't find Sparking. He's got to take the fight against Kraken.
He's done this so many times in his career. The 1VX, the up and over, just a step behind. Now they know where he is, but they're both so worried for Brazil. Sparking, not able to find the spray just yet. He's trying to hold the res, and Onyx doesn't see it. Tries to come around the side, gets him to pull off, but Brazil is going to find the win. And a big day, a big Miramar performance from the South American squad, and they are making a run.
Well, that's revenge for day one. If you remember, it was Korea versus Brazil on Tago. And it was Korea that took the win there. But this time, it's Brazil that will reign supreme against the home crowd from Korea. Job's not yet done, of course, for Brazil, but a monumental start to the day on Miramar. Took a third, and now they've taken a first, and they are right back in the running for a deep placing here at PUBG Nations Cup 2024. In saying that, though, Babythin, obviously, Korea taking a second, as many kills as they did, they are going to go rocketing further and further away from USA, and in that case, everybody else as well. So you have to say, while it's not the job yet done for Korea, they are well on their way to doing it, even though they don't convert that game.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Korea is probably going to be more upset with themselves than they should be. They probably feel like that game should have been the tournament winner, where they would have been just cruising through the rest of this day with a big win. But one little mistake, one unaccounted for angle, caught Seoul and broke things open for Brazil to take control of that circle, to take control of space. They still almost took that game back into their own hands because Heaven hit some ridiculously good shots. I mean, that double headshot, I thought for a moment might change the destiny of Korea in that match, but credit to Brazil. Tenacious play there at the end, really understanding that terrain nicely and giving themselves a great opportunity. Slow and steady there at the end, but it got the job done.
Yeah, madness. What a day we've had so far. Both the Miramar games really delivering. I so enjoyed that final 4-on-4 between Brazil and Korea. And if we get a little bit more like that, then I'm super, super pumped. And definitely get behind the Brazilian dream right now. They'll be jumping up, I think, into 4th place off the back of that game. So continuing to improve. China, that was a rough one for them. Same for Australia, Turkey, Canada. Have a particularly great game there. And importantly as well, Thailand went out early there as well. And admittedly, they did get the 4 kill points early on in the game there, Thailand, but haven't really improved upon their scoreboard all that much there for game 2 of the day. And so that will leave Korea and USA kind of out in front still. Not a whole lot of moving and shaking going on as far as the top 2 or 3 are concerned, but in the middle of the pack, there is still a lot happening. Argentina popping their heads back up in that game as well, and man, I don't know how Brazil was able to negotiate that one, but phenomenal stuff. USA stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's a very, very tough endgame for the USA, and honestly, you know, this decision to deny the couple of points, it kind of had to be made.
It's the absolute correct decision. The 100% correct decision. You have to in that spot. You are in a horrible position where there is a very slim chance you're able to fight out of it. And both Brazil and the US and Korea are on your tail as the USA. So you've got to get those points away from them. You can't fork them over. That's the right play, 100%. Also want to give a big round of applause to Japan. They had a great one. But guys, we're going to throw it down to an interview. Let's talk to Bella.
And the second chicken dinner of the day goes to Team Brazil. I'm joined here with Kraken. Congratulations! 브라질의 크라켄 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. You know, Brazil has shown that they're here. They're not here to play. Yesterday and today you secured another chicken. So how's that chicken dinner feeling?
Tá te perguntando como que você está sentindo de ter ganhado mais uma vez o chicken hoje? Qual que são os seus sentimentos?
O sentimento é muito bom porque a gente tá vindo numa crescente e acho que dá para buscar.
네, 저희가 지금 너무 기쁘고요. 좋은 점수를 얻는 것 같아서 우승도 지금 찾고 있다고 얘기하고
우승이
있습니다.
코앞에 있다고 느끼는 건가요?
그렇게 얘기했습니다.
제가 어제 존재감도 이렇게 다시 느끼는 어제 존재감을 뿜어내면서 오늘도 치킨 확보를 이렇게 한 소감을 물어봤는데 아주 자신감이 좋은 것 같습니다. Kraken feels that, you know, they're doing great and they feel like they have a fair shot at taking the champions title today. And also, it's only 4 matches until we meet our PNC 2024 champions. So what's the thing that Team Brazil wants to focus on? 이제 4매치만 남겨두고 있는데 좀 팀 브라질은 어떤 점에 집중해서 이렇게 경기를 임할 생각인지 궁금하네요.
A gente só tem mais 4 partidas pela frente e qual que vai ser o foco de vocês daqui pela frente?
A gente vai continuar com o nosso jogo, vai jogar o que a gente tá jogando desde ontem e não vai mudar muito. A gente vai tentar se esforçar e ficar bem colocado. Colocar o Brasil no topo.
네, 어제처럼 같은 플랜으로 한다고 하고요. 약간 적극적으로 해서 우승이 할 수 있게끔 하겠다고 합니다.
They're gonna keep doing what they did yesterday. Keep playing the aggressive Brazilian style. All right, thank you, Kraken, for the interview. And 방금 이제 브라질 크라켄 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. 분석 데스크 나와주세요.
Well, certainly the aggressive Brazilian style has been working as of late. They've been racking up a lot of points these last couple of days.
Their last 3 games have been a first, a third, and a first. So going back to obviously the last game of last night, it's been a really brilliant run from Brazil. And if they can maintain that, you know, for another 2 or 3 games, then they're right back into that conversation. I mean, they're still a pretty hefty deficit away from Korea, but a top 3 is feeling very, very realistic for them the way that they're going at the moment. They've even overtaken Vietnam off of that game. So you can just see how strong this day has been from them so far. And we can break that down a little bit more when we get into the leaderboard. But yeah, man, the dream's definitely alive for Brazil. Kind of feels like the dream's alive for Japan as well. They keep kind of popping their heads up into some pretty good games as well. So
yeah, they had 7 kills in that one.
Yeah, 7 kills, 8th place. That's not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. But we'll give Kraken a shout out here as he's the man of the match, picking up 4 kills there for Brazil. Doing a real number onto Korea right at the back end there. So that's what we want to be seeing.
Kraken was definitely unleashed in that one. Love to see it. Great game from Brazil. Really fun ending there too. You know, with 3 teams up at the top 5, you know, 4 players alive for each squad. A lot of things can happen there. Really exciting finish. Got the crowd all riled up out there too. So that was a fun one to end Miramar on here for PNC 2024. And Miramar has been extremely kind to Brazil. They have been phenomenal. Now we're going to be, our next couple of maps are going to be on Tego and Rondo.
Yep. As
we switch over to those, Aaron will be all asked to, but see exactly what our 2 newer maps have in store for us. But I mean, the problem here is that Korea got 15 points, right? They absolutely slaughtered even though they didn't win.
Yeah, the big talking point was, Korea 15 points, gets them up to the top end of things once again. 132 points on the board right now, 10 above USA, Thailand in there, but Brazil, importantly, have breached the top 4. They have overtaken
Vietnam.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like it's going to be an explosive finish. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back more here at PNC 2024.
We the best, no contest. We the best. There ain't no one like cause of you dumb or you crazy. There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, it just don't faze me. I got shoes, crib brand new. Yeah, I'm about to go in like a damn fool. I'm leaving your mans them in shambles. You know, light up the wax like a candle. I've been on fire, watch me heat up the track. I took the crown, I ain't giving it back. Unless you got L's on your wish list. Messing with me, you gon' big a statistic. Really, you think you'll get it back? That's silly. I'm about to run the game, no kidding. I'm way too cold, too chilly. Yeah, they ain't wanna hear me, yeah, now they gon' feel me. You did? Look at my team going way off. Now we running the game, they can't play y'all. We don't need an assist, now we counting up chips. I think it's time that they pay y'all. Let's go. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
And we are back here at PNC 2024. Still, Korea maintains their lead, 10 points over the United States, but it has been neck and neck through the first couple games of Miramar. Now we go over to Taego, the map that is in Korea, as take a look at some of our fans out in the audience. I'm not sure who those, I'm not familiar with who that is.
Well, if you're not, I've got no hope.
I can't hear the Koreacasters because I've got my headset on, so I couldn't, you know. They knew who it was. Oh, well. I'm not sure.
Well, as they say, ignorance is bliss. And at this point,
Oh, no, that's a team in Australia.
That is a team. Shout out to Bliss. Great little team. Ignorance is bliss as far as the winner of this event is concerned still as well. I don't think we can lock anything in
No, not even close.
I'm definitely looking pretty favorably upon Korea and USA still, but is Brazil an outside chance? If they can maintain this run into a third game,
yes,
then they're definitely part of that conversation as well. Got to give a little special shout out as well to Japan. I think they've done a really, really good job at this event so far, and a really solid start to day 3 as well is kind of keeping them kicking. And we were saying, well, maybe they want to try and aim for a top 8. At this point, they can definitely aim for even a top 5. They're only 8 points behind Vietnam, who are having a bit of a lackluster day today. So, lots of moving and shaking still yet to be done in the middle of the pack. You can see some last-minute study getting done there by Iononics. Figure things out here going into Taego, which was the dominion of Korea on day 1, but it didn't really come together for them on day 2. This is actually where things started to slip a little bit for Korea yesterday, once we got onto Rondo and Taego. Obviously today it'll be Taego and then Rondo, but if that slip occurs again today for Korea, they will be very likely overtaken by at least the United States.
Oh yeah, I mean they can't let go. There's still a ton of pressure on Korea, and you could see it on their faces there. They were stressed. They weren't happy that they didn't win that game, and they're still feeling the after effects. You know, we can sit here and say that, you know, they shouldn't be too disappointed with that. They still put up a ton of points, but again, when you leave an opportunity to close the door on an event, it can come back to haunt you, and they know it.
It's true, but enough talk. It's time for some more PUBG. We'll head into Taego, game 3 of the day. Once we're done here, we are on the downhill slope to finish off Nations Cup 2024. It's been a very fun event. I'm sad to see it go, but as always, there are going to be new things to look forward to once this event is over. But Taego, interesting one. It's the first win on the board for Korea at this event. And Argentina picked it up yesterday.
Taking a look at Musat, one of the temples that dots the map across Taego. A few others there. Uksansa, which literally means North Mountain Temple.
Okay.
In case anyone was curious.
What does terminal mean?
The end?
That actually?
Well, that's terminus, I suppose, but terminal, I don't know. I mean, it has to come from terminate, like, so it's like got to be based in that.
Terminal is like the last place that you are on that country, and then you leave.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe you're onto something. Your knowledge knows no depths. No depths? That seems a bit.
Sure,
weird.
why not?
I think I've messed that one up. But
it
anyway.
has, yeah, that's okay. It has a lot of holes in it. Put it that way.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get into it. Got a fairly standard plane path, smack bang through the center of the map. Again, most teams should be pretty comfortable with that one. We're going North Island again. Palace for the United States. Works out pretty well for the vast majority here.
Yeah, this is looking, at least from what I'm seeing on the map, relatively clean to start. I don't really think anybody is going to dust up. Maybe Code Marco and Godby, but I think Godby's going to drive away, head back towards Terminal. Ooh, Eastern Circle. Again, we're getting at least some new circles here today.
We had an absolutely wild circle, phase 1 at least, for yesterday.
Oh, God.
Hard south, if you remember.
Yeah.
This one, again, quite a lot of unplayable terrain. Maybe not quite as egregious as yesterday. That was about 40-45% of the map was unplayable. Here, it's maybe 25-30%. It's not as bad. Indonesia, again, getting a favorable first circle pull. They weren't really able to put much together with that on Miramar in that last game. Oh, Japan. Japan in there for a fast rotate. Like to see that.
Yeah, it's been a bit rough for Indonesia, but maybe they can have a solid,
what's going on here?
Solid game. I might have just cursed Indonesia. Ocarine and Pains, do they know of each other's presence?
Well, Pains is looking for something.
I think he saw where Ocarine dropped and doesn't know.
Maybe Ocarine saw where he dropped.
Would you? Yeah.
Would you believe they're both looking for each other?
That very well could be. I think you're absolutely right. Based on the way that Simoy is driving, I think you're absolutely right. Now Pains realizes, I think he hears that car and realizes he needs to hide.
Duck and cover.
Things have gotten a little bit more difficult.
He's very isolated away from his team as well. Here comes another car. Simoy's flipped.
Oh no, not like this, Simoy. That had to be so stressful in that moment if you assume that that player's still in this compound. Good news for them is he left. And now you gotta think like, oh, he left. Did he go to the compound to the east? Did he go to the mountains to the west?
I think starting to come down.
But I think the direction that he went is like the least likely that you would expect in a lot of ways.
Yeah. I mean, he might be on for a free knock here if he just pops up as they get back in the cars. The rest of Germany coming down as well. This could be really bad for Indonesia. It looks like Germany doesn't want to shy away from this fight necessarily, but Mika's still up in Shipyard. So he's taken his sweet time. Chris is on the bicycle. He spotted him out. Here we go. This is where Pains can really activate, especially if some damage is done. Oh, they're going to go right towards him. Pains will come up huge right here. 1, 2. Not quite the third. He's run out of bullets and he's been taken down by Ocarine. But if you're Indonesia, are you going to really turn around right here? Chris is on that bicycle. He's pedaling like a madman. Go, son. Go, son. Get there. He can't get there to save Pains, but he might at least still put a number into Indonesia. Tricks coming back across. What is this madness? Unbelievable headshot goes through. Chris, you've got to win this duel. He's in the car. They're both in the car. What am I watching right now, Chris? No! Germany, what is this? It's an absolute mess.
That was awesome. I mean, Brex is going to claim a couple points. Simoy had been knocked, but Trick doing a little bit of trickery there. Seat swapping with it's Chris. I love how they both got in the car. It's so funny. It's Chris was trying to, I think, go to the other side there. Take him down. Did not work. China hungry for points. And they're hearing these shots. And they're trying to see if they can clean up what these two teams started. Brex. Grenade up and in the window. Oh, it doesn't bounce in. It bounced out. Just went the wrong way. Just a bit outside. Now China still continues to watch this fight, but there's only one player left here for Indonesia. The underhanded grenade up and over the wall. Actually, there's a hay bale there, so it can't get far enough. And now Trick is in trouble.
I just want to see some more bicycle warfare, honestly, but I don't think we're going to get it. Trick's going to swap out for the pump.
It's the most It's Chris thing I've seen so far this tournament.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say, but Germany have got a couple of kills. They've also spotted out Trick, and he's got nowhere to go. So going to cook the nade. Not not going to get away with it. And I don't know where you're going to be able to go from here if you're tricky. The flash is causing some problems.
Well, now he's given up the game. They know that he has a shotgun.
He's doing, there's a gas can. Shoot the gas can.
Good. They shot it. I mean, he knew that he had safety there with the gas can. The real thing is because he got stunned and he opted to go for the blind shot, now Germany knows not to push, but I think they heard. Did they hear?
No, they did not hear Ace left. Surely not from that one. Trick. Oh, he's a 1 HP wonder. Can he get another one? It's 5 HP in fact, but it's not going to matter because he'll be done. Still, here come the nades from China. Ace left going to cook it. It's a small window to slot it through, but it looks like it's gone in. There'll be some damage on the Trick, and Mika stuck in the corner here. He'll be good if he can even get one. I think they know where he is. Do they? Ace left might not have spotted him out there. Well, they think he's gone into the barn. But difficult shots. Oh, Ace left. He's made the mistake of trying to jump over the top. Rex has been finished off in the meanwhile, but Mika has just got nowhere to go. China are trying to batter down that wall. Mika can't get away. That's the end of Germany. Good Nacht.
Well, that's quite the start. Oh, here comes Korea. Seoul gets Xiaowu. Trying to come up one over the wall. Some grenades are coming in to try to finish what they started. Xiaowu, very, very weak now. China trying to find an escape valve, but Anonix coming from the other side. Teams continuing to cannibalize each other, but it's Godby from afar with the Dragunov. Was holding the off angle. Seoul hits a headshot as well. The madness continues here west of the airport.
I mean, look, any fight that starts with bicycle warfare is going to lead to some madness. I think that's my methodology when it comes to PUBG. This one still has not ended just yet. Korea. Look, I will say, Favorthin, this is kind of what we saw Korea doing when things started to go wrong for them yesterday. When they started getting involved in the early fights, when they started looking for third parties, they themselves often were on the receiving end of some third parties. So it might actually be better news if this just dissipates, goes up in a puff of smoke, steam even.
Absolutely. I think now you have to just retreat and change your plan. Run AX, trying to do damage to Japan, but Finn totally ready for it. That's going to be, I think, a free point for Canada. Yeah, nothing the rest of the players on Japan can really do about that. They were trying to get there, but playing with fire a bit. Imhak trying to watch some kind of angle to see if he can help. Oh, no.
Bro forgot to put the handbrake on.
It's done.
I think I've seen that in an insurance ad once or twice.
That is a sunk pony. Saw it in an insurance ad.
You'd be better off with insurance.
Yeah, you'd be better off having insurance in this scenario. If you too screw up so bad that you lose your car.
Couldn't be me.
I'd have to have a car.
Exactly. Well, it seems like things have settled down a little bit, but it was always fun. It's fun. I like getting those early fights. Sparky actually might be in a bit of a spot of bother here for Brazil, but just gets down okay. Pops out in the car.
Yeah, and for Brazil, you don't want to lose this momentum you've created. You've got a great early position in the center of the circle. Bit of a split. Don't give up anything extra.
Big chance again for Brazil. They've already put 3 on the trot if we count the last game of last night. In terms of good games.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, first shot didn't connect.
Thought he had him.
I thought so too.
Dragunov, great gun. Can be a little bit unyieldy. Yeah. Tough to shoot sometimes, but man, do I have fun with that. Really, really fun. Argentina. This is southeast side of the circle. Kind of near where Japan and Canada were scuffling, sort of. Norway's over there as well in Gangneung. And then you have Turkey to the west of that. Centered up is Brazil, Chinese Taipei. Phase 2 circle. Just doesn't do too much. Removes all the unplayable territory at the very least. So not a ton going to change here for our players actually with how chaotic it was. Really just a couple teams needing to make moves. Argentina, one of them. Japan's making a move as well. Trying to get themselves into a spot they can get deeper into this game. claim themselves some more points, continue this high that they've been riding. I mean, they're only 1 point ahead of Argentina right now, only 6 points ahead of Germany. So they'd like to really keep the pressure on to maintain this position that they found themselves in, currently sitting in a spot where they could finish at the highest position that Japan has ever done at a PNC. Ooh, Savior, ouch. Quick to get out of there.
This is going to get a little bit worse for Argentina. I mean, they are just in a massive crossfire right now. You've got Turkey kind of having a bit of a look here as well, potentially. So, Emic.
Car sliding.
Taken down pretty easily. And Japan on the other side as well as Chinese Taipei. So there's kind of like 3 teams around Argentina right now. They're just going to have to try to skedaddle. Get out of there. Low. All it will take is one more shot, and he'll go popping out of that car as well. But okay for now. So I think, honestly, kind of lucky to get away with 3 there.
You found the edge of a field, but you've got some vegetation to help out. However, you also had Japan very, very close. XK unloads with the first frag, has 3 more in the bag. First one a bit too far. See if he can get the second to follow up. Trajectory on it, hard to tell from this angle. Again, just a bit too far there. Zennan on the ground, Turkey coming close. I have to assume he heard that, but maybe not. He's just out in the open. The Mad would love to have that spray back, I assume, because I think he had Zennan pretty dead to rights there. Grenades are going to come up short. For now, Zennan lives on.
Yeah, a little bit of a miss for Turkey there, and they're sort of recognizing that that was their opportunity, so they're going to back off in the meanwhile. You have UK doing the same against Vietnam. It hasn't been quite up to scratch for UK at this event in comparison to previous, especially when you consider this is the 2022 winning squad from Nations Cup, including the coach, all 5 of them back, but haven't been able to replicate that success. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, it was just a real struggle from the get-go. I mean, again, I think on that first day, they were trying to play with the same style, same mentality that they had when they won, and it just wasn't quite suited to the meta of this particular event. A lot of other teams were out on the edge. They were getting caught up in a lot of battles early, looking for the beat. XK, so close there. It's tough. That is an extremely narrow angle.
Hot foot.
The feet are hot, but shots are not cracking though.
Yep.
Able to connect with one there. Tago, DMR damage, top 4 players. Michael, believe it or not, #1 so far this event.
Honestly, I'm going to be surprised that that's not Seoul.
Yeah.
I'm actually really surprised that Seoul's not even on that list.
Or anybody from
Or anyone from Korea, because they were just farming on day 1 with the DMRs on this map. But anyway.
Ruin up there, though, as our top damage dealer coming into the day, really just has been ultra consistent. Turkey hasn't been able to necessarily get as many points as they'd like out of that damage, but still not bad at all. 1 point for Korea so far this game, but certainly hungry for more, but they're going to play it safe. Do have Heaven way out to the east there of the rest of them. Argentina's still stuck underneath Japan, looking for an opportunity to break out if they possibly could. USA harassing a couple different teams. Brazil trying to regroup, set up as 4 up on top of the hill. USA just going to have to let them at this point have some vehicles they need to keep safe for a potential Phase 4, Phase 5 shift if it doesn't go their way. Kick, juggling a Panzerfaust. What is going to be the plan there? Maybe just stick it in the trunk of a car, but Evan actually got knocked.
Yeah, he's not getting back up.
Happy again from the same spot.
Will go the way of China. There's quite a few Chinese fans in the house right now. They've got a bit of a cheer. But this next zone is going to be a real stinker to work with because it's got that river still kind of running through the middle of it. No one wants to be down on that low ground. Got Australia and Vietnam kind of jostling for position out on the western side of the map at the moment. Everybody else, let's just say on the quote-unquote mainland.
Yeah, it's a few teams that still have moves to make.
Here's the knock onto Evan. Wow, these will be some great shots.
No way.
He doesn't even think he's going to get him.
Oh my God.
Ooh.
That is outrageously good. It is so hard to hit shots from that distance with the Dragunov.
Yep.
So difficult. Thailand Now we're back to the emergency airdrops.
You got to get on the ground ASAP if this is what you're going to do.
Oh, God.
Indeed they will, but are
Brazil.
they going to end up landing above Brazil? Yeah, they're not quite going to go into that compound, which is a good choice. Honestly, not a bad shout from Thailand in the end.
James holding fire. Feels like he hasn't been spotted. I mean, he's surrounded by Canada right now. We're back to the hide game for James. He's been so good in these spots in this event. He's found tremendous opportunities, but he's just reeling this info. He's got players that are going to be able to punish.
I think he unleashes here, right?
Yeah, this vehicle. Oh, really?
Just let him go past.
He's trying to get with the rest of them. Yeah, he was reeling this information over to Intens and the others, letting them kind of do some damage. Argentina immediately puts some fire in the James. Canada still trying to drive through. Intens gets another knock, but immediately load up with the grenade. This is looking pretty nice for Norway. Canada losing a lot of players there.
Nice little finish with the nade there as well. Here goes USA, clown car style. They've left Purdy Curdy back. They might have heard some of these shots from Argentina, so should be aware that there'll be a team just below them. Looking to try and clear out their space for the moment. This is very scary. Lots of sightlines, obviously, onto this position for the USA. They've got to be very, very cautious even, in a precarious position.
There you go.
So trying to get my words out. It's not looking too hot there for Australia either, but Vietnam going to go past them for the moment. Actually more interested in taking a central position, and it's getting quite hot in the center. That's where Korea is going now as well.
Trying to find something on the side of this hill. This is about the only area they were able to scout, but there is a lot of teams, a lot of players here. Salute's going to see Vietnam, tries to drive on by. So, but it's just a crap soul and he's gone. No hope there. Salute trying to bail him out. Did find Haisaki. Taikon has an angle and has the finish. Korea's out in 13th.
That's desperation from them, isn't it? That is really desperate.
It is.
From Korea, and USA will be looking at that, licking their lips, salivating, thinking about jumping up into first place right now, but nades are coming in from Thailand, and hey, maybe they want to have their crack at first as well. Speaking of, USA will get some vision of them now as they start to push their way along this hillside. That is causing problems for Argentina. Norway across from them as well, getting some shots in.
This Intens has got 5 kills. Great match for him in Norway so far. A lot to deal with, though. A couple teams on both sides of him. Silzen going to be eliminated. Argentina with him. Purdy Curdy letting loose with some grenades. Has been so well known throughout PUBG history. He's one of the best in the business doing damage, but ain't seeing that prone state. Taking a little bit less because of it. Purdy lets loose with the last frag in the bag. And that one's just going to scooch on by. And America going to piece out of this fight for now. Kick, though. Zainty trying to come up the hill. Trimsy finds Techers. All of a sudden, Norway just down to 1 player.
USA on the rise. It is an 11-point gap at the moment, but if those 2 kills do get converted, which they may well just because of the zone, USA will be raring to go. They're going to get their wriggle on as well. They want to move their way towards Japan, who are sort of bunkering down behind this shelter. It's going to be a breach from the USA. They are not stopping at all. Kane, he naded himself. He thought he might have had a smoke in his hand. I don't know what that was.
He was trying to throw it out the door and just missed. Just clipped the edge.
I guess you're right. Yeah, you're right, of course. But
yeah.
Oh, dear.
It was unfortunate. Just a little bit of a micro mistake there. Cost Kane, cost Japan. Still 1 point. Not what they'd want for sure, but they continue on so far. Currently in 6, depending on how Norway finishes this one. Godvi has a FAMAS now. Level 3 gear to back up that Dragunov that he has been disgusting with this match. 2 kills, 200 damage. That's efficiency right there for Godvi. Now China has a move to make. Aches left up on the front, able to kind of get a little bit of info, but it's going to be tough to see much beyond the hill in front of him. Made not going to get through that small window there. Chinese Taipei fending off this attack from Turkey as best as they can.
Zendan's going to hold his shots.
I hear a mortar somewhere.
Waiting patiently to see if Turkey are going to overcommit to this one. Code Marco, that's a little bit of a better toss. It's going to force London out, or maybe not. He's just going to decide to take flank, and somehow he's not taking any damage. I don't know how he survived there, but Lunlun and Sendan combining to find a couple of knocks onto Turkey to trade back that onto them. Mad down on the floor right now. Sendan hasn't moved. The nade doesn't look like a bad throw at all. Not going to be enough to find an knock onto Sendan, and he's keeping his head down nicely.
Oh, here comes the USA. They want a third party this fight. They're seeing that kill feed. They're hearing this. It's actually going to be Luke 12. Takes the kill onto the Mad. Zednon scooches to the outside of that blue zone grenade. Shrimzy, along with Purdy Curdy, leading the charge there for the United States. Australia as well, somewhat in the vicinity of this, but the US going to take this rock, see if they can maybe use this to get an angle onto the fight. Leo, though, kind of slipped the net here, gotten around there to that cement wall, and it's actually going to be Savior who finds kickstart. So the United States might be in trouble. The grenade is out for Savior, right past Shrimzy. Shrimzy's going to back off, trying to find the flush onto Kick. Not going to happen. Kick's still alive. All of a sudden, Australia's getting torn apart in the background.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Gunner's starting to look a little bit more invested than some of those look-ins that we got yesterday. Some very intense stares going on right there in the coach box. Australia, as you say, under the pump at the moment, but Monty's managed to get that knock onto Michael. Luke 12 will be finished off in the meanwhile.
Just snakers for the US. Savior's been doing a ton of great work here. A little help from some of his friends. Snakers is done. The USA is out. Chinese Taipei wipes them. Unbelievable.
Wow, okay, well, that was the opportunity that was gone begging now for the USA. Australia joining them as partners in crime, 10th and then 9th for those two teams. Feel like maybe USA missed a trick by not being able to capitalize on Korea's early exit in this game. But what about Brazil? What about Brazil? The storyline becomes Brazil and Thailand right now, and it has definitely been Brazil's day up to this point. They're in a pretty good position again to make something happen. For sure. I wonder, could this be a miracle run from the South American squad?
I'm all about it. What a start they've had for the day. Bard, good shots from him. But he goes for the reload. Smash punishes him. Just wasn't quite expecting a repeat from that angle. Now Fex, though, going for a res of his own. Bard is quite a ways away from Fex and Michael. So probably just going to have to seed that player over. Here comes Chinese Taipei again. Oh, it's actually Vietnam. They get the knock. Dimas, now it's a race for the flush. Fex is actually going to get it. United Kingdom able to keep valuable, precious points away from Vietnam. They need them too. They're still at that 100-point threshold. They still have an opportunity to do something today. They can have a big game. So a lot could happen here. Oh man, that's clean from Michael.
Yep, nicely done. UK starting to put together a pretty decent game here, but it is just down to the last couple. And they're going to be gate-kept out from China. He's left having a look in that direction. Vietnam as well. Intus is being very cheeky, isn't he? Look at this guy. What is he up to?
He's using those tinted windows to full effect.
Mum's just left him in the car when she's gone shopping.
Oh no.
Mum, when are you coming back?
That's a crime.
Roll the window down.
That's illegal. Oh, Michael though. Down and out. Oh, he must have found the point. The grenade landed just before he could do anything about it. Leo claims Fex's life. UK out in 7th. Chinese Taipei on the move in this game. Starting to get some confidence. 7 kills. Who knows? Sometimes those games just kind of snowball. You just start getting that feel. He's there. Oh, he saw him.
As soon as he gets out of the car, I mean, that was the problem. Just should have stayed in.
Maybe there was some sense from Guizera. I mean, just seeing the car, though, you're just kind of watching it to see if anybody's hiding behind it.
Yeah.
That could be it. Oh, Thailand. They need a little bit more firepower here, I think. I mean, Akeleft is out in the blue taking some damage, though. Lyrics and Jacob trying to hold this northern flank. Vietnam so far content to hold down this little cement fortress they have. Now, as China, you have a decision to make. You're on the edge of the circle. You can maybe wait this out a bit longer. Yeah, but you're going to have to move in this next one. Although you don't have to move too far. Now it's Thailand you have decisions to make. Center up. Try to hold a different angle. Tough choices.
I think maybe you even look to see if you can maybe third party if there ends up being a fight between Vietnam and China as those two teams try to work their way in. Thailand can get involved in that. They don't,
like that.
Definitely don't want to overcommit to it, though, because Brazil will be right up their backside if they do. It's actually a very difficult-looking position to play for Thailand. It feels like they've almost got a little bit too much to cover. Here comes Brazil, and nades, they're going to go right on top of Jacob. This could actually be disaster for Thailand. The nades, oh, they're just bouncing all over the place. Somehow Jacob's alive, but that one will get him. How did they know?
Just some shots from China, and they just assumed somebody was at this rock. It's a smart test, but they're paying the price. Fluky found an angle, but he's out of 5-5.
LFP1 might actually just be able to get res here quickly, as there is enough of a hill to play with for Brazil. If they duck down, Fluky's gotten knocked as well. Disaster for Thailand. Yeah, as we said, it just felt like a little bit too much ground to cover for Thailand, and they are not able to deal with the combined push of China and Brazil. Maybe the better option was centering up indeed, but it's too late to make that choice for Thailand. Brazil will actually end up losing one.
Yeah, just too many teams hungry out on the edge there. 4 points, and they kind of get caught up in the chaos. Godwin's been knocked. Sparking as well for Brazil. What a shot. What a spray down from Aches left. Nasty stuff with the mini there. Ming Ming as well. Trying to finish off Sparking. Kraken wants Guizera, wants that P90 back up and running. Leo harassing Vietnam a bit. Yeah. Oh, Kraken gone.
What?
Intense. What a game for him. How many kills does he have now? 7, 8?
Something like that. He is being shot at right now by Chinese Taipei, so he's going to have to get down behind the taxi. 8.
Wow.
8 from Intense. That's a big game for Norway. Probably their best of the day. Keeping Norway quite stably inside of the top 8 at the moment. But he's been found out. Blue Zone nade going to cause a real problem, and it forces him out of position. He's alive, though.
How? Amazing. He still has just enough room to hide.
He's a smooth criminal.
Just moonwalked right out of there.
I mean, this is a kid getting up to some shenanigans, right? We talked about mum leaving him in the car when she went shopping. Kid's gone roaming.
No leash on him.
That guy, he's a troublemaker.
I'm all about that life. Only 2 bandages left, though. Literally no utility to speak of. And a well-deserved round of applause here for Intense. Has had a tremendous game for Norway.
Just going to try and keep his head down for the moment. See if he can sneak his way into the top 3. Cause any more problems. Ooh, he's actually not going to keep his head down. He's going to try and take this fight with Aches left.
Going up one of the best in the world here.
Bold choice. Ming Ming there as well. I wonder if China are at a point now where they're like, well, we kind of have to get rid of this guy. He's being too much of a pain. Though they can't really push because Chinese Taipei is watching them as well.
This should be Chinese Taipei's game. That grenade is so close. So close. Able to scoop some up there. Tens now has a molly as well. And he's able to bandage up a bit. Trying to get back to as much health as possible. Vietnam begins to make their move. Some vehicles as they can kind of caterpillar their way up the hill. Still have China on one side, Chinese Taipei on the other. So a tough position for all these teams. But think about this, we're about to hit phase 9, and we've still got 10 players left.
He just keeps popping up. Oh, they've got to be so furious. Like, get this guy out of here. Oh, it's not quite gone far enough. He's got one more.
Ooh, that bounced.
Oh, he's got a knock. No, he got too greedy. As soon as he left his little pocket of safety, that was the end of Norway. But a good run from Intense, and he might have done a bit of a number onto China. Who can capitalize on that, though? Not Vietnam. Chinese Taipei have sent Sen Nan to go investigating. And he has found Aches left as well, so might have been a little bit of an over-aggression in the end there from Sen Nan as Bing Bing will find that trade. Chinese Taipei, they're losing members here and there. Vietnam, they've been quiet, but they have been lurking away under the surface. Leo trades one back onto Haisaki. Himas trying to save the day. Taikon's going to go down now as well. It is just Himas. This might be a 1v1v2.
Push around the corner, but he's shut right down. Xavier is going to be there to hold the line. Going for the long distance spray, and it is going to be Chinese Taipei. Finding another another win on day 3 of a PNC, on the final day of a PNC. Huge performance from them. I am very impressed with the way they played that game, and you could just kind of sense it coming. Midway through that, 7 kills, and I was like, man, they're just feeling it this game. Got a little scrappy at the end.
It did. It was by the skin of their teeth, really. But a win's a win. Can't take that away from them. Wild final circle there. Honestly, that game was kind of wild from start to finish.
Yes.
Where do you even begin? Bicycle warfare.
Yeah, that's where it began.
And that kind of set the tone for the rest of the game. But Chinese Taipei will be very happy with that. Kind of needed some points. They were sitting down in 14th place, so they might even be able to leapfrog UK, China. Probably not quite enough to catch up to Australia just yet. But every placement makes a little bit of a difference. Down there, you can grab yourself another $500 here and there. So
that's true.
Nice
yeah.
to grab it.
Yeah, the extra money, you always take that.
Yep.
Heck yeah. Every position matters at this event, so there's always something to fight for.
Yep.
Down to the very end. China, I mean, yes, the tournament has been a struggle, but they've played really good recently. And here we go.
The bike.
The bike.
It was less about the bike and more about the seat swap shenanigans as well. Pains maybe a little bit unlucky not to quite get that third one, but have a look at this. I think there was a point where they were both in the car at the same time. Just madness.
Yep. Not a lot you can do there. You just kind of look at each other and go, huh. All right, well, let's get out and try again.
Get the pan out in the back seat.
Yeah, there you go. Start thunking away. This looked like it might actually be really dire for China because Korea showed up there, but Godby was just disgusting with the Dragunov. Hit outrageous shots and knocked Korea out early, essentially. Just the one on to Evan. That was 2 players left and not much they could do from there. Salute and Seoul shut right down by Vietnam. Good defense there. Vietnam getting deep into the game, but not really accumulating a ton of points. So I think the good news here is if you're a Korea or USA fan, nobody really did a ton of damage to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, in particular, Korea will probably be breathing a sigh of relief because it looked like for a moment there was a position where USA would be able to get away with a few more points than what they actually ended up taking. It ended up only being the 4 kill points there for USA. They just sort of got stuck in a bit of an awkward fight and taken down one by one. So even if they would have survived another 5 minutes or so, they really could have actually rocketed up at still, what, a 7-point gap at the moment for USA to overcome, which is, I guess, the main goal right now for USA is, if not overtake Korea, at least just keep it within 1 game's worth of points, which is what 7 points would be. You could overtake that in 1 game if things go your way.
Yeah. I mean, as long as you're within even 10 to 12 points, like then you can go for that win, you know, and try to take over. You don't want to be there, but that's at least something to think about. You can keep yourself within shooting distance for these next 3 maps, and there's a real hope that you can get it done in that final game. That would be a great finish. I mean, I'd take nothing better than when a team can win it in the final game. Definitely could be a possibility, but yeah, I mean, it was a long map there. It just so much fighting from top to bottom. I mean, Argentina was stuck in a weird position for a long time. I'm trying to even like just mentally ping pong around the map to think what happened. Yeah, USA, if they win that fight against Chinese Taipei, they're in the winning position potentially. Who knows?
Yep.
Crazy stuff. Thailand a little quiet there. Got caught in the middle of a lot of players. It's too spread out.
That was an awkward spot for them to be in, really, wasn't it? Like, it felt like they had all the options. They could have sent it up, like you said. That was definitely something they could have thought about, but in the end, they decided to kind of keep that 2-2 split going. And I don't know, I mean, Jacob getting naded by Brazil, that felt like maybe a little bit of bad luck, but from there, the house of cards just kind of fell apart. And you could kind of see the position that they were in. There was a lot of angles looking at them from multiple teams. So maybe there was no getting out of that for Thailand, really. At the end of the day, we can look at it in hindsight and say, well, the decision that they made didn't work out, but if they would have made a different decision, would it have worked out necessarily anyway? Because it felt like they were maybe in a bit of a rough spot anyway. So conversation for another day, conversation for smarter minds than mine. Chinese Taipei, though, 14-kill win over China, who got 9 kills, 2nd place. That's a nice little bump up for Team China, but also for Norway, who've been a little bit quiet, and mostly thanks to Intense. Again, for Norway, really feels like they are living and dying by the individuals, right? A lot of their points are just coming from individual efforts. First day it was definitely James. Here for day 3, Intense. As a team unit, maybe not quite coming together as much, but the individuals are popping off at least.
Yeah, no. I mean, they've had some tremendous performances in these late game scenarios by single players who just really find some magic and make things work that you wouldn't expect to. Leo, 7 kills, man of the match. Huge stuff. Him and Xavier doing a great job there. For Chinese Taipei, the longtime veterans of PUBG Esports. Again, a lot of these players have been around quite some time. Leo's definitely one of them, and he shows you he's still got it. They have a great showing here on Tego. And then we get Rondo next.
Ooh, yes.
Rondo time. One more Rondo. Feels a little sad. We only get 3 Rondos total.
Yep.
Kind of enjoying it so far. Wouldn't mind a few more, but do be like that. 24 points total for Chinese Taipei, 15 for China, 13 for Norway. Only 8 for Vietnam, though. Even though they get so deep into that game, they're not really able to rack up enough kill points.
It's been the name of the game for Vietnam for the majority of this event. They've had decent games, and they've had consistently decent games, but they haven't had those 1 or 2 big games that some of the other teams have gotten, and that's why they're a little bit behind the 8 ball. Here's how things are shaking up. Vietnam have actually snaked that 4th spot away from Brazil once again. But Korea, USA, Thailand remaining unmoved for the moment. Still got 3 games to go, but the 20-point deficit for Thailand is just not shifting. Doesn't seem to matter how Korea go. Thailand just can't really make any inroads on that deficit right now, which the longer this goes on, the more it starts to feel like a 2-horse race, because 20 points, you're not going to overcome that in one game. That is 2-game territory. So realistically, only a couple of games left in here for Thailand to be able to close that gap if they want to be looking for at least, well, at best, a first-place finish.
Yeah, it takes really crazy, weird stuff to happen where that 20 points is attainable in one game. It takes really weird stuff. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. For some of those other teams that are maybe 30 points out, you also kind of have to start here. Like, you have to catch up now. You can't be going that far down. You can't be 30 points down with 2 maps left. Oh, very, very difficult to win 2 in a row, which is essentially what you need to do at that point at the end of a tournament like this. Because the thing is a lot of the teams that are below are really starting to push the tempo, push the pace for those extra points. They're looking for those third parties.
Yep.
So it gets a lot more difficult to sort of hold down stuff on the edge of a circle, play safe, because a lot more teams are going to be a lot more active on the map, and you can get caught up in that real easily.
Yeah, I mean, if you're one of those middle-of-the-pack teams, right, I guess you're just sort of throwing caution to the wind and saying 1 or 2 points could make a big difference for us. Like Argentina goes 2 points, they go from 8th to 7th, Let's see if we can kind of push and grab ourselves one little pick up early on in the game and play a little bit more of an aggressive style in here. We're not necessarily looking for burst, we're just looking to find 2, 3, 4 points a game to keep ourselves in that jostle for a position inside of the top 8. The slip and slide continues, though, for both Germany and for Australia. They do feel like the 2 teams that have kind of been on the receiving end, whereas a couple of the other teams are maybe going up. Chinese Taipei, obviously, Brazil definitely, but when one team's going up, another team or 2 are kind of going down, and unfortunately for Germany and Australia, that seems like it's the case, as both those teams have had really, really rough days so far today, not really coming together for them. And at one point, it felt like China was probably too far away to gain themselves another placement. They would be forever stuck in 13th, but Australia have really been hurting for points up on 2 now. And in fact, actually, China's only 2 points away from Australia now, which is dramatically
crazy
different from where we were on day 1. Only 4 points away from Chinese Taipei. So they could even stand to go up to, maybe 10th place off of this game. And here we go into Rondo. Again, it's Australia in 5th. I don't know, man. Like, I want to vote for Australia too, but...
maybe just like laws of averages. Maybe they're just going to come through with a win here. It's just kind of like they're due for one, using more gambling fallacies. Himas now up to 34 kills total. He's almost half of his team's points, half of their kills. He has been absolutely insane. What did you write? Himas,
NGU.
NGU. You put a heart in there.
Suppose it means something good?
Yeah, I don't speak Vietnamese at all, so can't put that one together.
Yeah, Himas is the kill leader at the moment.
Well, it's, you know, it hasn't been the best tournament for Canada, but they came in here and, you know, some players who've been around for a long time tried their best, came close in one of the games to get a win, but were shut out by Korea. And it's been pretty rough sledding for them. Same with UK, who normally we expect to be one of those teams we're considering in PNC, at least in recent history, as a potential winner, but still, they haven't really been able to put it together at this event. Not really able to get in those placement points. They can get kills, but they really have just been at a disadvantage in a lot of those edge positions. Haven't been quite able to find that same success that we saw in 2022, 2023.
Well, it is time. We are on the downhill slope now for day 3 as we head into game number 4, and it will be Rondo. All eyes are turned towards the trophy. It is Korea leading the United States, and then a couple of teams trying to catch up to those two, but as we get deeper and deeper into the day, it might just end up being a 2-horse race if no one can get it done here on Rondo. The rolling hills of Rondo.
Yeah, you might want to ask it for forgiveness, is what it said. Forgiveness for maybe not playing PUBG the way you thought you would, but it's neither here nor there. What a gun shop in there. Got everything in the kitchen sink you could possibly want, hanging up on the walls. Over towards the plane path. We only have one. No, we got two again. Got the crisscrossing right by Yulin. And this makes things a little bit tricky for teams. We saw, you know, at Jeddah City.
Yeah, there was some contest yesterday.
Yeah, and because you don't know exactly where, you know, an alternate drop spot might be, or, you know, who's in what plane, so that can make it a little bit confusing. So you have to be pretty cautious in the early part of the game, but Korea out very early. No one seemingly in their vicinity. Yulin, Vietnam, close to each other above there. We've been seeing China drop in the Neox factory near Test Track. Doesn't look like they're going to be contested there today. USA is out to the east, north of Jeddah City, so
where's Chinese Taipei going to go? I wonder if they're going to run into Argentina, because that was that the fight that we saw on day 1?
Yes,
of
you're right, yes.
And it does definitely look like they might be running into one another. Xavier just going to move a little further away from Silson, but they're definitely in close proximity. DraftKings might need to get a bit of a wriggle on here with his loot, because he's the most south player from Argentina. And I can see something brewing. Ooh. Pretty hard northern shift for phase 1.
I'm about that. Some pretty interesting terrain up there. There's a bit of a river running through the middle and the north of that circle, so kind of curious where that one's going to end up. Maybe we go northeast. There's a lot of interesting terrain up there. Plays a bit more like Miramar up in that part of the map, so I'm definitely all about it. It's a little more flat than Miramar is generally, but still very mountainous, very rocky, very dry, very brown. You know, much to your chagrin.
Distaste.
Yeah. But you know, the green is nice. I'll cede you that point. Chinese Taipei though, actually not really dusting up with Argentina, so looks like they just don't feel like scuffling again.
I think that's fair enough.
Yeah, it's probably better to just, you know, take that win you got and don't try to, you know, force it in the next game, and then all of a sudden you go out instantly, you're out 16th, no points, and you're like, well, that was all for naught. Because they're what, 11th now? They shot way up there. And they're, you know, only a couple points behind Turkey now. Top 10, definitely in sight.
Yep. Argentina only just holding on to 8th right now, so I don't imagine they want to be taking too many risks early on in the game either. What they're going
so close, dude. They're so close to greatness.
It just feels like that, doesn't it? Over the entire day, really. Entire event, I should say. Vietnam have kind of just been on the precipice of doing something special, but haven't actually gotten it together for a win yet.
It's just like if they could have taken 1 or 2 fights a little bit cleaner, like it could be a very different story for them. They just, again, you know, pouring over the stats, it's just like, well, they take a ton of damage. And that's just not sustainable in PUBG because not only are you taking knocks, you're losing armor, you're losing helmets. Like, you know, yes, they're putting out a ton of damage, but they're generally actually taking more than they're giving out, despite the fact that they're doing quite well. Their timings are phenomenal in a lot of ways, but they're also kind of not in some ways because they put themselves in such risky spots. They're able to just individually frag their way out of some bad situations. Yeah, but, you know, again, slight tweaks and they could very much be challenging Korea for first place. Speaking of Korea, they're way outside of the current circle, so they're going to have to make some big rotations. Maybe a bit of a north, all the way up towards like Lee or something, or Nanchuan, and then wrap in from the northern edge, is my guess, is how they might play this circle. The thing is you've still got Germany chilling, taking their time to loot.
Yeah, Korea might actually run into Germany if they try going through Jiaotin.
That's what I'm kind of... I think Anonix might be somewhat aware of it.
Honestly, Germany have actually gotten themselves into that kind of situation a little bit at this event. Taking those slow rotates and just running into a team partway through here and there.
And I'm going to be honest, I don't want to see Korea get in an early fight. Like, that's got to stop if they're going to win. Like, just to be blunt, can't have that. Oh, boy.
Godv. He's got all the info. Shots in there from Luke 12 as well from Australia. There's about to be some pretty nasty shots from Godv. We did see that, though, on Tago. No Dragonov this time. So Turkey goes past all good.
All right, yeah, they're going to be able to settle up the warehouses, hide a few vehicles in there, and try to move on. I heard a bolt. That makes me happy. Love me some bolt action rifles. China, though, just going to set up and kind of wait for the next circle. My guess is based on what I'm seeing from the teams, that the heat maps tell these teams that this circle is somewhere actually near this river. Either like south of it or west of it or east of it. So that's kind of interesting. Or a lot of teams are east though. So like basically like test track is super unlikely. And northwest is super unlikely. East is like generally where this circle's gonna go.
Okay.
That's my guess.
A little bit more of a congregation around there. USA, Canada, setting up east. Australia have got another 2-2 split on either side of the river. Two splits have somewhat been their undoing in this event so far, but if they can lock it down, let's give them options. Vietnam are taking their time to rotate their way up. Mass is the kill leader on Rondo. He's the kill leader for the event as well. 34 kills total for him. 29 for Kickstart, 28 for Seoul. That makes sense that if he's the kill leader, he might be the kill leader on Rondo as well.
Oh, no. Well, if you just shake the wheels back and forth, you generate a little bit of momentum. EMP, of course, disables the vehicles. See?
Yep.
It's just like when you're and you're like skating, or you can kind of just wiggle back and forth and get a little momentum.
Back online, and actually they found a glider.
Nice. Are they going to put 2 in it?
I would say it was sparking that we've seen previously in the glider for Brazil. So if anyone, I'd imagine it's probably going to be him. They're just doing a little bit of loot swapping right now. And indeed, it will be sparking to jump on in.
I mean, this is worked okay for them. It gets them some info on the edges. And that's really what this is all about.
Listen, bro. I don't know if you've ever...
The bus.
Have you ever taken a plane before?
Did he take damage there, too?
He had to have.
Does he think that the... well, the wing might go over the top of the Pico bus. I don't know, but the wheels are what was causing the issue there.
Just staring down the bus. Letting them know who's boss.
Just asserting dominance.
I took a flight one time where the catering truck ran into the plane.
Really?
And we had to wait for a few hours for them to fix it.
To make sure it...
To make sure the plane wasn't damaged.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Like it ran into the wheels, or...?
I don't know what it ran into, but it ran into the plane somewhere.
Really?
And so I'm wondering if Sparking was the guy that was driving it at that point.
We can blame him regardless. There's not much he can do about it.
Anyway, he's managed to get aerial now. So going to find some information for Brazil. It's actually quite a congested area of the map, so he's going to have a lot to look at.
Yeah.
Germany, glider as well. It does seem like Germany and Brazil have actually really been the two teams that have lent into this glider.
You also have Korea rolling up not too far behind Germany. Although they're going to see it from the glider. Rex definitely is going to see that extra car in the rearview mirror. And they're going to set up a little impromptu barricade, but Heaven, wise to it, peels off. Salute's going to follow him. What is Korea's decision going to be? Actually, they're going to send an Onyx out on his own to go to the top of the hill potentially to see what's going on, but Germany says, we're good. We don't really need to commit to this just yet. And they're going to watch Mexico fly around. So, I mean, the thing is, as Korea, you have to know that you're completely red. There's nothing you can do that's going to surprise Germany. So safe is better than sorry there, for sure.
Yep. Yeah, pretty slow early game here on Rondo. First time we've gotten to 10 minutes and there hasn't been a kill. I say that, 10 seconds left. Taisaki might be able to find us one here on a Thailand. Oh, he might well. Oh, never mind. He decides not to shoot, but he was definitely spotted out there. We will indeed get to 10 minutes without a kill or a knock. But I'm not sure that we're going to last too much longer beyond that. Himas is trying his best. Sprays a little bit off there. Thailand and Vietnam, the two teams that are kind of chasing the leaders, running into one another. It's not really what we want to see. But zone shift actually went out to the west.
Yeah, and Korea looking to head to the mountain, seemingly. Our observers have been pretty on point with predicting the battles. This fight over on the east, Brazil's also heading in that direction. Goodbye.
Oh.
Goodbye, T-Bone.
Run over by a bus that looks like that.
Yeah, not ideal. Oh, nice. That's cute. Nifty driving there through the river. That's a great map where it is from the United States. Splashing some damage down on top of Canada. It's Argentina, but Sock has a pretty good angle. Finds quite a bit of damage, but no knocks just yet. Shinboy as well, peppering towards that Pico bus, but Pipa able to peek back behind the rock. Is this battle going to continue? It looks like Argentina's not super interested.
Sparking is stalking Himas. Getting all that info for Brazil, who are kind of following Vietnam on that southern rotate. Here goes USA. This will be a big moment. You'll hear the Korean crowd cheering quite a lot if China's able to get up in this fight. They are hoping to see the demise of USA. It would mean a Korean victory here on home soil. 2 more games to go after this one.
I mean, you have to be thinking that there might be another team out on the other side. And the thing is Norway might be doing them a huge favor here because they're dropping in a spot where China might have to kind of deal with them because Norway might have angles down to this. China realizes it. They're trying to get underneath the angles of Norway so that Norway can't punish them. USA did a little bit of damage there. Norway going to go for the Kings of the Mountain play, see if they can just rain damage down on all these other teams. I mean, the view lines from up here are ridiculous.
Of course, yeah. I don't think China have fired a bullet just yet. They're trying to keep themselves quiet because they heard USA pulling up. They know as soon as they fire, they lose their element of surprise. USA have been more than happy to fire a few shots off.
Can't really challenge this, though, as the USA. It's just a horrible, horrible angle to try to fight to. You have to let other teams deal with that problem because you have enough of that mountain to cut yourself off. Your center circle. You can't afford to be taking fights there because if teams from the east get wind of it and see like maybe a player from the United States gets knocked, they will rush to punish you because your eastern side is pretty open.
Vietnam and Thailand in close proximity once again. Fluky, oh, Himas not able to land the headshot that he needed. And so Thailand will be made aware of Vietnam's position. Fluky, heal back on up. Doran's okay. He didn't quite go around the corner far enough.
Smart idea with that grenade to cover that door for Himas. I like that. You know how Sparking's just like watching this fight. Man's paid for pay-per-view. He's got to come check this out. But you can see how cautious with, 3 games left, with both teams being so close to the top of that leaderboard, how cautious they are being with this fight. My word.
Centering up, still quite a bit of the river in play. And as mentioned by the observers, Big Hill, Norway right on top of that.
Well, my guess is this has to end somewhere between the river and where everybody is by this big hill. Korea has to saddle up on this western side, try to keep these vehicles safe for a potential future rotate. Germany still pretty outside the circle, but that's nothing new. It's the way they PUBG.
Michael's up here on his own north, and he's actually exactly where Germany is driving toward. So I wonder if he gets into a spot of bother right here. Oh dear, they're going to run into one another. Fex is going to come across to try to render some assistance. Germany, are they aware? They're certainly not going to be aware of Fex. No, they're not. First couple of shots do land, but not enough for a knock. Michael going to fire a couple off as well, and so Germany are starting to piece the puzzle together.
I see Australia in the distance, but I was kind of curious if maybe they'd want to take a peek at this fight. Fex, though, going to turn his attention to the air.
Oh!
Sparking got taken out of the air by Snakers. That's phenomenal shooting. It's hard to shoot someone out of one of those gliders.
We are seeing, and in that meanwhile, Vietnam is rocking up on Brazil. This has been a real rivalry that's been developing today. Vietnam lost their place to Brazil. Now they're taking it back. And Brex has just been taken out by XK. So both the glider players now out of the sky. This is a no-fly zone.
I love it. It's Chris. Throws out the stun. Michael just done. Nothing he can do. Both angles covered there by Germany. And the stun into the drive-by. Phenomenal coordination there. Germany trying to get their player back. Trying to get their IGL in. You know there's a player underneath him, but oh, what a grenade from Guizera! It finds 2 of the USA. Underneath the rock and on top of their heads. Oh, what a shot from Titan, though. Hits a headshot from afar on the Kraken.
It's going to take some real salvaging for USA. I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Shrimsy inside that smoke. He's done so. It's going to have to just be Snakers and Kickstart for the rest of this game.
Oh, Shrimsy. Oh, no. He doesn't know the fire's
Into the
there.
volley.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he was doomed one way or the other. It was Blue Zone nade, Molotov nade, something like that. A stray shot. He was gone. And USA losing 2 members. That is going to be painful. Korea still 4 strong right now. And again, it has been proving very difficult for USA to catch up to Korea.
And they just can't quite seem to find success. Is this actually going to end by these rocks? Or are these, like, I guess these aren't unplayable. Maybe they are, and it's just going to end close to them. This phase 4 removes the water as much as it can. This is going to be absolute madness. A lot of teams on the southeast have to make their way through. But the teams that are kind of blockading the closest entrance are USA and Brazil, and they're very beat up. Oh, kickstart. Okay. That's huge for the USA. Oh, that's huge kick.
Wait, where's that come from? Great couple of shots. Yeah, I mean, this is the dirty work that USA now have to do. They're down to 2. They're not going to win this game, but if they can just find, another 2-3 points, they can keep it interesting up against Korea. Vard's going to try to hold out Germany with that nade underneath the car. Too little, too late. Germany, though, have rocked up, and they're getting a little bit of a helping hand here. UK and Australia handshaking to cause a problem for Germany. Vard is getting flanked, getting wrapped upon. Nade's going to go through the window, 8 HP. And he's done. It was always going to go that way.
Seoul did get a knock. Quite far away there. 300 meters minimum. That's a okay start, but you can't really finish that. Keep your eyes towards China. Now Argentina having a tough time losing players to a couple different teams. Leo out in the blue, grenade in his face, gets the heel off, but is he going to be able to make his way in? Zennon trying to press forward, trying to see what he can do, but he takes a grenade, he's down, and it's all falling apart here on this edge. Too many teams have too many angles. Leo's going to see if he can find any extra value out of this round. Nurens, hello?
No, don't do him like that. He's missed every shot.
That is very unlike Nurens.
Tycon gets a second lease on life. Seoul with a knock on to Jeans. The point is stolen away by Aches left. Tell the crowd here is really hanging on every single point that Korea could possibly be getting.
Vietnam tries to slide their way forward. Up in the air is Indonesia. I mean, this is free pickings. Potentially, maybe Simoy. Yeah. It's actually Tiggleton who gets that. From where? That is forever away.
From downtown. Trick. Oh, what trick? That is not a magic trick that you want to be doing. Okay. It's getting a little bit silly here on Rondo. But for a few teams, this is all important. USA definitely. Yeah, another one. Awkward, don't make the same mistake. That res is going to come through. Himas gets the better of Emic. Argentina eliminated in 14th. Zone shift, as you did sort of predict, is going to go closer towards the river.
It eventually got there.
Yeah.
I was just guessing. Wasn't entirely sure. Okay. Those from Turkey right towards the USA. Once again, under mortar fire, under pressure, sidestepping it a bit. Leo does go down to the blue, and Chinese Taipei has found 13th place after winning the previous match. America trying to cling on for dear life. Maybe they can at least get some placement points. Yeah, like you said, blue-collar work. Japan and Canada scuffling again. Actually, Himas finds that knock. Guy is absolutely outrageously good. Finds so many good angles. Up and over. Japan, good timing, starting to fire together. Kane, run AX. Making mincemeat of Canada.
Yeah, Japan continuing to look good today. 94 points. Can they maybe make a run into steal 5th place back away from Brazil in this game? 4 players alive on a fairly quiet side of the zone. Japan have been solid. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Tekka's here for Norway alongside Intense. Playing a very different kind of game than the rest.
It's like a scene out of Predator. Just hiding in the bushes.
Patience of virtue.
Oh!
Spotted. Nade's going to get tossed in there by Indonesia. Tekka's getting knocked. But there was a trade back, so Intense, he doesn't have a whole lot of room to work, but he doesn't have the ability to choose when this fight happens either. He should surely lose it. Trick is trying his best. Orkarin has been actually finished off by a Molotov. This is a very awkward fight for actually both these players. Intense might even be able to try and gamble on a res, but he would make a mistake if he did that, because that nade is going to land right on top of Tekka's, and... Or it's not, it's going to roll downhill. Man, Tekka's is still alive.
Yeah, I was right there with you. I thought that was going to land right on him.
I thought there was a little pocket that it could have landed in.
Yeah, the hill is steep enough that the grenades are going to roll down. Thailand trying to dodge some shots. Korea now hounding down players of China. See if they can take them down. They also have Germany out on their flank, but they've got the edge of the circle. They just need to maintain it for now. See if they can collect a few kills. Himas, so good. Only getting a little bit of damage into Fluky. To drive up on top of that hill, find enough safety, has the emergency cover flare potentially to use. There's finally Trick is going to get Intense and get Norway. Now a whole bunch of China lined up here potentially for Vietnam. One knock for Taikon. Can they find any more damage? Have to keep Thailand in check though. You have to be aware of that angle.
Patience of virtue for all these teams right now as they wait for the next zone shift to come through.
I think it's going to go north or east, I think.
I would say so. Australia did lose Monty earlier on. But I was just going to say, you know, we haven't talked about Australia much. We haven't talked about Turkey much. They've been kind of keeping their heads down. But this is a winnable game for both of those teams. The loss of Monty will definitely hurt Australia. But they are on the quiet side of the zone. Have a look at this from Trick onto Korea. He's doing a public service for everybody else in the lobby. And attempting to keep it interesting going into the final 2 games of the day. USA will be breathing a sigh of relief. They've actually closed the gap a little bit on Korea this game so far.
They have a tough position. They kind of have to hope that everybody else is cannibalizing each other out on the edge. Korea losing yet another player. They're down to just one. Nurens, Thailand, trying to see if they can go right up the center of this circle, make their way through. Vietnam smokes out already. A lot of pressure put their way. Trick looking for the last one, trying to make it a hat trick here. Jacob does find Taikon. Thailand trying to use that angle, but China trying to use ball. Jacob just spun and killed Ming Ming, by the way, after Ming Ming tried to make the mistake of challenging him in that spot. Flood and they're doing a lot of work on it in Japan.
Yeah, Japan's trying to send Australia. They've lost a couple of players early on in the piece. Luke 12 around the corner here, low, but getting helped out by Tingleton. Get knocked by a kickstart in the end. That actually might be Luke dead. Tingleton around the corner will finish things off alongside Flood. It's a nice hold from Australia, but they've got to try and get Luke up if they want to win this game. In the meanwhile, Vietnam and Thailand, they've been at blows this entire game so far. And it looks like it might go the way of Thailand for the moment. It's hard. Both down to a duo, but slightly more favorable positioning for Thailand. Oh, at least in the case of Haisaki, actually, there's a couple of Vietnamese members that have already made their rotation in, so...
It's going to be tough. I mean, it's really tough for both teams because there's already so many players posted up around the southern edge of the circle. Getting through there while having to fight each other along the way is extremely treacherous. Vietnam has a slight edge because they're at least in the circle, but Turkey has had enough of it. The grenades are in, they're right on the money. Code Marco finds Glory, smash with the M4 finds Emas, and just Taikon left, he's done. That's it, that grenade blooms and he's done. Vietnam goes out in 9th, no placement points for them, not much ground gained, if any.
Certainly a lot of ground gained by Turkey. They are starting to flex their muscle on this zone right now and moving into position. But they're unaware of the USA. Snakers and Kickstart. It's a stealth mission from those guys. Right, if Turkey goes past them, this could actually be the make or break. The make for the USA, the break for Turkey. Couple of extra points right here could get USA above Korea. It's just Enoy surviving for the Korean squad. In the meanwhile, Nurans has gone down to China and Turkey. Zone shift is going to go south, hard south. What a shift. Australia already preempting that by sending Luke 12 and Flood across. Now Tig will join them.
See Onyx doing everything he can to keep himself hidden. China really wants Thailand off their flanks. Mika is going to find a grenade onto Trick to wipe Indonesia out. But man, Trick did some serious damage from up on high. It's Chris, though, on rear guard. Flood and Luke. The duo, see if they can break this open. It's Chris, not aware of it. They're doing a good job of masking their sound cues. They know he's there. He's making a lot of noise with those gunshots, and they're going to let him feel it. Oh, the molly was right at his feet. Luke follows up with a barrel kill, and that's a clean sweep of Germany between China and Australia.
Yep. Australia still need to fight their way in, though. They've got to jostle for some positioning. They're outside of the circle at the moment, and China will have an angle on Australia once they start to push their way in, and that is a real big rivalry that's developed over this Nations Cup. China will be looking for some revenge for sure. Meanwhile, Turkey kind of keep their rampage going. I'm just waiting for the two remaining members of USA to try and make their move. When are they going to pull the trigger? Ruan on his way in as well. Haven't spotted them out either, but you get the sense that if Turkey lose a player here, that might be the go signal for USA. Snakers and Kickstart.
Lyric's able to get the heal.
Honestly, from the position that they're in, unfortunately having now been spotted by Ruan, they're probably not going to get that team wipe onto Turkey, who are going to turn around and try and deal with them. But there was a world where if things went the way of USA, they might have gotten in behind Turkey and picked up a whole squad wipe. Now, though, Turkey will turn their attention to their backs.
Got to take the points when they're available, though.
Definitely.
I get what USA did, but yeah, they've been kind of stuck in that corner for so long. It's hard to really make sense of the world around you at that point. Stuns are out to try to keep them at bay. They're still getting a little bit of help from Thailand. Lyrics gets the knock onto the mat. Akelef just runs in, and Thailand, he's had enough of this, and he's done with them. Goodbye. 5 kills in this game for Akelef. Phenomenal stuff, but a grenade from Smashes could be doomed for the USA. It's close, but it just bounces a bit too high.
Did a lot of damage. They've been suffering in the hands of the mortars yesterday. That must feel a little bit like PTSD. Another mortar strike, but in the form of a grenade. So far, so good for USA. That one's going to go well too far past them. China starting to encroach in upon Turkey. Smashes gonna have to turn his attention away. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Akelef down. The Mad dropping as well. Code Marco is low, but he's tossed a nade up over the top. Doesn't do any damage. damage. Answer, no. Ming, however, will, and Turkey are eliminated. We're into the top 4 now. China have one player on the floor.
But with these kills that the USA has been finding, they're 2 points away from Korea. And Onyx trying to do what he can, and he strikes. Chao Didi down and out. That's a point for Korea. So important that he's able to get that point there for them to stay out of the USA. Ming, Overwatch. Oh, throws the molly in. Oh, that might spread there. That might hit kickstart feed. It might not. It's just a bit too far.
I don't think it spreads far enough.
Oh my God.
Okay. They found this little cave there. They're the little cave goblins hiding away underneath China.
What are they going to do here? How do they get out, though?
Gonna do some trolling. They're cave trolls.
I think they're out of this next circle.
I don't know, man. They can definitely cause a bit of a ruckus still.
They got to go through Tiggleton in Australia, I think. China's like, yeah, screw it. We're going to end Korea's round. There's only one of them. There's 2 of USA. We'll let Australia deal with that. Nonix, tough situation here for him. China on the hunt. Again, it would take a miracle. He's pulled them off before. One of the best in the business. Heads popping up around him. Shots ring out. Oh, this is really difficult for him.
Oh!
One. Looks for the regress. The grenades are at his face. The stun is in his face. He should be dead to rights here. Yeah, goodbye. Great work by China. That's Korea out. America has a real shot.
Well, Australia's going to have their crack at the USA. There's been some banter between USA and Tiggleton. Oh, Flood. He's lucky to be alive. It still kind of feels like this is China's game to lose. They're on that high ground. USA and Australia might be forced to fight one another. Xleft is going to start to work his way down. Australia are literally living on the dot, so Zone's going to center up on them. Maybe they just keep their heads down, don't move, hope China and USA come to blows, which is exactly what's going to happen. Luke 12 will look to try and steal some of those points away. Kickstart behind a tree for the moment. Snake is underneath the cliff. He's surviving. Indeed, Flood will steal those points away, and Luke 12 got another one. It's Australia versus China. Tiggleton's got the knock. Here we go. It might finally be time for Australia to have some success. We've been waiting all event for them to get something together, and the zone is favorable for them. They've got that finish. It's a 3-on-2. It's their game to lose.
Now they're right on that center dot. Some stuns out by China. Just going fishing a little bit. See if they can catch somebody trying to dodge the flashes, but there's plenty of terrain here for Australia to work with. Oh, Ming just took a lot of damage from Tiggleton. He gets the knock. A 3v1.
It's been a long time coming. God V, though, could he play spoiler? A 1v3, it's impossible, and finally, there's some success for Australia. I had to wait so long for this moment. I really did come into this event hoping to see a win for Australia, and they've got it. It's probably a little bit too little too late, unfortunately, for Australia to really make some inroads in the top end of things, but at least they can get back into that fight for the top 8.
A very impressive game from Australia. Really well-timed fights there. China had a tremendous game. The Aussie coaches are very fired up in the crowd. That's what I'm laughing about there. But no, I mean, China had a great game here. They were doing such a magnificent job of working the area underneath that mountain, just constantly harassing teams, finding kills, finding their moments. Really as good of a game as it was for Australia. China was so active around so many different teams and racked up a butt ton of kills. Oh, I forgot about that. Poor Sparking. Tried to get out of the air, and then Breck suffered a similar fate.
I mean, another really crazy game, wasn't it? Like, fighting from day dot, really. Got to give some credit to USA and Korea, though. At the end of the day, I feel like they're the real winners of that game. Keeping the points ticking over, even though things were going horribly wrong for the squad as a whole. You know, the duo of the US lads and obviously Inonix for Korea, those sort of extra 5 points or so that they get from the placements, from the kill points here and there, they make a massive, massive difference. And I mean, that battle is still very much alive, but for anyone else catching them, it feels like it might just be a little bit too little too late. Thailand and Vietnam, they had decent games, but not enough to really close the gap.
But you got to be happy with some of the fight we're seeing from some of these teams that were at the bottom of the leaderboard. You know, they come in today and they say, well, let's just give it our best effort. Let's still make a run and see how high we can place. And, you know, China and Australia having great days today. really, especially China is having a really solid.
This is what China should have been every day.
Exactly. This is the China we expected.
Yeah. Didn't quite pull it out.
USA as well. What a game from them.
Exactly. I think China will be a little bit disappointed not to get those couple of kill points onto the USA members. Just sort of pipped to the post there by Australia.
All right, well, let's hear from somebody who just won a game. I think Australia.
론도의 치킨은 팀 오스트레일리아 루크 선수가 가져갔습니다. And the chicken of Rondo goes to Team Australia. I'm standing here with Luke 12, and that was an intense hide and seek. So you came in at the right time. And how's that chicken feeling? 이번 치킨 가져간 소감부터 물어보도록 하겠습니다.
It feels pretty good. It seemed like we were struggling to get our foot in the door, and yeah, we did it. We clutched up pretty big. Tig got some massive knocks at the end there, and we're pretty happy with that one.
이제 초반에 좀 이렇게 진입하는 정면에서 조금 어려움을 겪었지만 이렇게 클러치도 딱 하고 이렇게 달콤하게 치킨을 먹으니 기분이 되게 좋다고 합니다. 그리고 루크 12 선수가 PNC가 매년 이렇게 단골 손님으로 등장을 했는데 PNC에 이렇게 자주 등장하면서 좀 경험치가 도움이 많이 되는지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. This is your 4th PUBG Nations Cup. Do you think like you being a regular PNC visitor, like do you think that's helped you?
Definitely for sure. Like Flood, me and Tig have played together 3 times now, so the chemistry's a bit better every single time. So definitely helps getting the experience here at these events.
이제 같이 플러드랑 티글튼 선수와 루크 선수 3번이나 연속 PNC를 같이 참여하기 때문에 이제 케미스트리도 되게 좋고요. 그런 식으로 뭔가 팀의 화합이 되게 잘 맞는 게 도움이 크게 된다고 합니다. 루크 12 선수 만나봤고요. 분석 데스크 나와주세요. That was Luke 12 and back to the desk.
Yeah, and you can hear there that these guys have been playing together for quite some time, especially at PNCs. You know, they said it's their 3rd one, at least for Flood, Luke, and Tig. So, you know, they know each other very well. These guys had to have played together a ton back in Australia. So the vibes are good, the synergy mostly there. You know, obviously not the event they wanted, but you're at least seeing it come together at some point.
Yeah, Luke and Flood definitely played together back in Australia. I don't think Tig ever actually managed to get into one of those top teams. I think he was already overseas.
He was already in America, yeah.
That Luke and Flood were playing together. He may have played with them like really early on in the piece, like way early. But anyway, I mean, it's by the by, obviously. Like you said, they've played together quite a few times now. Here at Nations Cup, Monty coming back into that outfit as well. Like this is his 2nd outing with that squad, so there's potentially some little bit of a benefit coming through there for them. And well, yeah, like nice to see obviously them getting a win. I feel like they have been due. We've sort of said that a little bit about Australia in particular, but there's a couple of other teams that you could probably throw into that. I mean, China's kind of due, especially now that they're starting to look a little bit better. Man of the match there is going to be Tiggleton. Luke 12 gave him a little bit of a shout out there in the interview as well, sort of said he got some of the critical knocks at the back end. Got some nice kill steals in there as well for the lads. Those extra points going to go a long way for Australia, who really are, at this point, kind of desperate for some. But another repeat performance like that one would definitely get them back inside the top 8, and this at least has gotten them into a striking distance of a top 8 finish.
For sure. And again, every spot matters. So they're going to fight tooth and nail the whole way, but the USA gaining ground here. They're going to be really close to Korea. I can't remember what the separation was. I think it was 7 points. I think they're 2 points.
Going into that, it was 7 points, and I think, yeah, it closed to about 1 or 2 there.
Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Just a great decision there to just hold your ground. You know, get a few extra kills, wait it out, get those placement points. You know, and Onyx thinking something similar, but USA had a slightly better spot to do it because of their earlier rotation. You know, Korea, they're stuck underneath that high ground, got punished by Indonesia, who they just, I guess, lost track of that or just thought that Indonesia had gone to the other side or something. They kind of were running out in the open, and in my mind, you had to be like, well, Trick's been fighting Norway up there for a while. That was a little weird to me, but it seems like maybe Korea falling apart at the seams a bit. Only 2 points now. Yep, USA. Ooh. Right there, the 2-horse race seemingly.
What you want to see, isn't it?
It is.
2 games to go, 2 points the difference. Thailand and Vietnam, 20 to 25 points away. Lots to play for.
Close. Well, guys, we only have one more break. We've got 2 Erangels come up to find out who is going to be our champion here at PNC 2024.
Yeah, I bet on my club. Yeah, I bet on my club.
Fluky. All of a sudden, Kickstart comes in and saves the day for the United States. One more player, Lyrics. Oh, kick. Kick just barely wins that.
Norway somehow still kicking in this. Imas, good for one, good for two.
Fantastic from Vietnam. Really not giving them any space to reset at all, and that was perfectly executed from Vietnam. It was in the end, Argentina will chase him down. Himas has been spotted out as well. Argentina once again go back to pole position for this game. It's a 3-on-2 now as they finished off Himas.
Run's gonna go around, Kane down. Surely this is over.
I mean, the production team thought it was over. There was some lights going spinning. They thought it was done, but now it's time.
That looks about right to me. Some big knocks, and it's so close. Just needs one more tick up.
Well, it might not come down to the mortars, or may it? Oh! Sparky! Maybe Sok can find Seoul if he tries to cross here, if he gets a little bit greedy. The shots just do not connect, nor even onto Heaven, and then Finn comes running around the corner. The comms from Canada, just not it. So that'll leave Sok alone, and he is a fish in a barrel. And, well, Korea have an unorthodox way of fishing, but it works. And they get themselves a third win.
We the best, no contest. We the best. There ain't no one like cause of you dumb or you crazy. There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, it just don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in a text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best, no contest. We the best. For the wicked, I'm bad and I'm blessed. Put it to the test. For the rest, there ain't no contest. So what's next? Got me leveling up, I'm obsessed. I bring the fire like I'm possessed. My personnel and my clique is the best. There ain't no contest. There ain't no one like cause of you dumb or you crazy. There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, it just don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in a text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best. We the best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best. We the best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best. We the best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best.
Two more games to go here at PNC 2024. There is Adder on your screen. A long time legend in Korean PUBG Esports. It's Paper Thin and Elfish coming at you for these final two games. Erangel is where we will close out once again to find out who is going to be our champion, and it is neck and neck at the top.
Nice, isn't it? It's ending where it begins, obviously. PUBG, the original map. Always a favorite, and right now the favorites on your screens, Korea, only have a 2-point gap over USA, and that gap has slowly but surely been diminishing over the course of today. Hard to really get a read of things, obviously, just in the background there. When we take out a little break there, we get to sort of walk through and see some of the players on their way through the underbelly of the stadium, and yeah, I mean, both teams kind of very much in discussions, very much in thought, obviously. coming into these last couple of games. What are we going to do? Where are we going to be able to get these extra points that we need from? I think at this point now, the conversation shifts away from Thailand and Vietnam maybe being able to make anything of this unless they just have a massive game right here. Yeah. But reality is it kind of feels like it's destined to be either Korea or USA. It's just a question of who can hang on a little bit longer here for the last couple of games.
Absolutely. It would take monster games here for one of the other teams to catch up to either the USA or Korea. Yeah, but a lot of Australia fans very happy. Came out today, got to see a big win for Tickleton and the boys. And Erangel, it is time we load up to see who is going to hoist the PNC trophy this year. 2 more maps. Buckle up. Seems like it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, the crowd is very vocal at the moment as well. And it's not just the Korean fans that are making noise. I was, again, walking back to our Casa booth. I heard a few Jayos, which of course is Chinese fans trying to pump their team up. So there's a lot of fans that have turned out. The arena is looking very, very healthy.
Speaking of, I just heard a few Jayos right there.
Jayo.
Yeah. But yeah, like you said, maybe China gets a win here, or maybe in the final game.
They'd be about due for it. They've had, since game 12, so since the last game of yesterday, they've gone 3rd, 2nd, 11th, 2nd, 2nd.
Wow.
So they've actually been up there. They've really turned it on. They've really turned it back around, but haven't found that win yet. In the same vein as Australia, maybe they're due for one, and as you say, it would have to happen now rather than never, ideally. But we're on to Erangel, and lane path is going to be a fairly western-leaning one. So, first of all, my eyes are drawn to Korea and the stretch that they're going to have to make to get out to Yazzie, maybe pick up a car or two on the way. They're not going to get the whole way there. A little bit faster for USA to get to the ground there at South Georgia Pole.
They got to be a bit careful. The UK and Thailand both in similar territory to where Korea wants to grab those vehicles and try to make their way over to Yaz. So certainly something to consider. China, of course, has been our Pachinki team, or near Pachinki at least, for this event. They're going school this time around. Australia's Pachinki. Okay, southwest circle again. Kind of makes sense off this plane path. You're kind of assuming it's going somewhere over to the west, but I say let's not go Gatka Fields. Let's go Quarry. That's what I want.
Ooh, Quarry finishes are always so spicy, aren't they?
They're the best, man. They're among the best on Erangel, in my opinion. Yeah. Stallbeer is one of my favorites. We already got one of those, so
sure,
we're good there.
I'm definitely down for a Quarry finish. That would be a good bit of fun. Something like a hospital finish, though, if we ended up there. Ooh, that'd be big for the USA.
They have massive prio on a lot of those compounds.
Exactly. Well, as expected, Korea's going to take a little while to get to Yasnaya, and in fact, maybe they're not even interested in Yasnaya at the moment. They're more interested in Michael, who has got a gun in tow. They're even hunting because they're really keen for some extra points. There's some good taps already.
This is going to be tough. Bard only has one clip in this M16.
You can't overchase this, though. Like, it's literally a waste of time if you don't get it, and the further it goes, the worse it ends up being for Korea. So I'm kind of happy to see them just decide to give that one up. It's not a big transition to go up around the little lake outside of Yasnaya into Yasnaya rather than just crossing the bridge. They've probably lost 10-15 seconds off of that, which is not a huge concern, considering especially they're going to be one of the later teams to make their rotate in here anyway, and that is something that Korea have been pretty used to. When they know that they're going to be the last team in or one of the last teams in, they do typically spend a little bit longer on their looting. So I think they're well within their rights to go for that, waste a little bit of extra time. They know that they're going to be late anyway, so I think that's fair enough.
Yeah, we've seen that they don't mind to play edge in this event. So certainly nothing too uncomfortable for them. And I agree with you. They definitely made the right decision not to overchase there. Canada is going to be one of your teams that's very close to the dead center of the circle to start, near the chopsticks there, over by what some people call the dumpling, the thing that you pick up with the chopsticks.
Yep.
This is in the military base, and this is Japan and Indonesia.
What is he up to?
He's
walking.
He's on a James Bond mission here. A bit of sneaky. I don't know. I don't think Japan is really super aware of this.
It's strange, isn't it, that Indonesia would be doing this when they're at the bottom of the scoreboard right now. Maybe they're just thinking, okay, we can get another few points out of this and try to overtake Canada, but it would be disastrous for Japan, who are actually pressing in for a top 5 placing this year. If they would go down to Indonesia, and why would you be expecting Indonesia here right now?
Oh, exactly.
Rick's getting the info from the hills. Maybe Imak might be lucky enough to spot someone while he's climbing the tower.
I don't know if Ocarine saw him or not. Tede.
Trick surely would have, right?
You think so? Maybe that's Tede's job. Maybe Ocarine's over towards C block, and it's Tede to take down Imhak up here on the radar tower.
Yeah, I think Tede's getting set up, waiting for him to come down the stairs.
He's got to hear that.
Waiting for him to come down the
He heard.
stairs, but yeah, now definitely he is.
What if you just yeeted the gas can down on top of him?
Well, that is wishful thinking.
Chad move ever.
Imak is just dead.
No, he's actually just dead.
There's no way you get away with this.
No.
Unless it's the most egregious whiff of all time from Tede. Imak's not even got his gun in hand initially. He's pulled it out.
He's dead.
Oh, the crowd has given it away? Maybe. But it doesn't matter. Like, you just have nowhere to go. I think he suspected something was up. God, he's gone down in the meanwhile too. What? Why is he there? He's just been picked out on a rotation.
Going for a vehicle, maybe? Yeah, on a rotation, I suppose. Oh, things are going really sideways for Japan. Kane just barely able to get back behind the building. This is tough, because now you got to try to get the heck out of here as Japan. You do have a vehicle that's going to try to roll up from XK.
Brazil might be hearing a few shots as well. They're over by Novo, by Observatory. Quizera's up on the Observatory Hill, I think. And they're starting to look in this direction. We're wondering, is this worth us having a bit of a crack at, right? We need to actually do a fair bit to catch up to Vietnam over these next 2 games to take that 4th spot. So maybe we do have to take a bit of a risk and get into a little bit of a fight here in the military base.
Good counter move by XK. I don't know that Trick heard the vehicle pull up. I think XK might have cut the engine in time. He can get away with this. Trying to do a little bit of bait. Shots are heard for sure. XK now cut sound as much as he can. Trick continues to move down the hill as the rest of Indonesia sweeping through the C block, looking for some kind of prize, but XK maybe finding revenge. Saw him through the tree. Goes for the spray, and he's got it. Very nicely done.
I don't know, man. I think that's fair enough, you know?
Yeah.
Indonesia, I just don't know.
Oh, no.
Seymour's got the Panzerfaust.
Oh, no.
Today with a double barrel. Looking for it. We're not going to get it. Egregious whiff. That's really dangerous now. Today around the corner. Can't actually find him. But headshot in there.
Those bullets got through the fence.
Oh, he's nearly killed himself.
This is wild.
This is just madness. What kind of fight is this?
Okay, finally somebody got knocked. The counter, Tede, though. Here for a good trade.
Japan must be ropeable right now. There's no sense in this for Indonesia, right? Japan are thinking, we're on for a top 5. Why are we getting contested on the military base?
It's frustrating, for sure. You know, this is the kind of thing, though, again, that teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard just start hunting for points. XK spotted out by Ocarine. Really getting the smoke, but Brazil also above this fight. There's just almost no way XK gets out of this unless he somehow gets to his vehicle. I don't think there's really any hope here. Yep.
I don't know if Indonesia gets out of here either now that they've been spotted out by Brazil. Sparking getting the knock onto Seymour. Tede was spotted out as well, so there's really only one more Indonesia player to look for. Brazil will be aware of that. They would have been kill feed tracking that. Seen Trick get finished off. I know there's only 3 Indonesia players here. Sparking spots Tede on the cross. There is a smoke for him for now, but not a lot of coverage. Man, this is a risky cross from Tede. I mean, come on, like, you're against the best players in the world. That is just never going to work. I'm not sure what is going on here in the military base.
I mean, it's just, you know, end of the tournament stuff.
Yeah.
This team's trying to, again, just trying to get away with stuff they normally wouldn't. Ocarina has 1 bullet for that mini. Norway That's center-ish, like north center. China's, I think, just behind him there. Esports is the one you see off in the distance. James is looking. But they're going to play the edge of the swamp there. See if they can hold on to a bit of real estate. No idea what the circle is going to do. Very tough to judge in this particular phase 1 circle. So teams just finding whatever territory they can. A few shots ring out James' way. I think it's Thailand that's actually shooting at them over from the west. But it's going to be quiet. A lot to work with on Iron Gale in this circle. And other than that military base fight, we should be okay for a little bit.
Yeah, seems like it's going to settle down for the moment. It's a big rotate, though, for Brazil to be making out in the blue. Next zone shift will be an interesting one. It'll tell us whether or not we're going to get any chance of a quarry finish, which is what we're hoping for. Yeah, it's possible. Tell you what, though, Australia, right in the middle of that one. Don't mind that. Take that.
Now some of these compounds near the field and around that area, very, 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 very valuable. You would really like to have those, if possible. Turkey going to try to cut through a couple different teams, Australia and Canada, taking some parting shots their way. Monty, it's a bit of a spray. Not really able to find much. Smash takes a bit of damage, okay, but yeah, leading that. Tough shots for sure.
Definitely, especially with the little dips and bobs and bounces that the cars are going to be doing, driving over that. Which impossible, really. USA on the way in. They're actually traveling down that western highway, the western coastal road. Beautiful place, you know, go for a holiday there, really. But I think USA have got some more important things to do.
To remind you of home a bit.
Yeah. Except our coast is the east coast, not the west coast.
Ah.
So, but if you just turn around and look the other way, it
just
kind of sounds
or just hold yourself upside down. But you guys do that anyway in Australia. So.
Yeah, it's true. Did for a moment there see one of the USA guys looking at maybe getting in a fighter?
Have they done that at all this event?
I don't think they have.
Mostly it's been like Brazil, Germany, Thailand a little bit. Not too many other teams have really gone for much glider play.
Yeah, an interesting time to pull it out, that's for sure. Vex turning China away from that rotate, and this is actually kind of going back to the rougher looking games that we saw from China on day 1, where they just could not find a position to hole up in.
They have no hope of getting any further right now. So they have to backpedal, and that's going to be right into South Korea. Heaven already here in this blue house, but he's kind of all alone.
Here we go. Here we go. This is a big moment. Heaven's going to get the heck out of there if he can. Aches left close by. Get that US moving sun. No, he's run into a tree. Oh, the pressure's getting to him. Aches left, surely this is going to be a kill for China. Heaven, oh my goodness. Korea are going to lose one. It's to the hands of Mingming. Oh, Mingming gets traded back by Salute, but what do you do here as Korea? Do you commit to this fight to try to save your member, or do you play as 3? Surely the answer is play as 3. And it is.
That's just, you're looking behind you and you forget there's a tree there.
Zasa may have struck for Korea, but they've done more with less.
Yeah.
Let's not count them out yet.
Oh, for sure. You've got 3 tremendous players. No matter how you cut it, still available for Korea. So it's going to be taking his time. Yeah, it's kickstart in the airplane.
Zooming.
Yeah, I like it. This is good. Get a little bit info on that beach, a little bit safer. To see it from the sky, potentially.
Fly out over the water, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I like this a lot, actually. This is pretty wise. And they're going to see a lot of open territory in the Skinny Tree Forest or even that compound, the mini pier that's over just to the west of Ferry Pier. It's not really a pier, though. But it's over near in that territory. Oh, Shinboy just got a brief glimpse of Luke. Emergency pickup. That's Aukery. All by himself.
Off we go.
Some value out of that emergency pickup. Just one of you. Definitely worth the price of admission.
Okay. USA have gone for a massive wrap all the way around this zone, come in south, and then the zone's gone back north.
A little bit of ping pong for our circle here in our penultimate game. China, wide wrap to the north, open compound.
That might be where USA wants to go, but
yeah.
at this point, are you going to assume that compound is clear without any info? Probably not.
And that's not a compound you're really wanting to take unless you have absolutely no other choice, because it's really tough to get out of that compound.
Correct.
Phenomenal sight lines for other teams to look down into it and to barricade you. But I don't think USA has much other choice.
They're having a look. They are going to go for it. Oh, a bit of a traffic jam. A bit like America, isn't it?
The bigger cities, yes. Traffic is horrible.
Yeah, very car-centric society. But they get in okay. Orkaran as well has managed to find a nice little shack. He's gone on a holiday.
Yeah, like I said, he's getting value out of that emergency pickup. Well, there's one knock on a Vietnam. This is tough. Able to cut off enough of those angles with the trees. Turkey trying to see if they can open something up. UK was kind of maybe angling in that direction, but opts to peel off. Glory's stuck in a shack. Not sure if he has a vehicle out there to get out. I assume he does. Korea, though, gonna have to chew through some blue to find some safety. There is the western edge of the hill, northwestern side, still available for them to potentially make a landing. Brazil kind of making a mirrored movement just behind them. China has some safety and some houses, and they're just going to plant their feet and wait this one out. USA trying to, this is what USA has to do. They have to get ahead of this next circle because they know they're going to have to break out eventually onto this, whatever your choice of animal that this hill looks like.
This could be really bad for both Korea and for USA. Chinese Taipei. Caused a problem for USA earlier today. First couple of shots, a little bit of a whiff there. Purdy getting the information. He's lucky to be away with his life. It'll send him packing, and the rest of USA are just walking it. James causing a problem here for Inonix. This is real danger territory for Korea. Inonix is going to go down. Korea down to just 2. I can tell you he's definitely not getting picked up. In the meanwhile, Brazil are trying to crash in onto China, who are a trio, but they got that initial knock. They're defending their territory quite nicely. Norway on the chase. They know it's Korea. They're going to try and chase them down. Brazil dominated by China.
Jeez. They are fragging out. They are really much more in sync.
Seoul and Salute somehow have gotten in front of Norway and have actually gotten into the zone. Zone shift's going to go right over Australia. Don't get me excited.
The old dynamic duo for Danawa trying to find some kind of safety, but they're going right through Thailand. Big fight over on the eastern side. Chinese Taipei as well crashing in here. Meanwhile, Vietnam completely wiping out Turkey in the background. Ocarine, probably dead. Yep, he's gone. Salute has been knocked. He has been flushed. Seoul, I don't know how he's going to survive. Yeah, it's going to be Tiggleton.
Oh my, that is a 0-point game from Korea. All USA needs is 2 points here to equalize, or maybe even then go ahead. Vard gets the knock onto Code Marco. That'll be the end of Turkey as well. So many teams dropping like flies right now.
Vex with an AWM.
3 more placements to hold on to for USA. They haven't really set themselves up too kindly in this zone just yet, but all they really have to do is hang on and, you know, get a little bit of a dribble. A drip feed of points would be enough this game.
Yeah, they're just looking to see what's going on the backside of that hill ahead of them. There's maybe just enough room. There's also a crate. Does it have anything left in it? Oh, it does. Very nice. But there isn't a lot of hill left in this circle for them to use, so that's just a grab and go for them. Meanwhile, United Kingdom trying to keep Vietnam out of this one. Grenades are exploding all over the place. Okamas almost walked right into death. So close. A sliver of health left. Vard cooking a grenade, takes some damage, and that kind of threw off his aim a little bit. Yeah. Might have moved that cursor out of position just enough.
I would say so. Typhon surviving for the moment. Himas definitely will not be here. Might be the first point for USA this game if Kickstart can land one of those shots. In the end, Himas will go down to Kickstart. So 1 point on the board for USA. The gap closes to 1.
Good for a spray there, but Aches left. So clean today. Really looks like a completely different player. Hitting some phenomenal shots. Trying to get this res in. Ming Ming is there. Chao Wu, I think, should be okay. Vietnam has been taken down. So any real hope that maybe they had climbing back into this tournament, all but gone. Lyrics spray down onto Germany. They're cutting underneath. A great grenade from Kickstart. USA potentially getting closer, but there's a knock. Snakers has been taken down.
Oh, well, it's hanging in a fine balance right now for USA. They're going to try and dump some smokes. Chris is in the perfect spot to make a difference here. Up over the top. He could have a massive angle on the USA. He's going to go for the nades instead. Norans from Thailand. USA, they will have to be thanking their lucky stars that Thailand have rocked up to try to help them out, but it may not be enough. Still another knock onto Purdy. This time USA down to 2. That might be where they do their best work, though. We saw Strimsy and Kickstart in the last game getting a lot done. Germany eliminated in 10th place. Thailand have done that. And USA are well aware that Thailand is right above them. Snake has finished off. Korea will be cheering along, watching this as Thailand actually may rip the hopes and dreams away from the United States of America. Strimsy, trying as he might, will not be able to get them above Korea. It's 138 to 137. Both teams at the top of the scoreboard suffering this game.
Well, just think about how important that is for Thailand. They are now very much on par to get to the top of this scoreboard. They are on track.
No way we have a three-way for that final game. If Thailand have even remotely a decent finish now, they could really be in the thick of things. It could be a three-way battle.
That's so exciting. I mean, what great opportunistic timing there for Thailand.
3 regions represented as well. Asia, Asia Pacific, and North America.
Love to see it. You have Norway. Has a knock on the Pipa. And then James trying to be that kind of back end, trying to see if he can find that flank angle here for the Norwegian team. But it's Thailand again, looking to punish other teams all around them. I mean, they're shooting at everybody they see. But they have a tough move ahead. They can find some space on the edge of this hill, though. Australia going to barricade the edge of the compound just to their north. Norway sitting here, squaring off with Argentina. Very slow fight, still in the circle, so nobody wants to overcommit to anything.
Yeah, expecting things to kind of slow down here, apart from that fight between Norway and Argentina. Everyone else fairly split. We've seen a lot of teams already go down, so there's actually quite a lot of space here going into phase 5. But it's really this fight that is the focus of attention for the moment. It's going to be a slow one, though.
Tens doesn't even have a red dot there. He's iron-sighted. That's a bit of a head scratcher, but do be like that sometimes when you got to cut loot to get somewhere a little bit sooner. Teams, shots ringing out around him, trying to answer in kind. Still peeking around the edge of the roof, looking for opportunities, setting up a little bit of an angle there for Amale, 4 in 10s, and they're maybe going to go for this, but look at this wrap from Emmix. Emmix wants to find somebody unawares on Norway.
Oh, has jumped out. James has spotted it, but fire was just a little bit too early. Somehow 8C's knocked in 10s. I have no idea.
Oh no, not like this, not like this.
That could not have gone worse for Norway. In the blink of an eye, the fight has just blown up in their face, just like a couple of grenades, and Thailand are going to make their move. They want some more points, and they recognize the opportunity is now to try and take this third party straight in onto Argentina. James still alive. Thailand rock up as 4. They make the cross comfortably. Zone shifts away from them, but it will be a staging ground to play from if they can clear out Argentina.
Fortune favors the bold, and Thailand making a bold move. Try to find some safety inside of the circle. Quick look at the Thai coaches there.
Very stressed.
Oh, I would be too. No doubt about it. This is going to be a tough move to make. China, in the meanwhile, able to find some safety towards the center. More center than just about anybody else, other than maybe Chinese Taipei.
That's the spot that Australia gave up as well.
Yep. Australia gambled, tried to barricade the southern side of the circle, and instead Thailand was able to find an opening towards the other side. However, Argentina didn't want to take that fight. Felt like they needed to reset. They were able to do so, moving up to the north just a little bit. Now, the real question is Thailand, what do you do here? Going into the next circle, a little bit of a tough position to be in potentially. Might have enough of that hill in front of them to stay in for one more. But after that, likely have to leave. Argentina trying to keep track of them in the meanwhile. P90 for Emic. Looking maybe put that to good use, but for now, Thailand continues this very slow approach. Still have quite a bit of time until the next circle, though. They're just really being diligent here. I mean, you can tell that they know that they have a chance. They know what this opportunity is. They know what it means.
It is a big moment. I mean, realistically, you're probably just going to do enough to get on par with Korea and USA. Look, a good game will get you above them, but it's not going to be a massive gap either way. It'll probably be 2-3 points above, 2-3 points below, as long as you can close this game out somewhat decently as Thailand. But the circumstances right now, every single point matter.
Yeah. You're currently 11 points behind America.
It's penultimate game. One more game to go after this.
A win here and they might be in the lead.
Yeah, definitely, but not by a long way.
No. That's crazy to think about. Just America and Korea not really being able to find any success. The door has been opened. Thailand looking to make their way in. Smokes are coming down. Trying to work their way up the edge of the circle. Very aware of Argentina being danger close through the bushes. But Argentina actually playing for position. Not really opting to try to gatekeeper challenge Thailand there. Doesn't feel like they have an advantageous situation. Feels like next circle will kind of force the issue one way or another. Maybe let those other teams that are on the southern compounds kind of identify and deal with that problem. However, Thailand might have other ideas, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to take a fight here.
Might have to. See where the circle shift ends up going, but I can't imagine it's going to favor Thailand all that much. Might just center up. China would love to cop the feed right now, and they do. It's good for Australia as well, good for Chinese Taipei. Canada not feeling too perturbed by that one, but again, Argentina and Thailand will both have to move, and eventually, those two teams are surely going to have to come to blows.
Absolutely. Canada still 4 strong, has a role to play in this game as well. Argentina trying to hold the line. P90, so darn dangerous. Here we go. Jacob Lyrics, fluky, finding a little bit of damage onto Silzen. Return fire from that P90. Sends Thailand packing.
Canada with an angle as well, so it's getting a little bit scary here for Thailand. Emic thinking about going for a long flank, but that would be a bit over eager. Nurans is still there watching for it. Thailand really just want to keep their heads down as much as possible, but like, oh, do they 3-2-1 fit? No, they just take the shots. They might have had an extra half second there that they could have used to potentially just get the insta knock onto him, but instead they just have to keep pushing their way forward. This is a very scary spot to be in. You cannot wait here for long as Thailand.
No.
I think they've got to keep going forward. They might actually have to breach Chinese Taipei, and that nade might be what allows them to do it. Fluky, he's pulled a rabbit out the hat with that.
Whew. That's huge. Can't get the second grenade in the door. Smokes have to come out here for Chinese Taipei to try to buy themselves the opportunity to go for the res. Australia, a bit of an angle into this as well, but Lun's grenade finds a bit of damage into Jacob. Jacob still can't get it. Find the angle. He's at least going to blow the door open. Can they find any more to come through? Lun trying to hold the angles. That Don has one. Oh. That's 2. Lun as well. Here comes the Molly to try to go for the finish. Lyrics hightails it towards the door. Chinese Taipei holding firm, holding strong. Compound defense has always been their strong suit. They're going to wipe Thailand out.
Maybe not quite enough done from Thailand to keep it interesting for the top 3, but gets them within 12 points of Korea. It's still within striking distance, potentially. One big game could get it over the line for Thailand. Not the case anymore, of course, as part of the conversation for this final couple of minutes of our penultimate game. 5 teams remaining. Canada dislodging Argentina. We're into the top 4 again. Australia and China both jumping up into the top 8 now. Unreal from them today.
Their destinies are just intertwined.
And China might even be able to go above Australia if they can knock Canada down a peg and then beat Australia for the final spot here. Of course, there's still Chinese Taipei to look for, but China is just dominating right now. 13 kills this game. As a trio.
They're up to 6th place now. They just surpassed Australia by 1 point. Australia has some work to do. They're going to take that spot back.
Not done yet.
Oh, what a spray there from Lun.
Australia will be looking for the back-to-back. They could join Korea and Argentina in being the teams to do that at this event. They are pushing their way forward to the building that they actually vacated and allowed China to move into. Now it is back in Australian hands. But they've got to be careful they don't overextend here. Luke 12 maybe just spotted out for a second there by Left. This is not a fight that Australia want to be losing members in because Chinese Taipei are still circling as well. You'd argue that Chinese Taipei will be more of a threat to China right now. But Ming creeping around the side. He's whiffed a spray there onto Flood, who's very lucky to be alive. Surely at this point, Australia are recognizing that building in front of them is empty.
The real question is how does Chinese Taipei want to play this? For now, it seems like they're going to pump the brakes. They're going to take a pause. China made an aggressive push towards Canada to take the high ground, take the potentially winning spot. But if Phase 8 just centers up a little bit, it's going to be right in between all three of these squads. Left opens up, Lin down. Xavier and Leo trying to hold the line. That's one. Leo doing good. Looks for another. Ming. A little bit of damage. Stuck behind the tree, and he's able to pop around, take Leo out. A lot of kills again for China. They're trying to continue this march forward.
It's difficult for Australia to push out, though. I mean, look at the angle that Left has got on them. They want to get involved in this engagement. They know both China and Chinese Taipei are weak, but to push out of that building, they are going to set themselves up for a nice sightline for Left, and so they're playing it kind of passively here. Left has been pushed off the perch right now. Ming fighting. China have been able to get their res. Chinese Taipei, the answer no. So down to just a trio now. But while Australia would love to capitalize on all these shenanigans, they haven't been able to do so.
You can see China not really willing to overcommit to any of these angles. Australia trying to hold China back a little bit. Still some vehicles to work with. Mani trying to keep this angle clear. Switching over to the rifle to try to push forward. Left senses it, knows they're coming. Lets loose with the blue zone there. Try to keep them at bay a little bit longer. See if he can let the blue itself do some work. Oh my God, that grenade almost gets Lin. China now wrapping back in the other direction. Australia on the move.
Yeah, tentatively creeping their way forward, but China have come off of the ridge for a moment. They've allowed a little bit of space to Australia. Monty needs to be careful. He's out in no man's land. Will go down. Maybe there can be some smoke sauced in by Australia, but I think Monty's probably done at this point. So we would be down to just a few trios. Some damage again from Flood onto Left, but this is just such a favorable position for China. And Savior wrapping in behind. Flood looking for it. Xiaowu DD goes down, and China starting to work their way down the hill. It is Chinese Taipei that are doing a real number onto Australia right now. Tiggleton, he is on the floor and dead. Luke 12 has finished off. Xiaowu DD, Chinese Taipei coming out of absolutely nowhere. And this might well be their game now. China a duo. And Chinese Taipei looking for another win in this event and taking that dream away from China.
Oh, they went in the blue to try to deny. Still a point there. Left are going to go down in the end, but Chinese Taipei, 2 wins today. Absolutely tremendous stuff from them. Phenomenal patience at the end of that game. You can see no one really wanted to overcommit to a fight, but Chinese Taipei found the open territory on the south end of that one.
That entire final battle really is just a game of inches, right? If you're the team that gets pushed a slight bit too far out of your cover, everything opens up. I mean, that was the case for Australia, right? They got pushed out of the building. That opened up the angle for the Chinese squad to get some shots in from above and Chinese Taipei to wrap in underneath. So it was doom for Australia. China then had to come off of their high ground and Chinese Taipei had a little bit more room to work with, a little bit more cover to play with, and they were ultimately able to come away with the win. And you got to say, some nice shots in from Chinese Taipei as well. Very, very clean shooting under pressure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is their second win of the event. They picked up one earlier today, a 14-kill win it was.
Yeah.
So, not a bad shout from Chinese Taipei. Tago, and here on the first game of Erangel for a strong finish to Nations Cup.
A disaster for some of our top teams. Thailand has closed the gap enough that they are a threat. There is a world if they can get the chicken dinner here. Or maybe once again, USA and Korea just bottom out. They could get this done. But this is one of the closest finishes we have ever had. One of the best you're going to have at a PNC for sure.
Definitely.
Maybe since 2019.
Yeah, if you've got any friends that don't mind a bit of PUBG and they're not watching, you better call them and let them know. This last game is going to be worth watching. Obviously, it could be Korea, it could be USA. 1 point separating those two squads. Could still be Thailand as well. They would have liked to have put another 5-6 points on the board there just to make their life a little bit easier in this last game, but they are really still within striking distance, particularly if both Korea and USA continue to stumble, having 1 or 0 point games. Thailand, they're very much a team that can pop off with a 20-point game.
Yeah.
And they could just steal it right at the end. They haven't been part of that conversation really up until right now.
Right. No, I mean, they're playing great when they need to. Hopefully they can continue to make that run and make this even closer. That would be so exciting. But these three teams in particular today have played incredibly well. Australia, China, Chinese Taipei, really, really on fire all throughout the day and continue to climb up the leaderboard and challenge each other time and time again. What a play here at the end. Takes left does go down to the blue, but they have been just really feeling it. Everybody has been really feeling it. A little bit of excitement there for the coach as well.
Does make you wonder, you know, what would this look like if it was a 4-day event, for example, because teams that started well have started slipping down, teams that started poorly have started rising up. One can only hope.
Think about China right now.
Yeah, exactly. If China had another day to play with, they would actually be on maybe for even a top 3 the way they're going right now. It's actually kind of crazy how far they've been able to jump up. They were 16th place, 0 placement points after day 1. And now they're well within the top 8 and even going leapfrogging above Australia in that game as well. So I think they might be 6th, somewhere around 6th or 7th, something like that. So yeah, phenomenal stuff from China to recover what has been a horrendous tournament up to today, really.
Yeah.
But end of the day, big storylines kind of getting built, and you only wish you had a little bit more to play with. Like, you only wish there was another 4, 5, 6 games to go here, because it's getting very, very spicy. But one more to go. It is going to be on Erangel, and I keep saying it, but it's anybody's guess as to who gets to walk away with the victory here at Nations Cup, and that very much remains true going into that last game.
And no idea, literally no idea who's going to be coming out of this one. China, 16 kills, goodness gracious. What a game for them, almost 2,000 damage. Absolutely bananas stuff. Chinese Taipei gets the chicken dinner, 7 kills along the way. Australia, solid finish, but China's just kind of matching them and slightly besting them along the way. Thailand, though, doing some serious damage. They're going to be so darn close. Xavier this time, again, one of the other very, very veteran players from Chinese Taipei. It's been around for so long. PUBG Esports, 3 kills, has been really tremendous today. We've seen him on camera. When we cut to him, he's like popping people down. Like, he has been so good. So good. Yep.
Big stuff for Chinese Taipei. Probably in the mix now for a top 8 placing, which felt like it was a long way away for them. But man, credit to these teams towards the bottom of the scoreboard. They have really turned on today. So middle of the pack's interesting, top of the pack's interesting. There isn't really much of a bottom of the pack, honestly. It's kind of like UK, Canada, and Indonesia that are sort of missing out. Here's the match leaderboard. China taking the majority of the points there. Chinese Taipei not doing too bad for themselves either. And then Australia in there as well. But importantly, USA, 1 point. Korea, 0 points. What a time to have a 0-point game. That is not what you'd like to see if you're Korea. And it's leaving a lot up to chance. It's leaving a lot up to this final game, because they only have the 1-point lead over the USA right now.
It just feels like that tremendous decision-making we saw from them in the first half of the tournament has left them for the second half. They really are struggling to find points in a consistent way. So yeah, they're 1 point ahead. 12 points behind is Thailand. They can still do this, folks. There's still a chance.
China is in 6th, and they're 2 points now away from 5th. They were dead last on day 1, and they could finish top 5. That is unreal from them. Australia definitely in there as well for that discussion. Maybe Argentina just a tad too far out. 12-point gap, of course, it is catchable, but it's going to be difficult with 1 game to go.
There's 3 teams at 96 points. That's crazy. The eighth place bubble could come down to a whole bunch of stuff.
Still point differential potentially.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different ways that could shake out, and the fans are really starting to get into it, trying to cheer on. A lot of Korean fans as the Korean team makes their way back to the stage, but you know, a lot of different countries being represented, being cheered for, as you would hope for, as you would expect. I don't know, man. Anything could happen at this point. Anything could happen.
Who you got? Said USA.
I said USA. I'm sticking with it.
Sticking with USA.
Yeah, I'll say USA.
I'm going Team Thailand. Let's go
Thailand?
Thailand.
I'd be fine with that.
APAC Kasa for the majority of my PUBG career.
Yeah, and it'd be their first win of any international, like if you include like PGS, PCS, blah,
They
blah,
were
blah.
so close in PGS as well.
Yeah.
PGS 4, E-Arena almost did it.
Any land, yeah.
Couldn't get it over the line there. They got pipped to the post by Twisted Minds.
Yep.
2 E-Arena members in this Thailand roster as well. So I'll get behind the boys. Let's do it for Asia Pacific.
I'm fine with that. I'm all about it. I really would love to see that because the run they've been making the last couple days has been really, really good. Like their complete change-up of play style from day one to now has been marked and impressive, and it's worked a treat. So that's the kind of stuff I am definitely all about rooting for. Meanwhile, you know, USA and Korea have been trying to play a little bit safe, a little bit steady. It hasn't been going great. So this last game, you know, you're going to need to go for some points if you're on the outside of those circles again. And neither team has really been able to find those moments, to find their mark, to really set themselves to propel forward, to get those kills like Thailand does. Thailand has been playing a lot of edge and been finding those kills and been leapfrogging because of that. And Korea and the United States, where they've been called upon in the second half, haven't been able to.
Man, there is so much to think about going into this final game, and I honestly wouldn't blame the players if they maybe are just a little bit slow coming back to the stage. You know, that could be a little bit of a tactic, right? USA, oh yeah, we didn't realize we're a little bit late here.
Yeah.
Or Korea, like, oh yeah,
Cat ate my homework.
so-and-so had to go to the toilet or this or
Yeah.
that, and just give me an extra minute to have a bit of a chat about what is going wrong, what can we possibly do here. The thing is, though, there's only so much that you can really talk about. Like, I think at this level of competition, especially in this day and age of PUBG, like, these players, they know how to play the game. They know what to do in any given circumstance. The thing is just going to be, there's so many variables. There's so many different factors. Plane path, you know, can someone potentially be in a weird drop location? Can someone potentially hard drop? Something like that. These can all throw spanners into the works, and sometimes there's only so much planning that you can do, right? And you just have to have faith in all the experience that you've got up to this point. Go into that server, go into that lobby, and do your best. And really, you know, you can't plan for X or Y thing happening.
Well, this is where the preparation comes into play, like what you game plan for before the event. This is where it has to come to fruition, like where the ideas came with your coaches and your scrims and all that stuff. That's where you have to rely on that. And in some ways, it's almost like who was able to prepare best. Like that's the moment right now. Is are you going to be able to rely on the experience like you're talking about and the preparation that you put into place for this event? So really, really exciting stuff coming into this last one. This is the most fired up I've seen these fans all day, obviously.
They're getting out their seats. They're raising the Korea scarves. Very, very pumped up at the moment. And,
Better believe it.
Yeah, it's going to be as full as it's ever been, really, for this final game of the day. It's going to be exciting. I would love to see it come down to those final 3 teams. Yeah. I mean, Thailand probably wouldn't. I think if it ends up being the top 3 being USA, Korea, Thailand in no particular order, probably Thailand won't do enough to get the points differential.
That's true.
Unless they just have a massive kill streak going in there, they would need something like 12, 14, 15 kills going into the final 3 teams to maybe be in with a chance. But yeah, we're on for a really good finish here, and you know, you can only be so lucky when it comes to PUBG, right? Like, it is one of those games sometimes where you do have crazy finishes, sometimes you have foregone conclusions. I've had the luxury in my career of being able to cast some really, really amazing finishes. Domestically, especially in ANZ, there's a lot that I can go back to and look at, and so I'm kind of getting it. I'm getting that feeling today, you know, like today might be that day that we get something special here for Nations Cup as well. I know it's a game mode or a tournament, really, I guess, that is really close to the hearts of a lot of PUBG fans. It's certainly one for me that I'm a big fan of, and so I think it deserves a good finish here today, and I have a good feeling.
I think we're gonna have it. I have a hard time imagining that we don't, just with the way things have been shaping up. And still our match predictions. Korea is right there, but USA now right on their heels for the for the other team that could win. So you can see a lot of fans now shifting their weight towards the team that maybe they want to win at this point. And it is going to be absolutely electric. So much on the line, so much to play for. The pride of Korea trying to win again in front of the hometown crowd. The United States looking for their first ever PNC win.
Yep.
Thailand looking for their first land win. A lot to consider. A lot of teams still have to play for on the backside. You know, everybody's going to be trying their hardest to get those points, get whatever position they can. Who knows what Erangel has in store for us. The pressure is mounting. These teams get ready to load up into the plane one last time for PNC 2024. You look at the points, yeah. We are so close, and oh, Seoul's letting the crowd know it. He wants them to get behind him, and that's not going to be a hard task.
Well, either way, we're going to get a first here. We're either going to get our first back-to-back Nations Cup victor, or we're going to get our first for USA or Thailand. It's time for the final game of PUBG Nations Cup 2024. We head to Erangel, and it's anybody's guess as to where we're going from here.
Super excited for this one. Hard to get a better finish than this. A little bit of information there. Yeah, there's an observatory now. Big fan of that. Big fan of the big dome with the telescope inside of it. Check out what's going on in the universe, but in the PUBG universe, coming down to the wire.
Tell you what, Korea and USA on the multi-view there. If you're interested, you can watch their POV. I believe it has comms today as well. Can you imagine?
Ooh.
USA, at least obviously for us being on the English broadcast, USA, you can watch along as they win the game and hear those comms as they go through. That would be a treat. That would be a really nice moment for sure. But let's jump into it as we get on to the final game of Nations Cup 2024. And another plane path that definitely favors USA over Korea, who will once again have to stretch for that Yasnaya Poliana drop spot.
No doubt, it is a little bit trickier for Korea. Thailand, again, somewhat in the vicinity. See Lyrics, not too far away at all. Korea, though, able to get their vehicles, and I think they should be well on their way. Lyrics is not, I don't think, gonna mess with them too much. He might have heard the sound of the cars. Pulled up again, gonna wait it out. USA should be left relatively unfettered, at least initially. See what the first circle wants to do.
Indonesia down on Sosnovka Island once again. I wonder if they're going to cause a ruckus. And Thailand are looking at that and thinking, hang on a minute, could this be our day? I mean, it's not bad for USA and Korea as well.
Good for everybody. This could come down to a positional fight early.
What about it? What about shooting range finish?
Yeah. Absolutely, those are great.
Those are madness.
Yeah. I'm down with that. The real hard choice you have right now is which compound do you want to gamble on?
I mean, that position that Inox is in is one that can win the game.
If it goes there,
yeah,
decently likely it's gonna end somewhere around shooting range.
Yep.
Shooting range
just short of Severny. I mean, Thailand with a bit of a split there as well. They've got Severny, shooting range, and Luki out towards the west as well. The battle lines are being drawn by the observers. That is no man's land. Yellow is no man's land.
You know, I kind of wonder, though, with the Thai team, is it really? You never know. Sometimes those teams kind of
honestly
catch you off guard.
Does a hard feed actually play into the hands of Thailand here? I would actually argue no.
I agree.
They need to catch up 12 points on Korea, which if you get hard fed and you win the game with, like, let's say 4 kills, you're really just hoping Korea's getting a 0-point game at that point. And the way that Korea's looking here, it would be wishful thinking to imagine that they're going to have a 0-point game. So I would actually prefer, if I was Thailand here, to not cop the hard feed, maybe be able to play some semblance of edge. Maybe this pulls a little bit further south and fight my way in, because that's going to be the way that you're going to actually be able to win Nations Cup this year. Sitting in a compound, letting the feed come to you, while it sounds great, I don't think it does enough for Thailand here.
Well, right now they're very spread out around Severny. They got a couple players in Severny, one at shooting range and one in the compound just to the northwest of that. Meanwhile, USA has to be very diligent. You have to worry that Norway might be in the vicinity. You might catch them in a timing, where they're rotating at the same time as you. Might be something to have to worry about, but as we can see on our map screen, Norway's far enough away that the USA should be okay. However, Argentina also potentially going to be running into the rotation path. We'll see if anything comes of that. Taking a quick look at Lyrics, looking to find a DMR if he could. Only an M16 so far, but certainly should be one available, you would think. Shooting range should have plenty of loot for one person to get everything they need. Korea, in the meanwhile, they're going right to the tip of Severny. They're going to that southern tip. I mean, if the circle ends up anywhere near Severny, that southern tip is amazing. 2-2 split between the crossroads. That's a lot to bite off.
USA with the bridge compound as well, so potentially looking for a couple of early points in here as teams try to rotate their way north over that bridge. If they could pick up one player rotating past, 2 players rotating past, a couple of different teams. That could be enough to just get them slightly above Korea and put that pressure back on the Korean squad. But Thailand v Korea right now could be a massive battle if that kicks off. Korea look to move their way into Severny.
Where are they going? I'm really curious about this because normally if you're going into Severny, you're not going to go much deeper than that southern edge, unless you need more loot, I suppose. Maybe that's actually what Korea is gunning for, is actually more loot. So it's clear. And Canada may be clear of Australia. Oh, no. Monty.
Oh!
Joe's up. Monty finds 2. Ridiculous.
All right. Australia want to take number 6 away from China and maybe starting to think about a top 5 finish here as well if they can catch Brazil. China, on the other hand, are looking for some points of their own. They will try to chase and smash down. Looking for a tire pop there for Ming Ming, but hasn't been able to land one. And China will back off. I want to say Godv's kind of still headed in that direction, but doesn't look like they're going to keep up with that chase.
The rest of Turkey is all fanned out around China, so China, they can just kind of cut through, get towards the middle of the circle a bit more. They're going to get ahead of Turkey. So Turkey, they're thwarted. If they had any ideas about potentially moving a little bit further in. What are you doing, Smash? You absolute madman. What are you doing? He's doing some work. Godby down. Aches left is going to take him. That was madness.
Man, he almost got 2. I don't even think 2 would have been enough, though, because everyone from China was hanging around there, whereas Smash was kind of on his own. Turkey losing one early on in the piece is definitely going to hamper their chances of improving upon that 13th position that they've got.
Smash just chose violence, felt like he had an opportunity. He almost capitalized on it. USA, they're gonna just take the 4 square and kind of hunker down.
Yep.
No real desire to move, it looks like, at least not yet. Maybe they're gonna try to farm some points on teams trying to cross this bridge.
That's what I was thinking, but most teams are actually choosing to go across the Georgia Bowl bridge instead. Seen Canada trying to do that earlier. Australia now doing the same. It's pretty empty out on that side of the map, actually. Should be a pretty easy rotation in for the Aussie lads. But lots going on the southern side of the map still as well. We do have to remember that. Chinese Taipei setting up a bridge camp for Indonesia. Here we go, Leo with the nade. How well primed will that one be? Tossed out onto the road. Seaboy out of the picture straight away. Nade goes a miss, but the shots are definitely connecting. Tene has run into the barricade, and he's popped out the car as well. Chinese Taipei are giving Indonesia a bit of their taste of their own medicine. It was Indonesia that really caused a ruckus for Japan at the start of the last game, and unfortunately now for Indonesia, they are suffering much the same kind of fate. That's what you get.
Japan had taken the emergency pickup, it looks like, as they're parachuting into the northern side of the circle. Brazil is also trying to make this rotation, by the way. They aren't too far away from the southern side of this bridge. Taking a quick peek at the map feed. Sparking is going to see all this.
Uh-oh.
Did he stall? He stalled.
I think he did.
He stalled. That's done.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Luckily, nobody's looking in his direction at the moment.
Flying's tricky. Gotta maintain a certain speed. Stay airborne. Only a little bit of damage done to Trick. Looking for a little more. However, for Trick, he's gonna see those cars from Brazil and just be like, oh no, I'm in trouble.
Well, Japan, emergency pickup has taken them all the way to the northern side of the map, and a bit of parachuting practice, very scenic over there. Not much going on actually on that side of the map, so they'll be all right. And I think for now, really, the name of the game for Japan is to take a top 8.
Yeah. So they're gonna play it safe, it looks like to me. That was a long time they spent in the air on those shoots, so that indicates to me they're really making sure no one is out there near them, and they can kind of get some extra vehicles, get some extra loot potentially. They should have plenty considering they looted at military, but definitely the vehicles. It's going to be the real prize. Brazil has to now go on foot. Has to do this the hard way. Trick didn't pull the trigger, but Sparking saw him. Thinking about it. Stun out. It's close. Trick should be in trouble. Yeah, both stuns are connecting. He's donezo. Nice work by Brazil.
Yeah, somewhat poetic that Indonesia, the team in 16th place, will be the first team eliminated in the final game of the Nations Cup 2024. It'll draw a bit of applause from the crowd as they do appreciate Indonesia being here nonetheless.
Nice to have them here for sure. Some tremendous players throughout the years. PUBG Esports on that Indonesian team. Meanwhile, Germany is, of course, doing Germany things, and they're way over by Zarki with Japan. Okay.
It's spicy, bro.
Closer and closer to shooting range.
Spicy, spicy, spicy.
Who knows? I mean, it's going to go north of the river, obviously, but
yep.
How far north is the real question.
I mean, we still got another shift that could really go anywhere. Korea are going to be linking up with Inonix, and maybe it'll be a 2-2 split between Inonix and Salute's position. See where this one ends up. China are on the other side of that ridge. Thailand running into Turkey. This could be the end of their tournament if they get it wrong, but maybe the spider sense is tingling there. Some shots headed in the direction of Turkey, and so Thailand, I think they have the info. Yeah, it was Nurans maybe that spotted them out. Thailand will be turned away.
They got to be real careful that their northern flank is clear before they take any fights. If they let anybody get behind them, it could be lights out. Could be tournament over. UK taking some pot shots over towards Vietnam. That's way on the southern side of the circle, just north of the river. USA has to consider a new position a little bit. Eventually the circle is going to force them out, so time to start doing some recon, seeing if they can find open space forward. The good news is for them for now, there's a little bit of open territory ahead. You've got a decent amount of space actually until you get to Argentina or Vietnam. So for now, USA should be relatively quiet unless something bananas happens like this, like Chinese Taipei drives right at them. But I think they saw the USA players and they're going to stop up and wait this out.
Sonsteady wins the race, really. You can feel the tension starting to rise now as the zone pushes its way in. We've also still got to remember that Brazil are making their way in from the south. So there's a world where they come in late, either behind Australia or behind USA. Probably not behind Chinese Taipei. It looks like they're heading more for the Georgia Prol bridges than anything else. Both USA and Australia are kind of well set up, though, to deal with that. But just if it comes at an awkward timing, could be a real problem. And USA hoping for a southern pull, but given that they're down near the river, they can't really bank on that later on in the game once we get to phase 4.
Yeah, a bit concerning for USA. They do lose the tires on one of those USs. There is a coupe and a couple Dacias available still for them, so not the end of the world. Going to be a bit of a run. Grab that coupe. Should be good to go. Oh, Godby. No. Oh, he's lucky to be alive. But it doesn't matter. Michael, that was all a ruse. Set up for him. Grenade is out. See if he can get the finish. Just going to roll a bit too far. Curdy going to be the one to snag the coupe. Try to take it over. Keep it a little bit safer than that US.
Playing it very, very safe, though. Smoke in there for Purdy getting into the vehicle. And he's on his way back to the rest of the squad. China getting taken down a peg by the UK. In the meanwhile, Australia picked up 1 point there as well. So they are hot on the heels of the Chinese squad. Here comes Brazil. Where are they going to choose to cross? They're going Georgia Pole Bridge. That is where Australia are set up. Tiggleton on his way, rotating at the moment. Kickstart will be rejoining forces. They won't really have much of an impact on this fight with Brazil, but Australia are somewhat distracted by Japan. Brazil are rocking up right behind them at the moment. The pull has gone right over shooting range. It's exactly what we asked for. Australia are moving out of the territory that Brazil are now starting to take residence in. Tiggleton's gone straight at them. He's driving straight at them. There's no way they don't know. This is going to be disaster for Australia. Tiggleton surely going to die. They just didn't know. Flood did not spot them. Got a nice knock on to Sparking, which might keep Tiggleton alive for another second. Here is Thailand. This is a team we need to focus in on. There's 1 more point for Thailand. It's going to close the gap on the USA and Korea.
Every kill so huge. Germany now takes Code Marco down. Ruhren way far away from that one.
This is the battle for fifth. This is the battle for fifth right now. If Australia can wipe Brazil, they can take fifth. If not, Brazil will hold on to it. China maybe obviously still part of that conversation, but this is a huge fight right now for a top 5 placing.
Right on the edge of the blue. Brazil's on the bad side of the circle. That grenade, though, right next to him takes Tickleton out. Rez not going to come through for Australia. Monty trying to push the angle, but LFP1 has found the counter flank, taking him down.
Yeah.
And now things falling apart for Australia.
But doesn't really have an angle on that one. Like I said, Brazil coming in at an inopportune time for either Australia or the US. It could really do a number to either of those teams, and it certainly has for Australia. It's probably put the top 5 out of reach now because those points are going over to Brazil. They're up to 111. Australia down to just a duo. The battle for fifth may be locked in by Brazil unless China has something to say about it. And Canada, we will say goodbye to as well.
We move along. The USA has found safety on the edge again, but Chinese Taipei has actually leapfrogged ahead of them somehow. Didn't catch that with all the fighting going on. LFP1, though, he's right behind the United States. They have no idea. And Lun putting pressure on him. They're getting collapsed upon. Purdy gets taken down. And he should be an easy flush for Brazil. Unbelievable.
That is the loudest cheer we have heard so far at Nations Cup, and it has absolutely nothing to do with Korea. I mean, it does, but in a roundabout kind of a way. The Koreans are cheering for the Brazilians right now. USA down to 3. The chances for Korea just bounce up a step. But then there's always Thailand. Let's not forget Thailand.
It's heartbreaking for the United States. Thought that that southern flank would be clear. But LFP1, opportunistic, finds his moment to take one and leave. Brazil going to try to continue on in this one without taking a full-on engage here on the southern side. Opt to wrap over to the west. Phase 4 circle. How much?
Straight onto shooting range.
Straight onto shooting range? Oh! Still has it in it.
Onto Korea, though.
It's really nice for Korea. They have control over that eastern edge. Well, basically all to themselves.
On the western edge, it's going to be an absolute mess. Australia are being hunted right now by Brazil. Flood out on point. He has got no idea just yet. Maybe he's heard some footsteps here and there. Maybe he's spotted a couple out, but he's going to be taken down. It's on to Luke 12. Flood will not be taking any more part in Nations Cup 2024. USA with some points on offer. It's been a delivery, really, from Sennan. He said, do you guys need some help? You need a point? Here's my delivery to you.
Now they're tied up with South Korea, but they have a lot of work to do. This is not going to be easy. You have a line of all Argentinian players ahead of you. A few other squads in the vicinity. So this is going to have to be a fight unless there's some kind of rotate they can make happen. I mean, Vietnam isn't moving. Argentina's not moving. They've got compounds in the circle. You can wait this out. There's a little bit of a plateau just outside of Argentina's compound to the south of it that you can wait this out on, but eventually you're gonna have to make a move. Thailand is gonna take that dip just to the east of shooting range.
Yeah.
Dangerous, but it can work.
I think right now is probably a good time to touch on tiebreakers just in case we get there. In the case of a tie, total placement points across all matches is going to be the initial tiebreaker, and that would go the way of Korea right now. They are getting crashed, though, by the UK. This will be big. Heaven and Seoul, they have to hold the fort, and they are not doing it. T-Bone gets the initial knock onto Seoul. It's just Heaven. He'll get 1, 2, 3. Alex is in there as well. UK, they're going down the crash back in from Korea. The counter crash keeps Korea alive. And China are looking.
Oh my God, I thought H-Left was gonna make a go at that, but Thailand, they know the scenario. They might make a go of this before the reses can come through. Salute is counter-moving by himself to try to thwart them. That's dangerous for Salute, he's dead. Thailand takes Salute down, there's no hope to res him. And Onyx, I don't know that there's much more he can do. He's
just
gonna load him up.
Got to try and survive at this point. Every extra point is going to matter for Korea. It was a huge nuts play to keep themselves alive as much as they have, but where does it end? Where does it go for Korea at this point? They're going to try and find that res onto Heaven. Vietnam might not be aware. Have they heard the car drive up? Heaven being res right now for Inonix. If nothing else, it's points on the board for Korea. Here comes a mortar.
They know, not like this. Surely not. They heard the vehicle just barely. They're within a couple hundred meters. That's close enough. So they have a pretty good idea of the distance, potentially.
That one's not hitting. Surely not.
The follow-up. Heaven in the smoke. Yeah, just a bit too far there. No problem so far for South Korea. I see him. He's got that grenade. He's considering it.
Another mortar.
See if this one's going to land. Circle just going to center up on top of the China players. Isaki finds a spot. Takes a bunch of damage in Onyx. Huge headshot. Standing up tall right now. Heaven trying to put himself in a position to protect the rest of his team.
Thailand are at the backs of Korea right now. They are really thinking about making this push. They're being held off for the moment by Taikon and the shots.
They got it.
But Thailand, they know they need points. They know they need to get rid of Korea. You've got to push this. Fluky is going forward. He's got to be careful, though, that he doesn't run into China. Look how close he is. The angle is in. This is surely the end. Don't choke the shots, Fluky. Oh, he's been taken down by a nade. Who but China? To save the day for Korea one more time. Inonix, the last man standing, surviving. Nurans will get the trade. Oh, this game has it all.
It's absolutely wild. China thought about trying to threaten Thailand. Fluky is knocked. He's quite far away from the rest of his squad. Jacob's going to try to drive in to help him out.
Where are you going?
In Onyx, I don't know.
Where's that
He
car
just has
going?
to hide just in the Narnia. Forget it. Oh, meanwhile, the United States doing some work. They've got a couple kills. They might find another. Up on the hill is Intens. He is under some pressure from afar. I think it's actually Argentina that's taking some shots over the heads of the United States players. That's another point. The United States 2 away from Korea right now. Grenades start to come towards Anonix. He's taking damage, but he's still kicking.
Borders everywhere as well. USA on the push here, on to Norway. Remember, they need to overtake Korea. Korea has more placement points. The tiebreaker is placement points. And right now, USA charging their way forward. It is Shrimsy to knock 80. The gap, 1 point differential once again. This is peak PUBG, ladies and gentlemen. Tell your friends, tune in right now. A nade over the top, it's not going to be enough. USA are surviving. They might just do enough to sneak that victory away from Korea. But once again, it is Brazil. They played spoiler already for Australia. Can they do the same to the USA? Guizera out of nowhere gets 2 knocks.
Snaker's on 1 HP. Can he get any further? No, he's done. He's out.
They're done.
They're tied. And Onyx.
Korea.
He's in it. They're good. The tiebreaker is there.
Korea will win if this is where we stand. If Inonix dies now, 142, Korea will win. So it's down to Thailand now to try to chase Inonix. Surely they've got to be looking for it. They need more kills on the board. Norway out in 9th.
The problem right now is Vietnam has some overview. Thailand finally sees him. The grenades are through. I think this is going to be the end of the run now for Korea. He takes a shot in the back, trying to get out right now. Not much further he can go. Vehicle is on fire. Will explode. If he gets lucky, it might keep him safe. Nope, he is done. He is out. Thailand has a chance.
He gets 1 placement point out of it. And 1 placement point is better than nothing. It will continue to keep Korea maybe just out of reach of Thailand, but they are going to have to go absolutely nuclear in this final couple of circles to give themselves a chance at victory. What's the deficit? 12 points, so they would need, another maybe 4 or 5 kills and a win. It's definitely doable for Thailand. I think they could make this happen. It would be an unreal finish to Nations Cup 2024 if they could get it done.
See if they can. The Mad just peppering some shots towards Germany. Some positional battles still to be thought about, still to be accounted for. Of course, a lot of our attention is going to be on Thailand. Vietnam on top of them. They're not done just yet. They're tied with Brazil right now, and they want to try to take over that 4th place spot. Still, again, ton to play for. Imas on the edge of the fight. Might get a bit of a spot. Thailand bringing out some shots. He's pinned on the backside of this hill. That vehicle starting to slide just a little bit.
It is an uphill battle, though, for Thailand, right? Fighting uphill towards Vietnam. It's not really a fun place to be. There's safety inside of this next zone.
You need 1 knock.
It's really just the rolling hills.
Yeah, Himas. I think Himas and Taikon either need reinforcements or need to peace out.
He's creeping. He was sent out to do the job earlier against the Koreans. Can he now do it against Vietnam? You could see the pressure really got to him when he was trying to get those shots on Inonix. A big whiff from him, but a second bite at the cherry if he could get a crucial opener here onto Vietnam. That might just open it up for Thailand enough.
Fluky might have an angle on the Tycon here in a second. I don't think Tycon's going to be ready for this. He's tunneled towards the northern angle. This is so precarious. Who's going to see who first? Fluky or Tycon? Fluky's looking his direction. A quick headshot finds the knock. Isaki in dire straits, able to get down just in time.
They've got to push this. They've got to make something of it. There's one kill confirmed onto Tycon. Isaki knocked as well. Vietnam are wounded and bleeding, and Thailand are charging towards a victory here in the Nations Cup. They want it. They know that they're not far away, but they know they need more points. They've got to hold that W key. Fortune favors the bold, my friends.
Durans letting loose with a grenade could be good. Might have done some damage, and now he's on the hunt, but Xiao showing up to the party. Jacob taking some damage. The Molly is close to him. Xiao finding a bunch. Xiao finds a knock, and China swoops in from the flank. Thailand has to change directions, has to try to defend their rear. Ming Ming finds another one. Jacob able to respond in kind.
They're looking for one more onto Aix left and can't quite find it. Vietnam and China combining to dash the hopes of Thailand. Jacob survives against Vietnam, and with that, maybe a saving grace for Thailand. Looking to get that med kit off. Can he find a res? There's no chance, surely. It'll have to be Jacob alone. Smokes down. They're done. Korea will win. Korea will win back-to-back. Nations Cup 2024.
Unbelievable. China, point hungry, wanting to climb in the standings. The fight had taken just a bit too long, and Thailand couldn't convert. They were firing on all cylinders, but Vietnam put up just enough of a wall to keep them at bay. And Korea will once again win on home soil. But to finish this one out, Argentina trying to see if they can end on a high note. Rune has an open shot onto Xiao Wu, and it is going to be Xiao Wu going down. Aix left, the only one alive right now for China. Way on the backside behind some smokes, trying to find an angle, but he's been spotted out and he's been knocked fairly low.
Well, Argentina, one final time. Can they get another win here at Nations Cup and maybe leapfrog China into 6th place? The potential still on offer for them. It would be their 3rd win of the event, marking a very solid result for Argentina. They dislodge China, Aix left down, and now it's just Turkey left.
Well, they're stuck on the bottom of the hill. Let's see how aggressive Argentina wants to get to try to close this out. Again, in the back of your mind, it's all about the points right now. It's all about positioning. You have no idea exactly where the standings are most likely, so you're just trying to play this as best as you can. And Argentina's just going to fan out across the top of the circle.
I mean, if Turkey could potentially find a way to get a couple of kills here, maybe they can overtake Germany.
They have to pick a side. Turkey has to pick a direction as a two-man and see if they can break open the flanks. That's really their only hope. It's going to be tough. So much information that Argentina has. You're looking for that moment. Argentina very happy to wait this out.
Yep. No reason to get too antsy right here. You can just chill. Maybe take it as a victory lap of some sort. Enjoy the last 4 or 5 minutes of Nations Cup, ladies and gentlemen. 2024, it was a banger finish. It has been fun.
1 point. 1 point.
Yep.
Absolutely unreal.
I mean, and realistically, 3 teams in the conversation going into the final game. You cannot ask for much more, but
no.
Korea to go back-to-back, that is something special given the fact that we are in Seoul.
Oh, that run that Thailand made. I believed. The way they've been playing. But again, that fight just took a little too long. Gave China the opportunity to swoop in and get some points. Potentially secure themselves 6th place, but let's see what Argentina can do. Right behind them in 7th. Rune trying to find an angle on the edge. Using that tree, but no helmet. Not much in the way of health. He is going to have to be efficient with this if he's going to get anything done. It's an MG3 as well for Silzen. Very, very scary to go up against. Shots start ringing out. Damage done here. Drive across the way. That's DraftKings finding the headshot. Rune down. The Mad, the only one left. A 1v4 to close out PNC 2024. On the angle. MX is driving down. They're just trying to open up the angles. The Mad is getting some decent damage done. Surely he's done. Surely he's out. And he is.
A big win for Argentina to close out PNC 2024. But history has no need for multiple storytellers. One truth is all that is needed. And today, history is written again by Team South Korea. They are your 2024 PNC champions.
Back-to-back victories for South Korea and doing it on home soil. It must be a fantastic moment. Here they come to claim the trophy. South Korea twice in a row and undoubtedly the champions of Nations Cup 2024.
It was not easy. It was a nail biter there at the end. Certainly not the way they wanted to close out. Just not really able to find those games that they needed. But Enoy has hoisted another PNC, Seoul as well.
And he deserves to. I mean, both of those actually. I was going to go with Enoy as that conversation point, but now I think about it, Seoul does too. Enoy, I mean, talk about what his impact in the game was today. He got those extra, couple of points there on a couple of games. He was the last man standing twice for South Korea, and those 4 or 5 points that maybe he gathered over the course of today, obviously making a massive difference. And for Seoul, probably the standout player from the roster at this event. Obviously fragging really well for the squad, but his impact as well in terms of space creation and space taking was second to none. And yeah, such an iconic roster, really. South Korea twice in a row.
Yeah, they're absolutely incredible. Well, we are going to have an interview down on the stage here very shortly with our championship team. South Korea back-to-back PNC victories. Absolutely unreal. Plike, the coach, coming in, doing what Sonic did last year, finding himself a championship, having again another victory. Salute his first PNC. And the Korean fans are on their feet, but let's send it down to Bella on the stage for our championship interview.
네이션스컵 2024 3일간 펼쳐진 치열한 경쟁 끝에 단 한 팀의 챔피언이 탄생했습니다. 2024 PNC 챔피언 팀 대한민국 만나보겠습니다. 너무 축하드립니다. And we have the one and only title, PNC 2024 champions, goes to Team Korea. Oh my goodness, congratulations again. 정말 너무 떨리네요. 제가 다 떨렸습니다. Alright, so salute. You made your debut at Nations Cup, and it is safe to say you are PUBG's golden rookie. So what does that title mean to you? 이제 PNC에 합류하자마자 살루트 선수 뭔가 배그의 황금막내 타이틀이라고 이렇게 거머쥐게 됐는데 좀 어떤 의미일까요? 오늘 우승이?
그래도 이제 배그라는 게임을 하면서 좀 제가 자랑스럽게 다닐 수 있지 않나 싶은 커리어 같습니다.
I think, well, as far as my career PUBG-wise, I think I can hold my head up high and walk proudly. 와, 다시 한번 너무 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
그럼 서울 선수, 와, 오늘 우승 정말 엄청난 활약을 보여주면서 일단 어떤 생각을 하고 있는지도 너무 궁금하고, 그리고 이번 PNC 2024 MVP는 누구일 것 같아요?
잘 모르겠습니다.
진짜? 겸손하신 건가? 일단 소감이 어떠세요, 한번?
일단 제가 좀 프로로서 멘탈 관리를 이번 대회 때 제가 못했던 것 같아요. 그래서 여러분들께 좀 힘을 달라고 말씀을 드렸고 너무 잘 해주셔서 정말 감사합니다.
I asked Seoul, what does this win mean to him, and who do you think that PNC 2024's MVP is? He said, I'm not sure. I don't think I had like a really stable mentality as a professional PUBG player, and that's why I asked for the fans to keep cheering me on and show the support. And I want to thank every one of you for showing your support, and I really appreciate it. And 플리케 감독님. All right, I want to talk to Coach Flike. It must have been a lot of pressure for him to guide the team as the PNC 2023 defending champion. So what do you want to say to the team, and what was the journey like for you? 뭔가 디펜딩 챔피언의 감독을 맡게 되시면서 정말 부담감도 크셨을 것 같고, 좀 함께 하면서 이번 여정 감독님의 시점에서 좀 들어보고 싶습니다.
이번 PNC를 준비하면서 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 팬분들에게 다시 한번 트로피를 들어올리겠다는 책임감과 사명감을 갖고 이번 대회에 임하게 됐는데 그 말을 지킬 수 있어서 너무 좋습니다.
Taking on the coach role this year, I thought it was my responsibility to give the PUBG Esports Korean fans the honor, the happiness of putting our Korean flag up high, and I'm really happy that I was able to keep my word. So yeah, it was more than exciting journey for me. And who do we have next? Oh, Heaven. Okay, Heaven, you said during our yesterday's interview that you promised to bring the trophy back home once again, and you kept your word as well. So what do you want to say? Well, what's on your mind right now? 어제 혜빈 선수 인터뷰에서 조금 뭔가 좀 마음이 좀 심란해 보이기도 했고 하고 싶은 말이 되게 많아 보였는데 지금 이 순간 좀 하고 싶은 말이 뭘까요?
처음으로 대회하면서 좀 멘탈이 흔들렸던 대회 같은데 그래도 팬분들 환호성 듣고 그게 좀 많이 짜릿했던 것 같아요. 그래서 힘이 더 났던 것 같고 팬분들 덕분에 그래도 멘탈은 안 깨져서 이 정도 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
I think this was my first tournament as a professional PUBG player that I thought my mentality wasn't as strong, but I owe it to all of my fans. I really want to say thank you for your support and love, and this was only possible due to your love. Oh my goodness, very touching. All right, next, Man of PUBG Nations Cup, Inox. You won 2 back-to-back PNC champions titles. So what is that like? PNC의 남자 이노닉스 선수. 이렇게 2연속 챔피언스 타이틀을 가져가게 된 소감 너무 궁금합니다.
일단 대단히 감사드리고 제가 이 올해 좀 초반기에 성적이 막 안 좋았었고 약간 주춤한 모습을 보여드렸는데도 뽑아주신 거에 되게 감사하게 생각하고 있고요. 그래서 저는 그거에 대해서 열심히 연습해서 올해도 꼭 우승해서 짝수년도의 징크스를 없앨 수 있는 계기가 된 것 같아서 너무 기쁩니다. 감사합니다.
I don't think I had the best start of the year, but I really appreciate for picking me to be the Nations Cup representative, and I'm happy that I was able to break the even year curse this year. So yeah, that is PNC's Man Inox from Team Korea. 이렇게 PNC 2024 챔피언 팀 대한민국과 이야기를 나눠봤습니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 축제 아직 끝나지 않았습니다. 아직 분석 데스크에 이어서 PNC를 빛나준 선수들의 시상식까지 여러분을 기다리고 있습니다. PNC 2024의 마지막 그럼 분석 데스크 조금 이따 만나보시고요. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our PNC 2024 champions, Team Korea. But the show doesn't end here. We have the award ceremony coming up, so stay tuned. And back to you, Paper Thin and Elfish.
That does it for PNC 2024. Congratulations again to Team South Korea, repeating what they did previously on their home territory with another win, but an excellent finish. The best we've had so far.
I don't know if I'm going to have a voice tomorrow. I'm sure there's going to be some cheering and shouting done later tonight as well, but man, I don't know, I'm on a bit of a high right now. Like, what do you even say after an event like that? It's, 3 days worth of competition leading into this point, and it's just so exciting when it finishes in a way that it's like that.
Yeah.
I can't barely get my words out, man.
I know.
I'm glowing.
I was sweating.
I am sweating still.
I was sweating.
It's been one of those days. It's just, you leave everything on the table, obviously. Not just us, but the players as well. And just so many moments. Looking back at this highlights package, it's crazy how intense that last game was. And honestly, I think you kind of have to hand it to Brazil for being maybe the most impactful team in that final game, because they took down the USA right on the cusp. And if USA gets, another 2-3 points there, that could really just be the difference maker. But Guzera, the heartbreaker for the United States of America.
Yeah, the PAS striking their PAS brethren. But again, it's all about the points. You never know. Exactly, it's really hard to point track during a match. So you've got to go for every point you can get.
Honestly, those extra couple of kills might have been enough just to get Brazil into 5th, and it obviously was a 3-point difference between Brazil and Argentina for 5th and then 6th. So, you can't knock the guy. Obviously, he's got to try and do what he can for his team and get those extra points on the board. The same way that you can say, well, China, they kind of cooked Thailand a little bit, but China was really making a run up the standings in this event as well, and they went from last place. On day one, they had, I think it was 8 total points.
9.
For whatever it was, didn't quite make double digits on day one.
No.
0 placement points, all the way up to 115 and finished in 7th. So, really good final day, of course, for China. And man, what a crazy finish. I think if we could ask for something like that at the end of every PUBG event,
please,
you would take it.
Yeah, no. That's one of the best that I can remember for sure. Absolutely insane stuff. What a tremendous event. All 3 days have been absolutely action-packed, absolutely incredible moments from the get-go on the first day, where we had all these crazy, 1v4s that players were pulling off, and through the rest of it, the resurgence of some of those teams, like you were mentioning, China, Argentina, one of those teams as well, who came alive here in these last couple of days. A ton, 3 wins over the last 2 days?
3 wins, yeah.
Insane stuff.
Yep. They came out of nowhere. Day one, they were just looking like absolutely nothing. They had 2 last place finishes in day one, and then to go to day 2 and have a back-to-back win and equalize with Korea for the team that won the most games in the event, both of them picking up 3 each. Huge turnaround for Argentina. DraftKings picking up the man of the match, obviously, for that final game of the day. But here's where we get into the real meat and potatoes. Paper Thin, I know you're a big fan of that. It is going to be the...
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know, you just like your meat.
That's true, I do. You're not wrong.
I'm a fan of it too. Match leaderboard. Okay, maybe we're not quite at the meat and potatoes just yet. This is the entree. If we get a little bit of a teaser before we see the overall standings for Nations Cup 2024. Argentina, very, very strong finish. Thailand, you got to say also a strong finish from Thailand, but just wasn't enough. Needed to get 16 more points. No, 6 more points. That was the gap. They only needed 6 more points.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Japan 3 points away from 8th. Australia is going to round out the top half there. China, Argentina, Brazil, Vietnam. Vietnam so in it for so long this tournament, Jordan. I thought they were going to make a run on the last day potentially, but they just kind of ran out of gas.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the top end of things. We've talked about the positives, definitely. But what about the disappointments of this event? Who is it going to go to? I mean, UK going from a top 2 finish in the last 2 events to going to 14th this year. Obviously not what they would have been looking for, but also Germany. They had a fantastic start, and they've slipped all the way down to 12th. So not exactly what they were looking for. I think Norway, too, probably going to be a little bit disappointed with the slip and slide that they had here for the final day, because for a lot of this event, they were inside of the top 5 as well. So obviously on one side of the coin, there's joy and excitement, and on the other side of the coin, there's desperation and despair, really. It is the nature of the beast. That's competition. Teams go up, teams go down.
It's tough, man. It's a lot of hard work to stay at the top. But your MVP for PNC 2024 is going to be once again Seoul from Team Korea. The absolute dynamo. This guy has been so good the last couple of years. Few have been able to match the accolades, to match the achievements that he has acquired. And he is once again on top of the world.
Back-to-back for Seoul as well. He was the MVP last year too. So listen, if we come back for Nations Cup 2024, I think the first person on my fantasy team might be Seoul.
He was my captain.
Yep.
Oh, captain, my captain.
Indeed.
Did well. Overall, though, tremendous event. Thank you so much to everyone out there for tuning in with us. Thank you very much, Jordan. A pleasure to finally get to cast with you in person for the first time. Thanks for coming to Korea, man. It was a lot of fun out there. Congratulations again to all the teams. Regardless of where you finished, it's a pleasure to have you all here and absolutely just put on tremendous performances for us. Thank you again to all the staff that makes this possible behind the scenes. You guys are the real freaking heroes. You guys do a great job put this all on for us. And yeah, man, I'm burnt out. That was a hell of an
sponsors as well.
Sponsors, please, yes.
You know, give them a little bit of a shout out, give them some love. I know you guys have been doing that over the event, obviously, you know, with the QR codes and the voting and this and that and whatever it is you're getting up to, Fantasy League too. Yeah, obviously every little piece of the puzzle needs to come together to sort of make these kinds of events possible. And so, yeah, it's been a real pleasure. I mean, obviously a massive 3 days, and like you, I'm pretty burnt toast, but I think I've still got some energy in me. Kind of lifted my spirits with that final game of the day. Look, it didn't go so well for Australia in that last game, but hey, when the games are as good as they are, you can't really be too mad.
No, exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just all about having some excellent PUBG, and that is certainly what we got throughout the course of this event. So definitely the best Nations Cup yet in my book. Tremendous venue, tremendous crowd.
Oh, the venue was absolutely goated.
Oh my God.
I've been working esports 10 years. Is this my favorite venue? I mean, it's definitely up there. It's definitely up. I'm trying to think of all the venues that I've worked in, but it's definitely one of the most beautiful venues I've worked in. That is for sure. Probably the one with the highest ceiling as well. It's just absolutely.
There's a massive, I don't know if it's a chandelier or what up there too. It's just crazy.
It's something. Windows, I don't know.
Yeah, it's awesome stuff overall. Well, getting close to sending this over to the stage. Make sure you stick around, guys, for the championship ceremony. We have that coming to you live from the stage. And again, that's going to do it for us. Thank you so much, everybody. Really appreciate you all. We're getting ready for it.
Yep.
Just a little bit of back and forth.
Bit of housekeeping to do. Obviously, there's a lot of moving pieces involved with stuff like this. So, you know, you need to make sure everyone's ready to go. We're also sort of working in tandem with the Korean broadcast.
Right. That's why there's sometimes some...
Yeah, if you've noticed.
Sometimes things are a little tough to track because you have to make it match up with the other.
We're kind of the
other feeds. We're piggybacking.
We're the little bro in this circumstance.
That's true.
Yeah. But yeah, it's obviously, it's something that, you know, you just sort of roll with. And I think it's kind of nice to have multiple languages. I don't know how often you get the opportunity to do broadcasts where there's multiple languages involved. But it's always a nice little bit of camaraderie amongst the different broadcast teams. You know, you get to see the guys in the dressing room say, hey, how you going? Obviously, they don't understand me. I don't understand them, but at least you're there.
Yeah. I try to translate as best as I can. Guys, we're going to send it down to the stage for the awards ceremony just right now.
행한 새로운 경험, PUBG 네이션스컵 2024 3일 동안 펼쳐진 혈투에서 대한민국이 우승을 차지하게 됐습니다. 정말 감동스러운 순간들도 많았고요. 수많은 국가의 대표들이 나와서 정말 멋진 드라마를 만들어냈습니다. 이 무대를 빛내준 여러분께 진심으로 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드리겠습니다.
After 3 days of intense PUBG action, Team Korea takes the title once again.
자, 그럼 본격적으로 선수들을 위한 시간이죠. PNC 2024 시상식을 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이 무대에는 정말 기가 막히신 분이 함께해 주셨는데요. 이렇게 재밌고 많은 분들이 환호하고 즐거움을 줄 수 있는 게임을 만들어 주신 분을 무대로 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 시상에는 PUBG 스튜디오 총괄 프로듀서 장태성님이 도와주시겠습니다. 뜨거운 박수 모시겠습니다.
It's now time for the grand award ceremony. Our guest of honor is Mr. Taesok Jang, head of PUBG IP franchise and executive producer.
네, 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 3위 시상이 있겠습니다. 마지막까지 우승 경쟁을 하면서 엄청난 저력을 보여준 팀을 호명해 보도록 하겠습니다. PUBG 네이션스컵 2024 3위죠.
First up, our third place team, Thailand.
태국, 누린즈, 플로케, 제이콥, 레니. 다시 한번 선수분들 멋진 경기를 펼쳐서 축하한다는 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 자, 코치님 럭셔리까지 다시 한번 여러분 뜨거운 박수로 축하해 주십시오.
Congratulations Team Thailand.
3위를 기록한 태국에게는 상금 25,000달러와 테서렉트가 수여가 되겠습니다.
Team Thailand will take home $25,000 and a Tesseract for their incredible performance here at PNC 2024.
멋진 저력을 보여주면서 이번 PNC 024 역사의 한 페이지를 장식한 태국 선수들 다시 한번 큰 박수 축하해 주십시오. 네, 기념 촬영을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 앞에 카메라 보시고 활짝 웃어주시기 바라겠습니다.
Now time for a commemorative photo session. Big smiles, Team Thailand. Congratulations once again.
네, 다시 한번 축하 말씀드리고요. 선수분들은 대기석으로 자리해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 자 뒤쪽으로 자리해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 그럼 이어서 준우승 시상이 기다리고 있습니다. 자, 멋진 승부 끝에 여기서 1점 차이라는 엄청난 대기록을 선보이면서 준우승을 차지한 팀이죠.
Now coming in second place, a truly nail-biting game from Team USA. Congratulations, USA.
미국 팀입니다. 야, 마지막에 그 딱 1점 때문에 정말 아쉽게 준우승을 차지했습니다만 마지막까지 경기 운영뿐만 아니라 교전 능력까지 수많은 팬분들의 찬사가 이어졌습니다. 세컨드 버디커피, 시림지 킥스타트, 그리고 코너 코치까지 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다.
Congratulations, Strimsy, Kickstart, Sneakers, Purdy Curdy, and of course, Coach Gunner.
준우승을 차지한 미국에게는 상금 4만 달러와 테서렉트가 수여가 되겠습니다. 다시 한번 축하 말씀드리겠습니다.
Team USA will take home $40,000 and their silver Tesseract. Congratulations again once, guys.
네, 다시 한번 축하 말씀드리고요. 샷 능력뿐만 아니라 경기 운영 그리고 끝까지 포기하지 않는 집념까지 드라마의 주인공으로 자리매김을 하게 됐습니다. 자, 이어서 기념 촬영 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 앞에 카메라를 보고 활짝 웃어주시길 바라겠습니다.
It's time for a quick commemorative photo.
네, 박수가 좀 터져나오고 있어요.
Congratulations, guys.
정말 미국 팀 때문에 쫄깃쫄깃하게 지켜봤습니다. 엄청난 명경기가 나왔고요. 이 역대급 PNC가 펼쳐졌습니다. 자, 선수분들 자리해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 이어서 대망의 우승 시상이 기다리고 있습니다. 이번 우승은요 정말 극적인 상황들이 좀 많았고요. 그 무엇보다도 대한민국에 다시 열린 PNC에서 최고의 팀으로 자리매김한 팀이 있습니다. 상금 10만 달러와 테서렉트 그리고 투엽 트로피가 수여가 되겠습니다.
This team will take home the total prize of $100,000 and their Tesseract, and of course, the PNC 2024 Champions title. Congratulations, Team Korea!
대한민국! 이노넥스, 살루트, 서울, 그리고 해븐, 폴리카까지 완벽한 합작품을 만들어냈습니다. 선수들 잘했어요. 정말 멋졌습니다. 네, 수많은 대한민국 국민분들에게 팬분들에게 전 세계 팬분들에게 감동을 선사해 줬습니다. 여러분 열정을 담아서 큰 박수로 축하해 주십시오.
Please give it up for Team Korea.
상금 10만 달러와 테서렉트 그리고 우승팀에게만 주어지는 트로피가 주어지겠습니다. 다시 한번 축하 말씀드리고요. 그리고 이 순간 영원의 기억에 남을 기념 촬영을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 첫날부터 둘째 날 그리고 셋째 날 오늘 경기까지 정말 많은 노력을 기울여준 선수분들에게 깊은 감사 말씀드리고요. 이렇게 선수들이 선전할 수 있는 데는 바로 여러분들의 뜨거운 응원이 있기 때문에 이렇게 좋은 결과가 나온 게 아닌가 생각이 듭니다. 다시 한번 뜨거운 축하의 박수를 부탁드립니다. 그리고 시상을 도와주신 PUBG 스튜디오 총각 프로듀서 장태성님에게도 다시 한번 큰 박수를 보내주십시오.
We would like to thank our guest of honor, Mr. Tae Seok-jang, for joining us for the PNC 2024 award ceremony.
이제 마지막은 선수분들의 트로피 세레머니가 좀 기다리고 있는데요. 자, 이렇게 PUBG 네이션스 컵 2024의 공식 일정이 모두 마무리가 되었습니다. 자, 관계자분들을 대표해서 정말 여러 국가에서 함께해 주신 선수분들에게 정말 깊은 감사의 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희가 지금 대기실을 왔다 갔다 하면서도 끝까지 쉬는 시간 동안에 브리핑에 서로를 격려해주고 드라마를 만들어내기 위해서 많은 노력하는 장면을 좀 지켜봤는데요. 정말 고생하셨다고 내년에 더 멋진 활약 기대하겠다는 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 자, 그리고 저희는 여기서 인사드리고요. 이제 새로운 대회로 다시 찾아오도록 하겠습니다.
And that concludes PUBG Nations Cup 2024. We would like to thank the 64 players and everyone who made this possible. We'll be back with more PUBG action soon, so thank you for watching.
자, 이제 마지막은 PNC 2024 주인공 대한민국 팀의 트로피 세레머니를 함께하도록 하겠습니다. 함께해 주신 여러분 진심으로 고맙습니다.
I was building on a lecture. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The breeze come freeze up. Straight dropping the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. A bomb break sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one heart, one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. Turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best. Yes, painting pictures for the culture, keep the brushes fresh. Flip the cover with the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is our teacher under pressure. Now we blessed. See, I was so close with the goal. There's one art, one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah, I was building on a lecture. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The breeze come freeze up. Straight dropping the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. A bomb break sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the
Your 2023 PNC champions, Team South Korea!
I just wanted to have fun. I'm gonna have fun and just do good. Seoul PUBG #1.
Welcome to PNC 2024. It is our last day in Seoul, South Korea.
Last words about PNC, something you want to say.
Hold on, give me 1 second. 치킨食べたい。韓国チキン美味しいから絶対食べたいと思います。JPN ファイティン。
伦，那个这次比赛压力不要太大，然后有我们在。
PNC라는 대회가 확실히 선수들이 전부 즐겁고 밝은 모습으로 대하는 것 같아서 좀 더 축제 같은 분위기라서 너무 좋고 좀 더 대회에 오히려 집중이 잘 되는 것 같아요.
La verdad que el torneo estuvo muy bueno, la pasé muy bien la verdad, súper contento con el resultado, con los chicos y bueno, a disfrutar nomás de esto.
Ich bin sehr glücklich darüber, in PNC 2024 spielen zu dürfen.
Thank you, PUBG, and thank you to the fans for watching. Being able to compete for your nation, it's one of the best feelings ever, so thank you so much.
PNC is amazing. The angle, around the corner he goes, but it just hit the vehicle.
Well, it might not come down to the borders, or may it? Oh! Sparky! And that's true. Korea can do no wrong. Look at that! Unbelievable. Korea walk away with it again, back to back.
I'm just happy to be here. Happy to have some fun playing games.
Tentunya sangat senang ya, karena ini pertama kali saya bergabung ke PNC 2024 dan membawa nama Indonesia.
คุณแฟนคลับทุกคนนะครับที่มาร่วมงาน PNC ครั้งนี้ก็ผมดีใจมากเลยครับแล้วก็ถ้ามีโอกาสครั้งหน้าผมก็จะทำให้เต็มที่เหมือนเดิม
오랜만에 보는 해외 선수들도 있었고 그 선수들이랑 교류하고 그러다 보니까 좀 되게 뜻깊은 대회였던 것 같아요.
while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, it just don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in a text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best. No contest. We the best. We the best. No contest. We the best. We the best. There ain't no rest. For the wicked I'm bad and I'm blessed. Put it to the test. For the rest there ain't no contest. So what's next? Got me leveling up, I'm obsessed. I bring the fire like I'm possessed. My personnel and my clique is the best. There ain't no contest. There ain't no one like, cause are you dumb or you crazy? There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, it just don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in a text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best, best. No contest. We the best, best. No contest. We the best, best. No contest. We the best, best. I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Okay, dream so big that they think I'm crazy. Let out the beast, no, they can't tame me. Don't play with me, better mind your business. I cannot stop now, I ain't finished. I'ma keep on going till I got that. Okay, the way that I'ma do it, they can't top that. No way. Critics trying to hate, but I don't talk back, I know that. Plotting on the kid with the bull, tell them all that. I'm the one that I'ma gamble on, I ramble on. I'm about to get my ramble on. And I'm the one they really couldn't get a handle on. Then when they see they missed the boy, they get a tantrum on. And I know, they never thought we would make it. Underdogs, it wouldn't be able. Labels gon' ask what we bring. Tell them we bringing the table.